Hello. Good morning and welcome to CareerCon. My name is Kura Antonello. I am the founder of The Cool Career, and I'm also your very excited host as we go over the event over the next 2 days. From what I can understand is that we have the most incredible amount of people that are joining us, and I am truly thrilled because we are about to unpack all of the questions that you have in regards to the future of work and also your career. Let's be honest, 2020 has been not the year that we expected. I mean, we've had the bushfires at the start of the year, where the country is literally burning, and now we're onto a big global pandemic that is ripping apart the world and is changing absolutely everything that we know and believe about work and even our careers. Over the course of the next 2 days, we will be chatting with the most incredible speakers, people from Facebook and Patagonia and Medibank, Frank Body, so many. And we'll be asking these guys questions about how they got to where they got to and also what they believe the future of work will be in their industry. One of the great things about this event is that you'll be chatting live and have the opportunity to chat with people that are leading the most incredible careers. So I really encourage you over the next couple of days to get those questions ready and make sure that you put them down into the chat box, and we will get to them. We'll get to as many as we possibly can. I think that the best thing about this event is that we're connecting you with what your future possibilities could be. Now, I know that this time is a little bit scary, and really everyone in the whole entire world is in the same situation. So one of the greatest things about this time in the world is that we're all learning and we're all developing what the new set of normal is. So over the next couple of days, we'll be unpacking plenty of themes, from what the new collar worker is to skills in general, and also the backdoor ways that you can get into the degrees or courses that you actually want to get into. But don't worry, if you actually don't know what it is that you want to do for the rest of your life, well then join us, because we will be chatting live and we'll be asking all those questions that will be able to give you the tools to decide on what path you want to go to next. So before we kick off, I wanted to take you through a couple of housekeeping rules. So we actually have a big, large competition that's happening over the next 2 days. So while you're sitting here at home or maybe at school, take out your iPhone, make sure that you follow The Cool Career on Instagram. And during the course of this event, I really would encourage you to take a snap of where you are at CareerCon and post it to our Instagram account, and also use the hashtag. At the end of the day, we'll be drawing one lucky person that will go on to win a major prize. Another housekeeping rule is that the link that you've been given is the link that you use for this entire event. So if you ever want to jump out or if you need to leave, make sure that you use the same link to get back in and enjoy the fun. But we'll be back in a couple of minutes with our very first speaker. In the meantime, go and grab a coffee, take a seat, get comfortable, and get those questions ready. But please, before we end, I just wanted to sincerely welcome you to CareerCon, and I hope that you have a good time. Thanks, guys. Hello and welcome back. So our first speaker for today is the beautiful Michelle Mathews, who, and this conversation is all around marketing, sponsorships and partnerships. So if you are interested in a career in the marketing or advertising industry, then this is a perfect conversation for you. So before we bring Michelle live, I'm just going to give you a brief introduction on who she is and what she's actually achieved in her career. So Michelle is an absolute total powerhouse. At only 29 years of age, she is a marketing manager at the financial services company at Medibank. Michelle is born and bred in Melbourne. She has completed a Bachelor of Business Marketing at RMIT University and really has honed her craft working predominantly in the financial services sector and for the majority of her career to date. Michelle has worked on some of the most largest brands and campaigns in Australia, including those for Amy, CGU, NRMA, Coles, just to name a few. Michelle's trajectory has been growing steadily since her time at uni, and we are very excited to have her here today to talk about careers and the financial services sector, but really just to give you an insights into the marketing partnerships capacity and in the industry. So let's bring Michelle live. Michelle, welcome to CareerCon.
Hey, Kura, thanks for having me.
So thank you very much for being here today. We are just super pumped to be able to unpack everything that you've done in your career and especially to give some advice to people that want to follow in your footsteps. So before we get going, are you able to, take us back in time, explain a little bit about your time at high school, where you come from, what you studied at uni and how you kind of led you to where you are today?
Yeah, so I had a fairly good experience at high school. I do remember at the time when I was about sort of 16, 17, 18, thinking that school was just a little bit all too hard. But on reflection, I realised it was actually a really fun, great time in my life. And I guess although the worries at the time felt huge and, you've got every right to feel worried or anxious about school and studies, I think you really have to make the most of the support of the resources at school, your teachers, your counsellors, your friends. And I think for me at high school, I always got reasonably good marks and I always got along with my school teachers. But I think above all, I really enjoyed school from a social perspective. And although I did get decent marks, I'm not going to lie, I probably could have pushed a little bit harder with my study and I probably could have gotten a higher ATAR score. But for me, I'm still the same to this day. I never stressed myself out to the point of no return. And I do think that mindset has helped me transition nicely into my career and in high pressure roles. And, at the same time, I do think that all school students should always put their best foot forward. And, I think putting your best foot forward doesn't necessarily mean that you're dedicated 100% to study at every point of the year. I don't think, that's necessarily healthy for you either. I think it's about, putting your best foot forward is really about, balancing your study with your hobbies and building strong relationships with friends. Because realistically, I think you need this skill, because it'll positively impact, the rest of your career and working life. I think the question, do I think school helped me get to where I am today? I think so. I'm a strong believer that, you need a strong network around you. And ultimately, I think that is where high school, that's where those skills develop and where you learn how to develop those relationships with your peers and teachers and authorities, I guess.
Yeah, sure. So, from what we can see is that you were, you tried at high school, but it wasn't like the end of the earth if you didn't get the highest marks. No. And it's interesting because you did actually go to uni and you went to RMIT. Why did you choose that university? And do you think that people in general, if they want to get into a marketing industry, do you think that it's important that they actually go to school, go to university or further education?
I think it depends what you want to do. So I think if you asked me 12 years ago when I was thinking about what university courses I wanted to do, I would have told you there was absolutely no other way but to do a bachelor's degree at uni. And it really just felt like there was no other option back then. But I think knowing what I know now, my mindset has changed a little. Of course, if you want to be in a profession that requires those qualifications, lawyer, doctor, nurses, then it's really necessary that you do go to uni. But for marketing, I think there's so many different routes that you can go down. And I will admit I did have a fairly, traditional trajectory when it came to uni. I got into a business marketing course at RMIT. I graduated. I got into a marketing role. But I'd say that a fair portion of the people that I work with or have worked with in the past in marketing have come from so many different directions in terms of their study and experience. So I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all approach. And, now, like at the moment, I can see that there's these awesome courses at unis at diploma level that provide you with the industry experience quite early on in the course, which I think is really invaluable. And I think for those that don't get in the course that they want or aren't currently studying in the course that they want, there's always other options and opportunities to do a shorter course or transfer into an undergrad if they require it.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. There is plenty different roads to get to where you need to get to. And sometimes, when you're in high school and you've got exams, and especially in the year that we're in now, where, the world is changing at such a fast pace, it's no longer where you just go from, from high school to university and then you just land a job. There are plenty of ways you can get to where you want to get to. So thank you for explaining the undergraduate courses and stuff as well, because it's really important for people to understand that there's lots of different ways to get to where you want to get to. I think one of the central themes that we're kind of focusing on for CareerCon and over the next couple of days is this whole notion about skills and, and transferable skills. And, as opposed to, getting all of these degrees and potentially going on to study further, maybe it is all about, working on then transferable skills and focusing on those. Now, are you able to sort of, just elaborate on that and what do you think is your best skill?
I might go with the sort of, getting into marketing and either going down the traditional marketing path or the digital marketing path. So, I guess for those that don't have background around how marketing works, there's traditional marketing, which is kind of, your print ads, your TV, radio, outdoor billboards, and digital marketing. And digital marketing really like the tactics and channels to connect with, customers where they spend a lot of their time, which is online. So, from digital advertising and email marketing and online content and search engine optimization, I think there's a spectrum of channels and fall under the umbrella of digital marketing. And I suggest doing your research if you want to get into this space. But I think what I've found is, working in marketing, you might enter into a role and go down either direction. And I find, with digital marketing, you use tools like analytics dashboards to monitor the campaigns that you run in real time and monitor their success. And I think from my experience, those who specialize in digital marketing are quite analytical. And you don't know that you're analytical until you are in the role. So I think, there's also skills, particularly in that space, that you can bring from other roles, whether it be in data analyst roles or any other role that's not quite marketing. So I think there are a few transferable skills that you can bring over. So I think, and even for me, I think my role's not primarily focused on digital marketing, but I think a lot of the campaigns I produce involve those channels, and I need to be aware of how they work. So I think if naturally you find yourself excelling in a space, excelling in a particular space, whether it's in your workplace or whether it's in your subjects, you'll naturally start to seek out roles where that particular area is a focus. And I think the question was, what's my best skill? I think I have fairly good people skills and self-awareness. And a lot of my role involves campaign management or project management and coordinating a lot of people to deliver a campaign. So it's important to understand how everyone ticks and work out the best strategy to deliver something on time. Yeah.
Oh, well, self-awareness is definitely something that they don't talk enough about, you know, and particularly in this kind of environment that we're finding ourselves in at the moment, and in particular, you know, students at high school, or even students that are involved in, you know, university or college or TAFE at the moment, you know, just being aware of the world around them, and actually just adjusting the course where you see fit. So it's almost not about the fact that, you know, it's the end of the earth if you actually don't get into, you know, for example, the marketing degree that you studied at RMIT. It's about learning about those skills and actually knowing when to pivot and when to change and when to sort of, you know, be self-aware. I think that's an awesome skill. So thanks for that, Michelle. You know, I'm going to, you know, touch on your actual career now and what you do, because let's be honest, you've worked for some incredible brands, you know, and not only in the financial services sector, you know, in not-for-profit as well, at Headspace. And, you know, you've really, you know, in 29 years, you've actually really been able to work for some incredible campaigns. So what are some of the best campaigns that you've worked on? Like, explain them to us, explain what your actual role is within these campaigns, and what your favorite is.
Where do I start? So, I mean, I feel incredibly lucky to work at some of the organisations I have been at. I guess to give you some background, I started my career at Suncorp Group when I was still studying marketing at RMIT. So, you know, for those who don't know, Suncorp owns a number of brands that you'd see on TV, Amy, Apia, Bingle, and quite a few others. So I was able to be exposed to some very elite marketing and just, you know, general business acumen very early on in my career. And from there, I worked pretty hard, you know, juggling this marketing role at Suncorp, you know, in addition to finishing my marketing degree. And I think I did get a little bit burnt out at that point, which is why I ended up leaving and taking a break and backpack through Central America for 3 months, which I highly recommend. And then when I got back, I scored a pretty decent role at IAG, which is a top 20 ASX company, the biggest insurer in Australia, working on a number of brands, as Cruz said, but primarily in partnerships and sponsorships. And I was there for about 5 years when, you know, before I decided to move into the not-for-profit space, which is Headspace, and that's our National Youth Mental Health Foundation. I called this a bit of a career cleanse because I wanted to work in a role that was completely purpose-led, and with the opportunity to give back. And I loved my time there and learnt so much. But I will admit that working in that environment is completely different to that of the corporate world, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think it's all dependent on personality and what you're looking for in a role. Which campaign did I like the most? What was the most rewarding? I think one of my favourite that I've worked on is a sponsorship campaign with CGU. I think we've got some imagery here. If you aren't familiar with how sponsorship marketing works, essentially in most instances, a company will pay a set fee to sponsor a sporting team or an event or an initiative or a charity or whatever it is. But my job as a marketer and a sponsorship manager is to leverage this sponsorship and get, you know, a little more for your money through campaigns and awareness, and really show that, you know, your brand is more than just a logo and a jumper or naming rights for an event. So the campaign that I worked on, which just popped up on the screen before, was for CG's sponsorship of Collingwood Football Club and in AFL, and specifically for our sponsorship of the women's team, which was something we were really proud to sponsor. So we commissioned some really cool street artists to design and physically paint 2 large-scale murals on a building of some of the players in the Collingwood AFL women's team. And I think for us it was really to make an impactful statement that CG not only champions diversity but backs ambitious people, and especially ambitious women that are breaking barriers. So this particular campaign, you know, we got a lot of foot traffic, and these murals were like, you know, got a whole heap of media coverage, and it was really exciting because I think it's the attention that these women do deserve. And I'm really proud of this piece of work and being able to showcase female athletes like heroes. And I think it just goes to show that if you want to be a marketer, just because a brand sounds like it would be boring to work for, CGU, for example, don't let it turn you off, because it's actually these brands you get to have the most fun with.
Yeah, I mean, that's really interesting fact, because I remember back early in my early days in my career, I really wanted to work on the big brands, like these, and the brands that I thought would be, really interesting, like Adidas and at the time Sass and Bite and sort of brands like that. But, as you get into the career, you realize that some of these sectors, like the financial services sector, you've probably got really big budgets and can really make such an impact with what you do. Just on that, with what you're saying before about the campaign with CGU, whereabouts were the murals, and can you kind of explain, so within your team that you work in and within your job, is that something that you guys actually come up with internally, or do you use lots of different people to sort of help bring that idea to life?
Yeah, I mean, as I mentioned before, campaign management, you're coordinating a lot of different moving parts. I think probably for that particular campaign, you use the support of a creative agency who might, in conjunction with me and some other people in the team, come up with a brand idea which is based on, our brand strategy and our objectives and what we want to achieve. And for us at that point in time, it was, we really stood for, embracing diversity and backing ambitious people. And in order to do that and get a campaign like that up and running, we needed the support of the creatives to get that up and running. And that was run in Collingwood and Fitzroy and some really heavy foot traffic areas. Yeah.
Well, we've got some really great questions that are coming through too, Michelle. So I'm just going to, as we go through the conversation, I'll just ask you a couple of the viewer questions and we'll see how we go from there. So a really great question that came through this morning was in regards to how do you get into a role that you have no experience in for a graduate? If you're kind of looking to pivot, how do you get into that role if you have no experience at all?
I think I've mentioned it before. I think, what I did when I was at uni is I managed to somehow get into an admin role at Suncorp, and then I moved my way into the marketing team. So I think, when you're at uni, I think it's completely, I think it's invaluable. I think you should always get work experience, whether it's an internship, whether it's a part-time job, whether it's getting a mentor in that industry. I think the way of the world now is you go into a graduate role and they actually do expect some experience from you. So I think I just, don't hesitate to contact the companies of in the industry that you want to get in and ask if you can do a couple of days, a couple of days of work experience, or maybe they're looking for an admin person or an assistant, or just something, anything, or talking to someone in that industry. I think it's really about building your network and getting as much experience before you actually get into that graduate role.
Yeah, awesome. Great advice. So another question that's come through is how strong do you think the marketing industry will remain in the current climate that we're approaching?
I think at the start, when lockdown sort of first started, we were a little bit worried. We find that what we find is with marketing budgets, sometimes when things like this happen, it's the first to be cut. And we did see that there were a lot of marketing teams that were being shrunk, that were shrinking when all of this happened. So we're a little bit worried that, is this the end of marketing, or, what's going to happen? But what we've noticed, and again, this term's used a lot, it's unprecedented. You don't know what's going to happen. It's the same with being a marketing team in this environment. You don't know what's going to happen and what the trends are going to be and what the behaviour of the customer is going to be, or anything like that. So what we've found is it's actually, I'm busier than ever. I actually find that the marketing activity is ramped up. More people are at home, more people are watching TV, more people are searching the net, more people are actually doing activities that, and on channels that we can actually access them as marketers. So I think if anything, it's changed for the better. The way we do things, and obviously there's not as many face-to-face events. There's virtual conferences and thought leadership events that we put on as well. So it's slightly different, but it's definitely hasn't slowed down. I think it's just changed the landscape slightly.
Yeah, and, you know, I think that one of the great things about this current climate as well is that it gives brands an opportunity to be a little bit more real with their customers. Like, you know, we're all in this together. Nobody knows the current climate. Nobody knows what's happening next. We're all unpacking what it means to be a marketer or to work for something in this kind of, you know, state in our lives. So that is just awesome advice. So thank you for that. We've got some really great questions that are coming through, actually. This one might be a little bit tricky, but can you tell us a time when you actually failed, you know, sometime in your career, and what did you learn from it?
So we're not talking about uni. I definitely failed some subjects at uni, so don't stress if that happens. It's not the end of the world. Where have I failed? I think I remember working on a campaign a few years ago. It would have been, I mean, there would have been millions put into this campaign, and we did a whole heap of work to get it out and push it onto TV. And we had a new leader come in and sort of said, no, this is all wrong. It doesn't really align with the business's objective. It's not how I want the brand to be perceived in the market. And the whole thing was scrapped. I mean, all that hard work that you put into a campaign, and to have the whole thing scrapped, I think you do feel a sense of failure. You know, why wasn't my work good enough? Or, you know, why, you know, we spent so much money, surely we could have pushed that out to market. But I think I learned so much from that experience. It's actually not worth, you know, if your company isn't completely on board, or people aren't completely on board with what you're working on, then there's no point pushing things out to market. And that was okay. We ended up producing another campaign that was even better, and I learned quite a lot from that experience.
Yeah, wonderful. You know, it just goes to show that sometimes, you know, you're just actually stuffing up. I mean, in life, you know, you just, you know, the lessons that you learn from it, and, you know, it's just something that it's such an important lesson to learn as well, you know, how to actually take a failure and then move on from it. You know, and sometimes the quicker the better. So, yeah, that's awesome advice. Thanks for that. Just a couple more before we end up with a couple of questions from you as well. One that I thought would be really interesting for you to answer is, do you manage live events as well, do you manage live events such as conferences, or do you mainly just work on campaigns?
Primarily campaigns, but I guess when you work for a large organisation, I think, you know, as a campaign manager, whilst you might not be responsible for delivering something like a conference or an event, it could be a form of activity that contributes to your campaign as a channel. So you might work with the events people in your organisation to deliver something like that. It depends on the size of the organisation, because some smaller organisations you'll do everything. You'll have a multifaceted role, and you will do absolutely everything, which is fine because, you know, you broaden your skill set. But in a company like mine, we more sort of focus on our specific areas, and mine is primarily sponsorship and partnerships. But we definitely do use conferences and events to ladder up to, I guess, the bigger goal and what we want to achieve. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So kind of, you know, you could even, I mean, a part of a campaign could be a live event kind of thing. Is that what you're sort of saying?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, we're doing some at the moment with Medibank. So, you know, we're running a thought leadership series where we have some people that are really sort of high profile in the mental health space, or, you know, we have Tim Robards, the old bachelor that takes us for that takes our corporate customers for a workout, and, you know, we have someone that runs a meditation session for our corporate customers as well. So a whole heap of activity in that space. But again, the landscape's changed. It's all online now, but they're still considered events, and that they are really successful.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you for answering those questions. That's great. I mean, you know, I think, you know, it just goes to prove that there are so many people that are interested in a career within marketing, and it is very, very popular. You know, if there is someone at home or at school right now that's listening, and they're like, yeah, right, I definitely want to get on this path. I want to get into marketing, you know, maybe even in the financial services sector or not-for-profit, or, you know, what's we're in such a tricky time at the moment, but what is one thing that they can do right now that will actually benefit them further when they want to get into that career?
I feel like I sort of bang on about this all the time, but I think, I've already mentioned this, I think it's so important to build your network, and you can do that right now. I think never underestimate the power of strong relationships. But I think in doing that, and building your network, I think still stay true to who you are. So doesn't necessarily mean you need to force yourself to be an extrovert or change who you are to do this, because, introverts and extroverts both add value to the workplace in different ways equally. And I think that would be my biggest piece of advice, just building your network. And building your network could be as small as, just reaching out to someone on LinkedIn, or, connecting, with a friend of a friend who's in an industry that you want to be in. Don't underestimate the power of a conversation and the power and strength of relationships, because it'll really build a foundation for you for when you actually decide, what career you want to get into.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, it's such a great tip. And, I think too that there is a really great way of asking someone to be part of your kind of crew, or maybe, having a digital mentor or contacts. It's more about, being lovely and being nice and welcoming, as opposed to, can I do this? Can I do this? Can I do this? Can you help me with this? So, there are ways of doing it, but I think that just, networking is it's actually one of the most important things that you can do. Yeah. So thank you very much for that, Michelle. There is one question that's popped up that I'm going to ask before we finish off this morning. And that's, and the reason why I'm asking you this question is because I know that you value fitness and health as part of your life as well. So, what are some of the best tips for managing stress day to day and keeping focused during a busy campaign period?
I think it's just being being easy. Like, everyone's a little bit hard on themselves, I think, when it comes to their own work. And I think it's being okay with, things not being perfect. I think it's impossible for things to be perfect all the time. There's going to be mistakes made. And I think you've just got to be a little bit easier on yourself. As I mentioned before, like 100% of your time shouldn't be dedicated to work or study. It should be about balancing your life, relationships with your friends, your hobbies, and making sure that you do get time to yourself. And I think for me, that's one thing that I've been, particularly during a time like this where, I've been stuck working from home since March. I think in order to manage stress and busy periods like I'm going through at the moment, it's just, a bit of self-care and taking some time out to do things that you actually like. And, you might take more breaks during the day than you normally would, but that's totally okay.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, great advice. A question that I would love to know from you, and this is a question that we're going to be asking pretty much all of our guests over the next 2 days, is cast your mind back to Michelle at high school, which isn't that long ago, let's be honest. So cast your mind back to Michelle at high school, 17-year-old Michelle, finishing high school, cast your mind back then, and actually what's one bit of advice that you would give that girl back then in regards to her career?
I think I'd say, Michelle, it's okay to not know what career path you want to follow. I think there's no age limit on creating a different path for yourself. Who says you can't change careers at 30 or 50 or 60 if you're really not happy? I think there's always options, and I think changing your career path doesn't make you less determined, or it doesn't make you unambitious. I think you need to do what makes you happy, and sometimes changing paths takes courage, and I think that really should be applauded.
Yeah. Oh, wonderful. God, in hindsight, what a great piece of advice to give yourself, hey? So,
Totally.
Michelle, well, I just wanted to sincerely thank you for coming on to CareerCon, and for sharing your story and, and all those great tips, and particularly on your, on the skill sets that you believe that people need in order to get into your career. So thank you so much. And that was an awesome chat. No, you're welcome.
Great. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. No problem. Well, we'll be back shortly with our next speaker of the day, so please hang around and we'll see you soon. Hey guys, and welcome back. That was an awesome first session. Michelle is just incredible at what she does. But we are on to the most amazing session now. And do you know what? This is actually one that if I was at home watching, this would be one that I'd definitely want to check out. So I have a massive obsession with the girls from Lady Brains, and I'm just absolutely thrilled to have them here today as we go through how to launch a wildly successful podcast, but also all the things that Anna and Caitlin have done in their careers, because they have massive, massive, massive careers. I'm going to give you a bit of an intro now as to what they've done, so bear with me. We are, as I mentioned before, get ready for some massive career envy. I'm going to start with Caitlin. So Caitlin is a business and brand coach and a consultant who helps founders and businesses thrive. She has a healthy coaching client list and facilitates group coaching programs in branding and marketing, but she is also able to help her clients build massive six-figure businesses, which is awesome. She has a keen interest in purpose-led brands and individuals in well-being, positive psychology and leadership space. Caitlin infuses her marketing and communications background with practical application for positive psychology to explore and tap into her clients' values and strengths. Like insanely talented. And so is Anna. Anna has spent her career working in strategy and innovation for some of the largest fashion and beauty retailers globally. She has and was part of the founding Australian team bringing the Japanese retailer Uniqlo to Australia. Anna, within this role, she travelled extensively across Japan, Singapore and Melbourne. Up until recently, though, she headed up the concept development department at Australian beauty giant Mecca. Yes, that Mecca. She has extensive experience in ideation and idea validation, strategic planning, and leading big teams to deliver highly complex projects. So these girls together form Lady Brains, which is one of my most favourite podcasts, but also a beautiful online community for women all over Australia. So guys, welcome to CareerCon.
Hi.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. We're so excited to be here.
Oh, wonderful. Don't you look lovely and shiny on the screen?
Thanks. We found the good lighting finally.
So, we're in for a wonderful chat today. We are going to be focusing on podcasts, but really, just to get the ball rolling and just to get started, I would love it if each of you could just spend some time, taking us back to high school, who you were growing up, what made you decide to do what you did after high school, and what led you to your current role at Lady Brains. So maybe we'll start with you, Anna.
Well, we actually went to high school together. So we're friends from way back in the day. So
Don't shy.
Oh, yeah.
A little while ago now.
Yeah, so in high school, I was, very sort of academic and studious. We both were. We were really into, all the extracurricular activities. We're in choir, we did art, we did sport. We kind of really immersed ourselves in high school. We loved it. Yeah. And then after high school, I think when I was in year 12, I think probably for both of us, we didn't know what we wanted to do in our career. I decided to go and study arts commerce at Melbourne Uni, and I wanted to do that because I wanted to try and get as much kind of diverse study and experience as possible, but I didn't go into that degree thinking that with a career in mind. So it was very much about just kind of opening myself up to different kind of disciplines and opportunities. And that was kind of my strategy going into uni.
Yeah, I think it was very, very similar for me. I ended up studying business, marketing, and an arts degree. And at that early stage of your life, it's really difficult to know what you want to do for the rest of your life. So having a degree or a couple of degrees, that allow you to explore so many different opportunities was, I think, kind of our strategy going into uni.
Yeah. And I think one of the interesting things is, when you're in year 12 and you go into uni, you often have this idea that you have one sort of career or discipline. It's like, I need to choose that one thing. But, when I was at university, my ambition and my goal was to work in intelligence. Like, I wanted to be a spy. I studied politics. I traveled to the Middle East. Like, that was my one goal.
She still could be a spy. We still don't know. She could be doing that on the side.
Yeah. But that was like my ambition, and I went through the whole recruitment process in my last year of university, and I failed at the very, very last round. And that was a really pivotal moment for me because I had, put everything behind this one career choice, and ultimately it didn't land, and that set me on a completely different path we can talk about. But I think the lesson there was that, like, you will have many, many careers and many things that you do in your life, and there's often pressure to choose that one, but I think your career and your trajectory will evolve. So I'm in media now, like that's so far from being an international agent of mystery.
Yeah, I know, you can't really took a different path.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. So just quickly, Anna and Caitlin, like, what uni did you actually go to? And what course did you study?
Yeah, so I went to Monash University and I did a Bachelor of Arts, Media and Communications and Sociology, and also Business Marketing. And then a little bit later on in life, I went to Melbourne Uni and I studied Positive Psychology as well. So, that's what I studied.
And I went to Melbourne University as well, and I did arts. And within that, I did psychology and politics and international relations, and I did commerce as well. And within that, I think my major was management. I actually can't remember.
All the things.
You
did all the things.
Yeah, it was a bit of everything.
Yeah.
You did all the things, and just a step back, because I know that that actually do know each other. So this might be a little bit of an easy conversation. But when you were actually in high school and selecting the university that you wanted to go to, did you have an idea what you wanted to do? Or because it sounds like that you have actually picked degrees that have had multiple variants, lots of different streams that have coming off them. Did you have an idea what you wanted to do when you were back then in high school?
Yeah, it's so interesting. I'm trying to take myself back. What I knew about myself is that I had a creative brain and an analytical brain. As I really enjoyed studying business, and I did business management in high school, and I also loved graphic design, and I was I spent most of my days up in the art room, just kind of studying and creating. And I knew coming out of year 12 that I wanted to do something that would allow me to play to both my left and my right brain, or those kind of two strengths, the more creative and the analytical. And that's where I think I chose that path of going down, okay, let's do a business degree. I love business. I had a thirst for how can I create and sell, how can I make something, and how can I potentially one day work for myself. So I kind of had that in the back of my mind. I didn't know what that would look like, and here we are today. I couldn't have told you that this is what I was ever going to create, but I knew that business would open so many doors to me. And then as well as arts, I think, again, the whole idea of writing and being able to, have an argument, a healthy debate, and all those wonderful things that you learn in the arts department, also, I think, add a lot. And again, I probably thought I would skew more to business, but here I am, in media, using that arts degree, which is really nice. So I feel like I got bang for my buck. I'm using them both. I mean, not many people get to say they use both of their degrees, and then, adding postdoc, which again, I did know back in the day that that's what I wanted to go into, but I love learning how the brain works. I love understanding how people thrive, not just kind of get by, like how do we really help ourselves and look after our well-being, and being able to fuse that with business and media as well in a way has been really exciting for me. And it's just you kind of just follow those seeds of interest, and you think, okay, what kind of doors do I want to be able to open for myself, and where should I start? And starting back at university, it might look different for other people. It might be more, vocational, but, that's where I started, and I kind of just kept going from there.
Yeah,
awesome.
I think, my story is similar in that, I actually didn't know what I wanted to do when I came out of high school. I had no idea, but what I did know is that I love to learn. And so I wanted to choose a degree that was really broad, that could give me exposure to lots of different things. And, I studied psychology at school and at uni, and I thought, maybe I want to become a psychologist. And I kind of, sort of teased that out for a bit. And then I studied this Middle Eastern politics subject that literally changed the trajectory of my university. I just loved it. And that was kind of what sparked me to become, to want to go down this intelligence path. And then when I didn't end up getting that job, an opportunity for a role at Uniqlo came up, which was in Japan, and I applied for that and I got that. And that sort of set me down this path of working for big box retailers in strategy and innovation, which kind of, I think it's just about kind of following the seeds of interest and also just the opportunities. There are so many opportunities that pop up when you're in uni, and I think just being open to as much as you possibly can be will help you find out what your interests are.
And not feeling the pressure. Don't put the pressure, unnecessary pressure or stress on yourself, because, naturally things will unfold. And the best thing to do is to follow your nose and follow that sense of curiosity. And you will eventually get to either A, where you want to go, or B, you'll discover something even more incredible, something that you just couldn't have ever dreamt up, which is really exciting. And I think that's kind of where we've landed.
Yeah. Wow, it's just so many great tips and so much good stuff to unpack in that conversation, and it's interesting how, you both led individual lives, focusing on, individual things that you're interested in, and somehow have managed to come together. And I think that's kind of, it leads perfectly. It leads perfectly into the next kind of question, which is all around skills. So you you're deep into high school and, you know, all you've got on your mind is like, you know, nailing this exam and getting this prac done. And, you know, but what you actually don't realize is that you're actually building up a really good base of transferable skills and, you know, skills that can take you across multiple different careers and disciplines. And I think that you guys really highlighted that before. But, you know, just a question, do you actually think that you need, you know, core marketing skills and business skills in order to, or even psychology skills for you, Caitlin? Like, you actually do need to go to university to do that kind of career, don't you?
Interesting question.
Really interesting.
I mean, I would probably, if I think about what I've done in my career and what I studied at university, I think the value for me in university was not actually in the content and the learning, like you know, I haven't really applied anything that I've learned in Middle Eastern politics. Or to be honest, you know, a lot of the business stuff that I studied at university is not necessarily relevant to what I'm doing now running a business. But I think the value of going to somewhere like university is learning how to communicate, learning how to write an essay, you know, learning how to verbally communicate when you're presenting, you know, to your class or in a lecture. The critical thinking when you have to analyse information, analyse problems, you know, the research skill. I mean, you know, we have a podcast and a large part of what we do is researching guests and synthesising that information and curating questions. And, you know, that's what you do at university when you're when you're researching for an essay. So I think it's almost the soft skills that you develop throughout a university degree that become really, really influential. I think, you know, especially when it comes to running a business. Yes, there's a lot of, you know, study that you can do when it comes to running a business. But the best way to learn how to run a business is just to dive in. Is just to do it.
Exactly right. And you know, we've spoken to so many successful entrepreneurs that have all taken really different pathways. You know, not everyone did go to university. A lot of people just, you know, jumped straight in and then learnt by doing, which, you know, we've learned a lot by doing and making mistakes and, you know, getting back up and talking to people and trying new things and, you know, learning online. So I think, you know, it comes down to you and it comes down to what feels right for you. And if it is going to university, fantastic. You know, as Anna said, there are so many great skills that you will learn and take away from that. But if that's not your path, then that's also okay. You know, there are other ways to learn. And I think, you know, it wouldn't be fair to point the finger and go, you should do this or you should do that, because everyone learns differently as well. And university isn't always set up to you know, teach everyone in the same way. So yeah, I think, you know, it's just following what's right for you.
Wonderful. So, I mean, it sounds like you guys have had really, you know, fruitful and really exciting careers, you know, so it's kind of interesting then that you've sort of, you know, left them and actually decided, you know what, this is what we're going to do now. We're going to launch our own business. So why did you do that? Like, what was the decision that thought, no, I'm not going to work for someone else anymore. I'm going to work for myself?
Well, it's kind of a long story.
It's such how long do you have? We'll try and tell you in the short version.
I think Caitlin and I always were entrepreneurial. Like, and we were the friends that would like sit down over a coffee or a wine and for like 3 hours just throw out ideas. And so
stupid ideas.
All through our 20s, we were like, you know, when we were 21, we wanted to start a divorcee dating app. And like, we were 21 and single. So like, that didn't really make much sense, you know. We started the bamboo towel business.
The bike sharing, like, you know, we wanted to do that, which didn't do so well in Melbourne. And we had a couple of failed business ideas. That's one thing that we were always drawn to and attracted to, you know, each other, as well as, you know, obviously being friends. But yeah, we wanted to find something to do, didn't we, on the side?
And so Lady Brains actually started off as not even a passion project. It started off as one single dinner. So we were like, oh, you know, we really want to expand our own network with other women who are like entrepreneurial and want to start a business, because we wanted to. And, you know, we knew some people that had their own businesses, but not a lot. So we were like, oh, let's kind of pull together our friends and friends of friends. And we started with one dinner. It was in St Kilda, and there were probably 8 or 9 women there. And everybody, like, we had table topic cards that, you know, sort of helped guide the conversation. And, you know, we had wine, we had pizza. It was such an amazing night. And after that, everyone was like, oh my gosh, can we do this again, and can my friend come? So the next month we were like, can we do it again? And it was double the size. And the next month it was double the size. And I think it got to about 45 people one month. And we were like, okay, there's something really in this. There's a need for women who want to start businesses or have businesses to connect. And so we did those dinners for probably a year before we launched the podcast. And we worked on Lady Brains as a side hustle for two years. Yeah, before we decided to quit our jobs. And I think Caitlin was already working for herself, but I had a job. So for me to quit my job and Caitlin to kind of wind down her clients. But I think the kind of impetus for us to do that was landing a deal with Podcast One, which is kind of the podcasting arm of Southern Cross Austereo, so like Fox FM, Triple M. They've got a podcast business. And so, we landed that contract, and we kind of were like, are we all in? And we're all in.
Yeah. So
and that was over a year ago now.
Yeah, how time flies. But I think, the interesting part of that is, we built something that didn't exist, something that we needed. And, a lot of people end up falling into or finding their business through creating it because of a need that, wasn't met for them. And so the need for us was to surround ourselves with women that were interested in entrepreneurship or interested in starting a business or even had a business. We found that our network was predominantly, they were working for other people. And so we identified that we wanted to create this community of women. And naturally, by inviting people into that space, they started to invite more, and here we are. So, again, it was just following that interest and creating something if it doesn't exist was the easiest thing for us to do.
Yeah, wonderful. So I think, just by learning and actually being involved in entrepreneur and startups and just investigating news and content about that, it seems that, a lot of people actually create something that they need in their own lives. And so I think that's, incredible. And I love that story. I love the dinner. I mean, just it's awesome. It just sounds so organic and awesome. And I think podcasting is just, there are really great podcasts and I know that our audience have a massive, interest in potentially starting up one themselves, or maybe they already do have one. But a question that we hear time and time again is, how do podcasts make money? So how does it, how do you actually make money to live, or having a podcast?
How do you survive on podcasting?
How do you live?
Yeah. Not easy. It's not easy. There's a couple of ways. So I think, for us, the way that we make money, I can speak to how, we make money off of it is through advertising. So one of the ways is to obviously have, ads pre, post and mid-roll, which will go for about 30 seconds. We read them because we find that a little bit more authentic, and people, prefer to hear our voices rather than someone else. And so we are able to, through Podcast One, insert these ads dynamically, which means that, a brand will pay to have that ad on the episodes across the entire catalogue for a certain amount of time, and then we can kind of transition them in and out. And so, being able to have that is fantastic, and they have, a sales team that help facilitate that. So the dynamic advertising is a really great way to be able to make money off your podcast. Obviously, you have to have a strong, listenership and build up your brand to make that easy to go and find the brands that, want to spend the money with you. But I think that's a really great way to be able to make money off your podcast. Another way is to partner with a brand and create like a series, and that will be, they'll pay up front. You might agree to say 5-10 episodes, and you can, tailor that content. So whether or not it's, say Anna and I hosting, and, the content is with a brand, and maybe we're interviewing someone from that brand, or it's about a certain topic, whether it's beauty or, banking or whatever it is, and we'll, create the content with them, co-create it. It will be sponsored by them, and we'll put it up, and it will live kind of live there forever. Anyone can listen to it. So that's another way of making money. It can be a great top of the funnel, we like to call it. So, you know, we've got a lot of listeners that will be able to promote, you know, our products or other things to sell. It could be our product. It could be the product of another brand. Again, kind of like advertising, but we'd be directing them straight to whether it's an online program or a product. You know, our podcast can kind of be that vehicle to direct people to that brand's website. So they're kind of like the main ways that you can monetize a podcast. And then obviously, you know, as you start to build your personal brand, you become known as, you know, hosts or interviewers, and there are other opportunities that can kind of spin off of that. You know, we've hosted panels at events, so we'll get paid to, you know, obviously not right now, but, you know, back in the days last year, when we're able to kind of go out, you know, we were hosting panels again for brands, you know, whether it's in-house or, you know, as part of a larger event. So that's also, you know, a really great way to make money. Have I missed anything? I think they're the main.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they're the main ways that you can monetize a podcast.
Yeah, and I think it's just interesting to note, or important to note, that the podcast for us and for, you know, many of the brands that have kind of built a brand through a podcast, the podcast is just kind of one product. So the podcast is kind of the way a lot of people discover Lady Brains, and then once they listen to our podcast and discover our brand, then they'll sort of, you know, move to our website and our social, you know, channels and so forth, and discover the other things that we offer, like our mentor programs, our supper clubs when we ran them, and online programs, etc. So it's a really fantastic way to build a brand and build awareness.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Well, we have some really cool questions coming through, guys. So I'm going to get ready for these ones. So I'm just going to rattle off a couple of them that have come through. Is it a good time to start a podcast?
Yeah, definitely. Look, you know, it's such a wonderful platform to be able to share your voice. I mean, you know, obviously you have to figure out what you want to talk about. There are a lot out there, but I think, you know, if you've got something important to say, go for it. There's no barrier to entry with podcasting. It's quite simple to set up, and you can, off you go. You know, you can release an episode a day, a week, a month, you know, whatever feels right for you. So definitely a great time to start podcasting. You know, we know that people are picking it up as a medium. People are listening.
It's growing.
It's growing so fast. And I think, you know, the other thing is you are able to sit directly in the ears of, you know, the people that you most want to listen to your content. That's quite a unique opportunity, you know, because, you know, even scrolling Instagram, you know, there's so much noise, but people intentionally will sit down or do things, but listen to your show, and you have a captured audience. So it's a wonderful medium, and I think, you know, now is a really great time to start a podcast. Yeah,
definitely.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for answering that question, Anonymous. I hope that satisfied your need and that you go off and start
do it. And then send it to us.
All right, another question that's come through is, what sort of download numbers do you have for your podcast, and how do you grow your numbers?
Interesting question. Well, we actually aren't allowed to discuss our actual numbers, but we can talk about how we grow them. Yeah. So I think one of the most effective ways of growing, the most effective way of growing your podcast listenership is through word of mouth. You know, there have been many kind of like studies and reports produced that talk about how podcasts grow and kind of, you know, the distribution and so forth. And, you know, there's things like, you know, creating social media accounts and kind of, you know, growing your awareness through that. But the most effective thing is when somebody recommends. I mean, even if you think about how you discover your own podcast, most of the time it's through someone going, oh, you know, I listened to this, it was really fantastic. So word of mouth is probably one of the
strongest way, which can be hard, right? Because again, there's a lot out there, but that's why what we've done is build community around our podcast. So we have a lot of loyal kind of listeners that are willing to share. And I think, you know, asking them, or usually they'll just do it off, because they love the show, but they'll share it across social media, they'll recommend it. And yeah, I mean, word of mouth is absolutely the strongest. Then you've got advertising,
like, we run
social media,
we run Facebook ads,
all of that. But I think you can create a really loyal follow-up, like kind of, listenership base, and you have people that are willing to share it across social, or with their friends, with their communities, with their book clubs, even that, it's just like, how can you get people to share the podcast by word of mouth? That's the quickest way.
Yeah. And I think a couple of other things that we do that we would definitely recommend people do is, if you're interviewing guests, get your guests to share your podcast with their audience. That's also, when we release an episode, we'll package up some visual assets, we'll write copy, we'll, take some audio grabs, and we'll package this kind of folder up and send it to our guests. So it's super easy for them to share with their own community. And, we interview some pretty high profile people. And so we've been putting, newsletters of, so for example, we'll put in the newsletter of Kip & Co, which has, tens and tens of thousands of people on the email list, and we saw a huge spike in numbers after we did that. So, being really kind of, a bit savvy and a bit smart, and getting your guests to promote is one thing. And I think the other thing is, we like to really sweat the asset. Did you know I was going to say that?
Yeah. I was like, if you don't say it, I'll say it. So,
we have a podcast episode, and usually they're between 45 to 50 minutes long, and there is so much gold in there. There are quotes, there are audio snippets, there are video. And so we kind of take that piece of content and we'll kind of splice it up and repurpose it, into maybe 30, 40 pieces of content. It could be a quote tile. It could be, a series of, 3 tiles that are like lesson 1, lesson 2, lesson 3 from this particular interview with, whoever. And creating kind of the content off the back of that and populating it across Instagram, across our Facebook group, across LinkedIn. It's just constant seeding and constant kind of,
consistency. I think you just have to be so consistent. And like, there is, taking the time to create a podcast, it takes time, it takes energy, it's effort. So use it, use all the gold that's in there, comb through it, and repurpose as much, and be consistent. Like, we release on a fortnightly schedule on a Tuesday, and people come to expect that. And then naturally we have like a 2-week cycle of seeding out, of delivering, the content in different ways. So really figure out what's my rhythm, how often am I going to be releasing it, and just be really, really on point with that, because, people will be waiting for it to drop. It's so nice to have people go, who's coming up next? Who's the next guest? So it's really exciting.
Yeah, awesome. Well, it's crazy. I think we could actually just keep on talking for 3 hours. Yeah, and just getting deeper and deeper into the whole world of podcasting, and before we actually clock off for this session, because we're nearing the end, I just really wanted to let our viewers know that they should definitely go over and follow the girls, particularly through their website and also Instagram at Lady Brains. Make sure that you listen to the podcast, because not only are they very forthcoming with their own advice, but they literally just ask those kind of questions to their guests that you just want to know the answers to, and that's what makes it so addictive. So from a vivid reader, thank you very much. Vivid listener, sorry, thank you very much for joining us here at CareerCon. Thank you very much for your time, and for sharing all those great goodies, and tips and advice. So have the most incredible day, and thank you again for joining us.
Thank
you so much. Bye guys. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Hi guys, and welcome back to another incredible session. This one here is going to be so exciting because our guest today works at a company that I know that you'll know and love, which is Facebook. Annalise Deakin is here joining us today, and she's actually going to unpack what it's really like working at Facebook. And it's, like sign me up, sign us all up. But before we dig into the core, before we dig into the speech and we actually listen to Annalise and ask her some really great questions, I just wanted to introduce her to you guys so you can get a bit of context as to where she's been and what she's doing currently. So as I mentioned before, Annalise works as the client partner within the consumer packaged goods vertical within Facebook. Consulting on best ways to use Facebook for family and apps and services, for marketing and advertising campaigns, and across many key clients. So prior to starting at Facebook, Annalise headed up the commercial partnerships for the fashion and beauty portfolio of brands, brands like Marie Claire and InStyle and Beauty Crew at Pacific Magazines. She was also part of the digital transformation team at Bauer Media. And just as a fun little side fact, Annalise was actually one of her very first early roles was at the OG social media network, MySpace. So, which is unreal. So welcome to CareerCon, Annalise, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. Absolutely nailed that intro. So thank you so much. This is such
wonderful.
a great idea.
I think I kind of muddled up your actual role. So, maybe if you could just take 2 seconds just to quickly explain what it is that you do at Facebook.
Yeah, so really top line. So I work as a client partner. So in its simplest forms, working with our clients in a partnership role to make sure that all of their advertising and marketing across the Facebook family of apps and services is the best dollar spent for them, and that they're across all of our latest product updates, but also the best way to market across our platform. So that's in its simplest form. Day to day can be really different. So you can be responding to a brief for a certain product release across the platform. You could be educating on a new product release, something like Reels that has recently launched across Instagram. You could be going in and doing an insights presentation. So what are Gen Z thinking in the ways that they're using the platform currently? But you could also just be going in and having a chat and figuring out what some of their business challenges are and how you can help them throughout the year. So every day is really different, but it's really about being the best partner for your client and making sure that they're understanding everything across the Facebook network.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, that sounds so exciting and so many layers. Before we sort of dive into Facebook in general and your current role within Facebook, I really would love you to sort of, cast your mind back. Let's go way back to the start. Tell us a little bit about Annalise growing up, how high school was like, where you went to, if you did go to uni and where you went and what sort of led you to where you are now.
Yeah, sure. So high school was a very long time ago for me. I am 37. So I went to an all-girls high school in Sydney's West, and I'm actually still friends with all of the girls I went to high school with, which is pretty special and rare these days. But I had a really great school experience. I did pretty well academically. I'm not going to say I did exceptionally well, but I probably didn't apply myself as much as I could or should have. I was really naturally drawn to those kind of written and verbal communication-based subjects, so things like English, modern history, and also business studies. Absolutely loved business studies. But I wasn't so great at maths. And funnily enough, it's something that numbers is something I deal with quite a lot with in my current day-to-day role now. So I'm living proof that you can learn skills on the job. So yeah. And then after school, actually there was this moment in year 10. So we did work experience, and I believe they still do that in high school. And we did 1 week work experience, and I was lucky enough to get work experience at an independent dance music radio station. And I just absolutely loved it. And that was that kind of moment for me that I realised I want to work in media. this is it. I just love the people. I love the pace. I love the industry. And probably more so, I love the independence of it all. And I remember going home after that week and saying to Mum, you know what? I'm quitting school. I'm going to go and start at this place. Like, you know, they've offered me a job if I wanted. I'm quitting school. I'm dropping out. And she was like, are you sure you really want to do that? And she's really good in that she doesn't tell me and never has told me what the right or wrong decision is. And I think that's helped with kind of that critical thinking that, you know, is really important later in life. But we weighed up the pros and cons. Obviously, I continued into senior school, and then I ended up doing a communications degree at UWS. And communications is quite broad. I still didn't know what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to work in media. And I guess having a broad kind of degree has really, what it meant was that, yes, I went in knowing not really what I wanted to do, but what area I wanted to work in. But it helped me figure out what I didn't want to do rather than what I did want to do, if that makes sense. So an example of being at uni was I was in a PR lecture, and I remember at the time I was thinking, yep, I want to go into public relations. This is 100% me. It's exactly what I want to do. And I remember sitting in that lecture, and we're talking about how to structure a press release and what's involved in the day-to-day for a public relations manager. And I just thought, look, this is not me at all. It doesn't excite me. I'm not passionate about it. So I knew that's what I didn't want to do. But I was naturally really excited about all of the media and advertising subjects. So I knew I wanted to be in media and advertising, but not even when I graduated, I didn't know what role. So I think uni helped me shape what direction I wanted to go in within that industry, but still didn't really know exactly what I wanted to do.
Yeah, right. So whereabouts did you actually study at uni, Annalise? And what course did you study? Was it a PR degree, was it?
No, I did a communications degree at University of Western Sydney, so out at the Warrington campus. So I majored in media. So, yeah, it was quite a broad degree, and we did different subjects within that realm of communications. So anything from public relations to media-based to, you know, advertising and marketing as well. So quite broad.
Quite broad, yeah. Thank you for explaining that, because I guess, you know, one of the biggest questions that we get, you know, on the weekly is, you know, do I actually need to go to university to do what I want to do? So, you know, what do you think in your industry? Do you think that that students need to actually to head into uni as their next step, or you know, is traveling the world just as exciting and just as important? You know, can you sort of elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, sure. So look, university is not for everyone, and there are a lot of jobs out there that don't require a degree. But what I think it does allow is it broadens your horizons of what you can do. Yeah. So there are still a lot of roles that require a degree. At Facebook, there are people that don't necessarily have degrees, but they probably started there quite early on in the piece. But I think most roles now do require one. And I think there is importance in having that gap year. So my husband actually had 2 years off before he started his degree, and he did a commerce degree down at University of Wollongong. And he just has a much broader understanding of the world and how things work, which I never did. I just went straight into uni and kind of finished my degree and went straight into work. And also throughout uni and even high school, I was working from 14 and 9 months, you know, as soon as you could. So I think there's really great value in having a bit of a break and having a breather as well, if that's something that, you know, you really want to kind of try and fit in before you start university. And look, there are loads of opportunities in any degree, but it does really broaden your horizons of what you can do. And there's still a lot of roles that do require a degree. So it really depends on what area that you want to get into, I guess.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because I mean, I wouldn't like a doctor operating on me that hadn't actually gone to university. So, so you know, thanks for sort of unpacking that and explaining, in your opinion, what you believe. I mean, and that kind of leads us into the next question really nicely, because a really current theme that we want to really hone in to people watching from home in the next couple of days is this whole sort of thought of skills and transferable skills and skills that can take you across many different jobs and and things that you should focus on. So I guess what are some of the skills that you believe that that students or even even people that are wanting to change careers, what skills do you think that they need in order to do your job? And then on the flip side, like, what do you think your best skill is?
Yeah, sure. It's not necessarily a skill, but I think really key to success in a career is being true to yourself. And I know it's a bit of a cliche, but being your true self, showing up, showing your uniqueness, showing your personality is really key, and something that I've tried to continue on throughout all of my interviews and my career. At Facebook, we hire for cognitive diversity. And what that means is we don't want everyone that has the exact same background. So we don't want, 100 people that have done the same degree or haven't done a degree or have come from the same work background, because differences in opinion and backgrounds actually create for a more harmonious workplace and actually a better workplace. So that's something that's really key. But if you're thinking of key skills that I think are really important for media, but also really in any role, probably being a clear, concise and direct communicator, I think is really key. Being able to connect with others through empathy is really important. Being a good storyteller, and I think that's completely transferable across many, many different roles. Being able to problem solve and think on your feet and pivot quickly. Being a creative thinker, being focused, organised, and being able to multitask. And I think also being able to collaborate and work in a team environment is hugely important as well. Even with this new reality of working from home, being able to do that through VC or work groups and different situations is really important. And I think if I was to pick my one superpower, so my one kind of thing that makes me me, I'd probably say my ability to meaningfully connect with other people through empathy. And that's something I try and practice every day. And I think it helps to build longer lasting relationships because you do truly care about that person and also their business. So I think that's something that I try to really kind of foster and develop throughout my career.
Oh, wonderful. Are you able to just give us an example of what you mean by that? So in terms of using and touching on that kind of empathy aspect, can you give us an example of a day in the life and how you've kind of had to use that?
Yeah, I think more broadly, business is going through COVID at the moment. So there are a lot of large businesses, but small businesses that are struggling. And just being able to offer them, how can you actually help? Like, what can I do to help your business right now? How can Facebook help your business? So just coming from that understanding, it's not necessarily business as usual. We're not responding to briefs. We're not necessarily working on these big campaigns. It's like, in its simplest form, how can I help your business? So, we had some situations where some workplaces had some of their staff out of work or shops had closed. So it was about how do we use our technology to still connect these businesses with their customers. So it was about coming up with new solutions, but actually putting yourself in the shoes of the business and how you could actually help them solve those problems.
Yeah, wow, great example. I mean, it's the unprecedented times that we kind of live in, and I hate to use that word unprecedented the word, but you're so right. I think sometimes we'll just literally skip over that word next time. But I think sometimes when you are working, it's you're so focused on deadlines and budgets and staffing, and sometimes just at the basic level, what we actually are doing is we're actually just human beings connecting with another human being trying to solve a solution. So
absolutely.
skills of empathy. Wow, you know, that's unreal. So thank you for that. I think we're just going to, you know, take a bit of a step change now, and we're going to chat about Facebook. And
Sure.
and I can see that we've got lots of questions that have come through. But before we sort of kick off on viewer questions, I would love to know how you actually got your job at Facebook. And, you know, can you take us through the interview process? You know, what did you have to do?
Sure.
And then, because I know that everyone's going to be wanting to know, you know, what are the perks of the job of working at Facebook?
Yeah.
If there are any, I'm sure.
Always comes up. So I actually was referred for a role, but I was interested in a role, but I had someone refer me for it, which was, you know, really and lucky for me at the time. So I was referred for a role, but I applied for it. And then how that interview, I actually had 8 interviews, which sounds absolutely insane. Yes, 8 interviews. So I can give you a kind of run through of how the process works, and there is an external link. So for those that are interested and want to actually look up how the interview process works, what are some of the questions that you're asked, there is an external link that I will share with you, Kira. I don't know if there's a way that we can kind of send that out, but I'll share that with you. But initially I had a call with the HR manager at the time. So that was more like a screening chat, just me asking questions, them asking questions about me and my background. Then I had a call with a hiring manager, so 2 kind of 45-minute calls. Then you go into interviews in the office, so on site, and they're in-person interviews, or sometimes VC if you need it. And they're with people that will either be in your direct team or from cross-functional teams that you'll be working quite closely with, or from senior management. And from different areas of the business to get kind of a really good understanding of how you would fit in. And therefore 45-minute interviews. And then I had 2 more after that. So I had actually a call with my boss's boss, so his manager at the time. And then my last one was with the hiring manager, so my now boss, in person. And typically it's anywhere from kind of 6, sometimes people have 10, 12 interviews. It depends on how competitive that role is and how close it is between candidates, because it needs to be a kind of decision made at a group level who goes through to get that final job. So it's very behavioural based questions. So tell me about a time when you had a disagreement with a manager, and really focusing on problem solving skills as well. So how did you figure out a way to alleviate a situation, and what were the steps you took to get to that end result? So they're very much based on scenario examples. And yeah, when I got the job, it was probably one of my highlights of my career. I was absolutely over the moon that I was going to be starting there. So I've been there 2 years now. And probably, some of the perks are good, I'm not going to lie. But the main reason you do join, I think, Facebook is to be around like-minded people, and that you're on the cutting edge of technology. And it's a way of using technology to connect people and bring the world closer together. So I think that's core to the reason I joined, but there are amazing perks. So at the office, and I haven't been in the office since the start of March, but when we were in the office, we have a cafe and they put on fantastic food. So we have daily breakfast and lunch every day, which is amazing. We have private healthcare cover, which is also absolutely fantastic. We have some benefits that cover our wellness, so things like going to the gym, etc. And then also our travel to and from work. So those kind of things are absolutely amazing. And I guess the opportunities for traveling overseas as well, and connecting with people that do your job in other countries. So we do global conferences when we were able to do those back in the day, and then also regional ones as well. So being able to get together in a big group and travel to Singapore or to San Francisco and actually go and see HQ. So when you start, you get to go and onboard in Silicon Valley, so in Menlo Park at head office. So that is just mind-blowing, and a really great way to kind of start your career as well, because you're starting with loads of new people at once, and it's just super exciting, and you really get to know what the company's about.
Oh, awesome. Thank you for taking us through that, Annalise. I think it's amazing that you did touch on the fact that you are working within an organization that really is at the forefront within the industry, and that's something that really lights you up and excites you. And I think that's the perfect way to lead into some of our viewer questions, and we have many, so let's just see how many we can get through. But one of take a drink of that water, because so one of the first questions is, how would you describe the culture at Facebook excuse me, and opportunities for growth and career progression?
Yeah, great question. So culture at Facebook is all about learning and collaboration, and learning from different people in different teams. So although I work in kind of a marketing and sales organization, we have teams that are in creative or marketing science or public relations and communications and policy. So it's about collaborating with different people and, using the best from different people's minds and actually bringing the best out from that. It's about fostering communication, open communication, being your authentic self, being bold, trying new things and not being scared. And I think probably the thing that I love most is just people getting their hands dirty and giving things a go. Like if you don't know something, people will ask, but I think people really love to try new things, try new products. And we have an opportunity at work which is called dog fooding. So it's all about trying your own product before you go out and kind of, talk to it with clients. So, we have an opportunity where we can use our ad credits to support small businesses or charities in that space. And I think there's no other workplace that I've ever been where they're like, yeah, here's some bonus ad credits that you can use towards supporting small businesses and charities. So you can learn how the ads manager system works and how to actually book ad campaigns and how to facilitate that with clients. So it's on the job learning, and they're encouraging you to do that. And also it's a culture that really encourages to have side hustles as well, which is another first. And I've never really experienced that in another workplace before. So there's a lot of people that have, skincare brands, or they sell clothes, or they do, consulting in different ways. Anything that's non-competitive to their day job and is obviously not clashing with it, but there are a lot of people that have little side hustles that they do on weekends. And I think it's a place that encourages that because it broadens your mind and gets you to be creative as well.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, no, thank you for that, Annalise. Thanks for answering those questions. I guess another one that sort of leads perfectly into the next question, which is, we've spoken about how incredible it is at working at Facebook, but surely there are some times when, when things aren't going, well or according to plan. So one of the questions is, what are some of the challenges of working at Facebook?
Yeah. Because it's such a big company and it does lead in that space with technology, you've got to be comfortable with being in the press cycle a lot. That's the honest truth. So it's not like working on a brand that isn't in the news most days. So you've got to be comfortable with having difficult conversations sometimes. And I think that's probably one skill that I've learnt, particularly in the last 12 to 18 months whilst working at Facebook. So I think that's probably key. I'm coming back actually because there was a second part to your question that I remember I didn't answer about career progression. So I'll quickly touch on that.
Yes, yeah.
There's loads of career progression opportunities. So you can either go up in your org that you already started in, but you also might want to completely change. Like you might want to go, I want to be a creative strategist. What are my ways to go and work towards being that? Or I want to go and work in the product team. I want to be product marketing manager. So what are my steps to get there? And you would work on your with your manager through your kind of individual development plan on the steps to get there. So they very much encourage you that if you identify something that you want to work towards, that you can move between different organizations within Facebook, and also that if you're interested in a role that's in another country, to apply for that as well. So loads of different development opportunities within your own organization, but also in others as well.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, yeah, that's great. I mean, it sounds like you never leave once you're in. So with so many different opportunities and you know, more particularly opportunities for growth and, you know, encouragement of, you know, doing your own thing and owning your own identity. It's just, it's wonderful. So thanks for explaining that. One of another question that we've got coming through, and I know that you've kind of touched on this before, but would you hire someone within your team that didn't have a degree?
Interesting. So I'm not a hiring manager. I don't manage a team, which was also a real change for me. I'm what they call an IC, so an individual contributor. So I came from managing quite big teams to not managing a team. So I personally wouldn't hire, but there are a lot of there are graduate roles, so obviously they do require a degree in other regions and other countries. So I know in Singapore, which is kind of our hub for APAC, there are definitely graduate roles there. And I know of people that work at Facebook that haven't come from a university background. So it definitely does exist. But I think for certain roles, it is a requirement. And most roles that I've seen advertised do have university or a minimum of a Bachelor of Arts or a degree of some sort for most roles. But it's not saying that it's absolutely mandatory. So, I mean, personally, I've hired people in the past that haven't had degrees, absolutely, because I don't think it's a thing that you need to have. But most roles at Facebook do have some kind of minimum qualifications with a university degree.
Yeah, wonderful. I know that we're sort of, you know, nearing the end of our time together, but I really wanted to just ask you a couple more questions in regards to, you know, most importantly, you know, Facebook as a tool in order to, you know, in order for students to really start leveraging and growing their networks. And excuse me, I know that within Australia, there's a massive proportion of, you know, pretty much everyone from the ages of, you know, 16 onwards are on Facebook. So how do you suggest that students, or even, you know, recent uni graduates, how do you suggest that they use Facebook as a tool to get ahead in their career? Is there a way that they can?
Yeah, great question. There are a load of career-based and networking groups that you can join on Facebook, and also pages. So just thinking Business Chicks is one, obviously the Cool Career. But I've made a note of a few different, it's on my phone, and I want to get these right. That's why I'm reading it out. There's some great Instagram accounts that you can also follow that really help with career development and also getting into that kind of STEM career or tech space. So Career Contessa, that's one word. So I'll just call these out so you can write them down. There's a really great Instagram account. Tech Ready Women, that's an Australian-based company. They're amazing. Code Like a Girl, AU, really great account to follow. And you probably know all of these, Kura. Mojo Crow. Mojo Crow, this is Ben Crow. He's a performance coach, and we had a session with him about a week and a half ago at Facebook. It's all around finding your purpose and what drives you in life, and I think that's hugely important when you're starting your career. He is fantastic, and he's actually running an event soon around a confidence masterclass. That's one to watch out for. Yes. Smart Women Society, that's another Instagram account to follow. Balance the Grind, that's a really good one. They're conversations with entrepreneurs, business leaders, artists and designers, and it's like a day in the life of their career. So really great resource. And then Bumblebee. So they're my kind of go-to accounts on Instagram for career.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, Annalise, and do you know what? I think and later on today, if you could, send us a quick email with all of those accounts, that would be great. And even the link that you mentioned before in regards to jobs at Facebook, that would be great. And then we'll send them out to everyone that's registered for CareerCon, so then they're all across everything. That's it. That's all we've got time for, unfortunately. I feel like that we could just keep on going. It went so quickly. It did. So, on behalf of everyone, and sorry we couldn't get to all of the rest of the questions that are in the question box, but, I just sincerely want to thank you so much for your time and for, taking us through the good times and bad times, and also about your time at high school and why you chose to get into the degree that you did. So I think it was a great rounded conversation. Thank you so much, and and have an awesome afternoon.
Thank you so much for having me. And if there are any questions and you want to reach out to me on Instagram, feel free. It's Annalise Deakin, one word, and I'll hopefully be able to answer them for you. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
guys, and welcome back to our next session. Truly, I'm even very pumped for this session myself. So just to give you a bit of an introduction, this is the rise, fall and future of influencing with Fluff Casual Cosmetics. So I'm going to give you a bit of a breakdown as to what this actual session is about. So, you know, think about this. Around the world at the moment, young people are rejecting the paths taken by their parents and the values that define them. You know, there are so many different ways that influencers are working within the space, and it is such a popular topic at the moment. I'm actually going to throw it to Erica and Alan, who will introduce their own segment and continue the conversation with you guys. But before we kick it over, please remember to ask all your questions in the chat box, and the girls will be answering as you go. So welcome to CareerCon, guys.
Hi. Hello. Thanks for having us.
No, you're more than welcome. And if you wouldn't mind just introducing your topic, that would be amazing, just so everyone knows what it is and what's it about.
Yeah, no worries. I will just get straight into it. So I'm Erica, and I'm the founder of Fluff, and this is Ellen, who heads up our brand management. And we really wanted this to just be a casual conversation about the state of influencer culture, especially having been around for its beginning, seeing its peak, like experiencing this messy middle that we currently find ourselves in, and hoping for a positive end or an evolution. So we're really going to discuss like the often overlooked responsibility of being an influencer, the role of influence a brand has, and then finding whether your influence is through starting a company or a personal brand or working within one.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so we'll hand it over to the guys and let's get started.
Cool, thanks. So before we begin, I think it was really important. We wanted to define like 3 types of influencers that we're going to be talking about or referencing in this talk, just because there's sort of small distinctions, and I think it'll help you guys follow along and perhaps ask questions. But really feel free as we're talking to anything that comes to your mind, because we really want to address it and for you guys to get the most out of this. But so the 3 types of kind of influencers that we will touch on is like the original sort of influential individual. So this is kind of, I guess, when it all started with social media, and it was genuine, authentic referrals from individuals who wanted to share their experience with brands with their followers. Next, we're sort of going to go into the traditional social media influencer, which we all probably know this category, and it's what comes up in your Explore feed, usually as a sponsored post. Maybe it's promoting a weight loss tea or a collagen boosting supplement or a face mask. And finally, we're going to talk about the future of influencers, which we believe is an activist. And these are individuals that are discussing movements, not selling products. But this doesn't mean that they won't talk about brands. Do you want to touch on anything on that?
Yeah, I think I'll kind of go through a little bit of that as well in my section that'll come through, but also I guess just our experience, I guess, that we've had with these 3 different types of influencers, and where we landed to be like, what do we feel comfortable with, and can we still uphold our sort of brand integrity? So that's kind of what I will cover shortly. But I think, yeah, Eri will kind of start with the beginning, the middle and the end.
So Fluff is in this really interesting position, and a lot of people label us as sort of being very anti-influencer or sort of rebels in the industry and having a little bit of a chip on our shoulder, which is definitely true at times, but I think it's really important to sort of say that we value the role of an influential person, and we really do believe that influencer culture has its pros, but we're very aware of its cons, and sort of like the internet just as a broader concept. So alongside like the power of discovery and connection, there's a really addictive and like toxic nature that actually fuels disconnect and comparison by influencers. And if this isn't moderated or regulated, both like internally from brands and individuals and then externally, there's this real possibility of losing control. So we really believe like that brands need to work to safeguard that future for their consumers and their stakeholders. So when we sort of talk about like social media in general, I think it's important to note that like influencer culture is fairly new. It's less than 10 years old, and I kind of feel like it's an angsty teen right now. Like it hasn't fully developed or matured or evolved, and we aren't as a society really fully aware of the impact that current traditional influencers will have on society. So while the idea of influence is ever evolving and has been around for a very long time, what we want to focus on is like the technology platforms that we engage with today that have really changed the fabric of society and the way that we communicate as individuals. So in 2013 was probably my like first experience with influencers when I co-founded Frank Body, and it was a completely different time and space to where we are today. So we gifted product to people who we like truly believed would like what we were about and the message that we were sending, that we were trying to shake up the industry a little bit and really remove the taboo of a woman's beauty routine. And I think that message really resonated with influencers or people who were interested in the skincare and beauty space, and they generally just wanted to share that with all of their followers. You know, we had this novelty product that people wanted to engage with, so everything really worked in our favor. And we were able to put our brand in front of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people where we never would have had access to them before and in such a short amount of time.
And it also felt like, to me, I guess I was more a consumer of that brand. I obviously still knew you as a friend, but I definitely was just consuming it. And for my experience, it was like unusual that a brand was asking people to take photos in their product, which is crazy to think that was only, not that long ago.
Yeah.
But I remember being like, I would take photos in the scrub and stuff, and I was like, this is wild.
And it was totally novelty. And now it's just like, it's just commonplace, like you expect to see someone holding a shampoo bottle next to their face. It's crazy. I think the problem was how quickly it moved, and the results were really addictive both for brands and influencers themselves. But because there was no regulation, like up until the last 2 or 3 years, we really believe it was taken advantage of, both from brands and from an influencer perspective, and people forgot their duty of responsibility. So like in today's age, we have brands that are built off the back of influencer marketing strategies, and they literally raise money and rely on a Kardashian's Instagram post where they could be asking for payments anywhere between $10,000 to $100,000 or more for one Instagram post. But that can set a business up. But I guess the danger in that is the message that influencer is putting across and promoting via being associated with those brands, but two, from a business perspective, like that reliance on influencer activity. So we also hear about brands that would gift up to 5,000 units of their stock per month to people. And I think it brings up the question for me, like, is this realistic? How can small indie brands compete when they have to be purchasing or buying that much stock purely to gift to people? And are we really moving too fast to kind of realize the impact that we're having outside of just wanting to make money for the business ourselves? I
feel like there's also an element of just total waste in that as well.
Totally.
Like, think about the packaging and things that just get produced for people to take one photo and it probably be discarded.
Exactly. We're really promoting this culture of over-consumption of products, of content, of information, and moving really fast without stopping and thinking of the impact or who you're buying from. And I think what's resulted is we have a lot of brands that have this, I guess, desire or plan to build a company within 2 to 5 years and then sell out, as opposed to building a brand or a business over 10, 20 years and relying on small communities and word of mouth. And so when your brand moves so quickly, or if you're working for a company that's moving so quickly, like, you have to start thinking about what corners you have to cut to keep up, and what values are you compromising just to get those extra sales and to keep growing. So before we kind of talk about this idea of just being influenced, there's 2 quotes that I wanted to share. One was from Kanye West, where he says, "My power is not my influence. My power is not to be influenced." And I think that's really strong, and a message or sentiment that we actually try to carry through at Fluff, this idea actually of unfollowing and of really being able to consume content without letting it consume you. The second quote that I really liked was a YouTube video that I don't even know how I stumbled across and couldn't find it again, but there was a guy talking about the impact of influencers and relating it to, I guess, any kind of substance abuse, for example, drink driving, and that if you were pulled over and you might say, oh, sorry, I was under the influence because you've consumed too much alcohol. And then relating that to this idea of consuming too much content, that then you are negatively under the influence of what you've consumed. And I think that's really interesting to think about what's coming up in your Explore feed. What are you being shown every day? Or what are you as an influencer showing people every day? How might that be influencing them? And what is your responsibility around that influence?
Yeah, so I suppose the next thing I'll speak to, actually, I can almost start with one of the questions here that I really like, but it's kind of like, I guess, where we think that influencer culture is heading. And there's just a question here that says, how in an oversaturated market of influencers do you uphold transparency and honesty, which is sort of kind of what I will touch on here and answer. But yeah, I guess we feel like that there will always be a time and a place for traditional influencers. And I mean, we still see it working for brands all the time. And I suppose that's really the battle for us, is to see this working for other brands and know that if we did it and we really just swan dived in, that we would probably be bigger and more successful than we are. But for us, it's been a choice that we've made that means we can uphold our integrity, and it means that we feel like what we're doing is more truthful and people will believe the things that they see or read about us, because it's not coming from someone who's got, 20 tiles on a story of everything they've been gifted and everything's the best serum that they've ever tried. So, yeah, I guess we really think about our influence and our network of influence and influencers, and also just about our content in general. So I think when people experience our brand from our content to on someone else's page, it should, for us, feel the same. Like, it shouldn't really feel dishonest on one person's page and then they come to our page and see something or feel something or experience something different. So for us, in terms of, how we've kind of gone about our process, it's really been picking people that it's not about how many followers they have or anything like that. It's about people that we think they're speaking about important things or they care about the same values as Fluff. And it's often people that end up becoming customers or people that we end up hanging out with, whether that's on the internet and we chat to them all the time, or they write issues for us, or they continue to engage with the brand. And for us, it's really more of this relationship, because, there is obviously a power in these influential people. And it's like, if we can build a relationship with them that's longer than us sending them product and then posting and it disappearing, that's really valuable to us. And they can keep popping up in our brand and engaging with the brand.
I think that's where we sort of made this really conscious decision to change our definition of, or from an influencer to an activist, in that they're actively involved and engaged in a conversation with us and their audience about what they care about. And what they care about isn't necessarily products or consumption. That doesn't mean they Fluff's overall mission and idea, in that we really want consumers within the beauty industry to want to be themselves and to see themselves reflected in Fluff. And when they see an image of anyone on our Instagram feed, that it encourages them to be like themselves, not the person that they're looking at. Because this is sort of the big problem we see with influencer culture, is that people are aspiring to be like that influencer or that founder. They're wanting their belt, their couch, their house, as opposed to discovering or finding their own style, their own opinions.
Yeah, there was one of the girls that used to work here, she described it really well, and she just said, she showed us kind of some imagery and things, and she said, these posts make me feel like I want to be me. And then these other ones that were very different make me feel like I want to be them. And she's like, I want our content to make people feel like they want to be themselves. And that's really what we're looking for, you should feel reflected in the brand. And I think that is much more than someone just posting it and being like, oh, I want that product too. So yeah, as I said, this process obviously means we've moved a little slower. But for us, that's been such an intentional decision. And for us, it means we're not just going to pop up and kind of disappear as well. It means we can be around for longer because our brand is built on integrity and people will actually believe the things that we're saying about it.
Yeah. And we do see this, I guess, getting this feedback from consumers in the industry that there is sort of this lack of trust for traditional influencers because they are promoting the same amount of products or brands or multiple products that are the same. So really it's like, where is that authentic referral gone? And this is why I think we have to see a sort of bursting of this bubble in a way, or some kind of move back towards the original smaller community of word of mouth and peers recommending products to each other. I don't go on Instagram to find stuff, but I might ask my friend who is not even promoting anything where they got their top from or where their travels have been. Like, that's what influences me, hearing about them finding their own style.
There's a question here that's kind of interesting. It says, I want to start a brand, I have an idea, but why wouldn't I try someone like Kylie Jenner to use my product? Wouldn't it make my brand really successful? And I think that's really what we're kind of talking about here. And it's also, I think what's interesting that I guess I hadn't thought of until you and I discussed it recently as well, was that how prepared you need to be for something like that too, in terms of, if she was to post, like the influx you would have and the amount of stock you would need to have to be prepared for that kind of a thing. But it's this complete, you would be there and then you would disappear because the thing she posts about tomorrow is the next big thing. So I think, for us, it's like we're happy to move slowly and we're happy to kind of take this path and have the time to build something that we really care about and we know that we believe in and that kind of anyone who tries it would as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a much bigger conversation too around like why you're in business in the first place. Is it just to be successful and to make a lot of money? Then maybe you should pay Kylie Jenner, but I don't really know how you would sleep at night. And again, it's like if you have the opportunity to build a brand with meaning or with impact, why wouldn't you choose to do that? We live in a time where we have enough products and we have enough stuff. So why would you, I guess, create something that already exists? Because then you're just adding to the noise. You're adding to the amount of waste that brands and companies are producing and not actually thinking about the impact that you're having and that it could be positive, that it could be outside of yourself and your career, that it could benefit a lot of other people. And what I would do if you think about some of these influencers that have huge reach, whether it's the Jenners or whether it's others, it's just like really trying to understand what they care about, what they talk about, what values you have, what other products they promote. Because you, as a brand, if you're working with them, you're aligning with their values and what they promote around diet culture or around consumption or around status and wealth. You have to decide whether that aligns with your brand. It's just like choosing who you're friends with. Like, this is you choosing who you're friends with online, and that says a lot about you. I think kind of where we also wanted to go is sort of like, what does this mean for you as individuals, whether you're studying, whether you're already working for a brand, whether you have your own idea for a brand? Like, what is the market like right now? What are the opportunities and what are the barriers? Within sort of micro influencer culture, which I think is still important in terms of identifying smaller individuals who have influence, whether that's just on their 10 friends or their 100 friends, there's definitely some merit in that. We spend a lot of time with small communities of our sort of target audience in which we talk to them. Again, they contribute issues for us. We do gift some product where possible, but it's never with the expectation that they'll post. It's purely wanting Fluff to be in their lives and knowing if they really care about it and want to share it, they will. I think that the barriers is definitely, as Ellen mentioned, like supply and demand, being able to meet the influx of orders if you do work with a bigger influencer. But of course, again, being able to pay their fee and then questioning, like putting this into your budgeting and forecasting as to whether you can afford to continually use them. And when they stop posting, is that just going to mean the sales are going to stop? I think the other thing we sort of wanted to kind of really talk about was a lot of people think that being an influencer as a career might be very easy, but it's such a competitive space these days, and being able to justify to brands your reach and your impact and creating content that will stand out amongst the masses is another really difficult task, and something that we view, like, I guess we feel really strongly about that in terms of what people are producing for us, seeing if they actually care, seeing if they've taken on board what we're about.
And I would say I feel like there's different things people will connect with the brand. Like some people are really into obviously the vegan side of things of us. Some people like are more design oriented and love kind of the aesthetic of the actual compacts and things like that themselves. Or then there's just the overall kind of brand values and kind of where we're reaching to with this idea that beauty is more than makeup. So it's different elements people will connect with for sure. But yeah, I guess we could also touch on like how you sort of got here and your experience across, I guess, because someone sort of said they feel like they have a bit of a love-hate relationship with influencers, which I feel like.
Totally. I have a love-hate relationship with them as well, because in many ways, like I wouldn't have my career or the successes that I've had without them. But it was a very different type of influencer in 2013 that I engaged with as it is now. We are finding our pockets of influential people or activists that we want to talk to and build a long-term relationship with. And to be honest, those relationships really excite me and they give me hope. But I found the traditional influencer model like very, I guess, soul-destroying in some ways and very empty and not engaging, both intellectually and both emotionally. I think that when I left Frank Body, I really had this idea or I guess sort of hope that consumers would become so much more influential than influencers themselves, and that we would, I guess, maybe narrow in on who we look to for referrals. But more than anything, like just go within ourselves to be like, what do I care about? What do I like? And of course, whether we are the result of everyone we know, and it's so great to see and be inspired by other people, but it's about then putting your own spin on things and about always asking questions about, why do I like this? Why does a whole millennial pink feed speak to me? Is it because I truly love that color? Is it because I've just seen it everywhere? Why don't I like yellow? Is it because I genuinely have an aversion to that color, or is it because I've never seen it before and it's unfamiliar and it's not something that's been in the beauty industry? So this is where we kind of talk about like creating your own influences as opposed to just following someone else, and really breaking down the words like that on Instagram. Like, are we just following as opposed to leading our own way?
And then do you, I guess, ever have days though where you're, like we were saying, I know you and I both have this feeling sometimes of seeing someone who someone posts about and they just blow up, and it's like for both us we're just like, we're trying.
Yeah, it's definitely hard. And I think that, again, it's the difference between maybe Fluff being at a certain point within 2 years versus being at that point in 10 years. And that's what you really have to factor into your business model, I think, or your planning from the beginning. Like, how long are you willing to wait? Are there time pressures? I think that when I look at some of the influencers that I might not necessarily align with, I also can recognize that they speak to customers who I would align with, or who are impressionable that I would like to reach and have a conversation with. So that's the other thing, how do you work with their brand and their type of communication or their aesthetic to reach their audience? And it is a really tricky one. It involves some element of compromise for sure.
And I mean, yeah, we say we're like pretty proud to say that we've never paid for a post, but do you ever feel like we have got it wrong with people we have sent it to still?
Yeah, I think there's been moments where I have thought I would like to reach that audience, and I know that I can through this influencer who doesn't necessarily align with Fluff. And then just based on the engagement or the conversations we have with them, I know that they don't really care. Like, they are in it for the money. Or they are in it just, there's no actual connection. And, we believe so much in Fluff's vision that we think that essentially it's like, why wouldn't people align with that? And perhaps that's our biggest task, is being able to really tell that story of Fluff and what we're about. And that's probably another barrier, is that we're in such a I guess, saturated market that there is so many brands. So it's very easy for people to be like, you're just another makeup company. You know, we sort of demand these elevator pitches for brands, like, tell me what your difference is in 30 seconds, which is really hard. Like, I always say to people, come over for dinner, I'll talk to you for 3 hours about what Fluff cares about. And then people can't walk away. Do you know what I mean? But we don't have 6 hours. We don't have, you know, essays or books to give people on Fluff. We have either 30 seconds in a conversation, or we have a small caption on Instagram. It's really difficult to convey your difference.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, is we're trying to move slowly in a space that everything else around us is going really fast. That's what it feels like. It's like, tell us the pitch fast, tell us this quickly, do this quickly. And it's like, we're just like, chill.
Yeah. So Fluff's approach is really that slower is faster, and that is something that we want to encourage in the industry in general. We want the beauty industry to be better in terms of their messaging, in terms of their products, and in terms of their impact. And we know that we are sort of committed to a longer, slower path. And I think one of you guys have asked a question around, like, what are our community engagement methods around maintaining the brand and this connection with influencers or clients. And it is super laborious. Like, it takes time. And this is the other thing about traditional social media influencers, is it has become so fast and so lazy and so disconnected. It's emails, it's product sent, it's posting, it's forgetting about it. It's not actually establishing a relationship with people who know who founded Fluff, who know who are working behind the scenes, who care about where those products are from and how they've made, and then what the brand thinks about and why they exist. So it's a lot of conversations. We have people into our store in Melbourne, and they might stay for 3 hours. That is not a financially viable, like, business model, talking to a customer for 3 hours. But it's so important to us, especially in these initial stages of our brand, and it will be the hardest thing for us probably to scale. But that connection or that loyalty that you foster and build is what hopefully will mean that Fluff will be around for 10, 20 years and hopefully evolve with our customers, as opposed to being this trend for a couple of years that's very quickly forgotten or replaced by the new next big thing.
We also have, which I feel like if we sort of thought about it in this framework, we also have a WhatsApp channel, which is for our reps, but I feel like if we thought about it, they really did start as sort of more, I guess, influencers, whether we reached out to them or they reached out to us and were like, hey, I really love this, I really get this, like, how can I be more involved? Or people, like I said, that we had reached out to initially, where that relationship has really developed. And it's just a place where they can talk amongst themselves, or they can ask us questions directly. Sometimes it's just really, really basic stuff. Like, someone's like, hey, I got a new teddy bear. Can you help me name it? Like,
totally.
And it's just, but it's also a place for, when you talk about community engagement, for our community, I guess, to engage with each other and to kind of connect over, obviously, shared values, or whether they have recommendations or questions or anything really. And that is, I guess, like a very intimate kind of way that we go about that.
And I think that is really, like, how I would sum up Fluff's sort of engagement with influencers. Like, I value the influence of the girls in our rep channel more than I do probably a traditional social media influencer, because I know that theirs has more longevity and that it has more value.
Someone's just asked a question which I feel like we always have to address because it is important. Someone just said, is the handle It's All Fluff a bit of a nod to the fact that there are so many products out there? I feel like it's always good to just give people a little context of
Yeah, totally. So Fluff is, really is this idea that products are fluff, advertising is fluff, the industry is fluff, and we use that word in the fact that it's probably not necessary. It's just an additional, it's fun, but it's not the be all and end all. And we really liked this idea that if people were to tag us, that they're actually, like, using that in a sentence. And so if they were like, I'm wearing a bronzer today, it's all fluff. They're not just saying what brand it is, but they're saying, I know that this isn't everything, that I'm not defined by the makeup that I wear or the products that I put on my face. And it also gives us a bit of a license to, like, do whatever we want on social, and why our content is probably a little bit more lo-fi, or why we can get away with being so much more honest and not caring, because we are constantly reminding people that this is all fluff, including social media usage. And I think that that's something we always really want to encourage for you guys, to is like this awareness and reminder, and to sort of go back to what you really care about. So if you are pursuing a career, or if you're working for another brand, like just remembering that being influential is not defined to an Instagram page. You can be influential within a company. If you want to start a skincare brand, maybe you should look to the industry first, see if there is a skincare brand that you like, or that you think you could go and work for and fix, that might have the resources and the finances to actually make that change. It's incredibly hard to, one, compete in the startup industry on your own, or two, to have the capital to make the change to compete with these bigger brands. So I would argue and really encourage people, like, perhaps it is better, or you will have more influence working from the ground up within a company.
Definitely. And I think as well, it's like I've sort of said to you that I think it's really important to remember how you get there, and the path you take to get there can be a little zigzaggy too. I mean, I can sort of speak to my experience a little bit as well, which I was saying to Ari before we did this talk, like I remember being in uni and all these people would come and do talks. So I studied the most length of a journalism degree, but didn't quite finish. And then I went on and did a communication design degree as well and finished that. But in both courses, I remember people would come in and do these talks about how they'd studied journalism, and then they'd gone on and got an internship at a magazine, and then now they were this writer and blah, 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 blah. And I remember thinking, I know I really like this course and I'm learning really valuable things, but I don't really feel like that's my trajectory. And I never felt like there was anyone else as well in my course that was sort of thinking I can take things that I'm learning from here and apply them somewhere else or into another kind of setting. And so, yeah, for me, I would say, yeah, it's around how do you want to influence as well, which is like my decision, or my kind of goal to work here was around that, was that, you know, I think I could do something really good within a brand, whether that be big or small, but knowing that what I'd studied could also be so useful in this setting too. So I think, yeah, if you're kind of studying something, or you're looking to study something and you're not sure if, you know, say it's journalism and the end goal that they tell you is writing, I think just look at kind of the course and the content within it and how you think that could apply to other areas too. And you don't have to take that really straight, narrow line. Because, yeah, I just remember I found that a little bit disheartening or confusing for me, where I felt like I was not doing what everyone else was doing, but I also felt like I knew what I wanted to do. Yeah. But couldn't put my finger on what that was. And I think the kind of key there would also be to try a lot of things if you're not sure, and kind of take from each thing you try what it is you like, and whether that's working in a store or whatever it is you do. I think it's really important in any job or internship to be like, hey, I didn't love that as a whole, but I know I really liked talking to people throughout my day as a part of my job. Like I enjoyed the customer service side of things, and just taking those learnings and being like, cool, what can I actually place those into that I could do?
And in trying new things, I think you really discover your influence or your sort of power. And that's why we say, like, influence is not necessarily about products or what you wear or how you look. It's what you think and what you have to say. That is our greatest influence. And to form those opinions for yourself, not to follow others. So a couple of people have asked, so do you call your influencers influencers? So our definition of an influencer, we call them activists. And that was a really conscious change for us. And it has actually really helped us in how we search for or engage with specific people online. So they have to be actively involved in some kind of conversation around what they care about, and they have to be actively involved in caring about or discussing Fluff and the impact that we're having. If they don't have an interest in that, then we're essentially not interested in pursuing a relationship with them. Another great question, which I love and that is a big internal conflict for us at times, is, I know that as a brand you value the reusable, consume less ideas. So how do you justify the plastic-based items, example, the magic 8 ball or the key tag? Which is a great question, and for us, or what I'm always trying to say, is we are so far from perfect and we are learning so much. Those 8 balls were a decision we made 4 years ago. and still have some. And I want to be like deeply regret, but also it's just like at the time, the level of care that people had around consumption, it was there, but it was not at where it was now. And so we were left with a small amount of these items, which we won't be continuing. And what I have learned in coming into this industry has been the impact of what we produce and how what everything comes in. And even if you produce an item without plastic, it usually gets sent to you in plastic. It's a really hard thing, and it's not something that we can change overnight. And it involves so many discussions with our suppliers and them changing their own supply systems and processes. But it's one that we're really prioritising. And so now it's making much more considered decisions about what we release. With items such as our key tags, again, it's this thing where it's like, what do we want here? We always want to produce smaller quantities now, so trying to keep everything that is one-off, like under 1,000 units, because we just think it's a waste to do anything more. And again, being like trialing something to see if it works within the industry, and then being like, how can we make this better? What could we do? A glass keyring or a metal keyring, but how much would we charge for that? So it's sort of balancing like where our customers are, how much they're willing to pay for things, what they're into and what they like.
And I think it's also something that we've always tried to do, and I think we're getting better and better at, is being really transparent around these things on our social media.
Yeah.
And I think this also ties in back to kind of where we sit with our activists, is that if we have like a certain level of transparency and that's what we think our customers want from us, then that's the same thing we would want to see from like people that are engaging with our brand as well. And whether that's we might, like if they give us feedback about something, that's all things that we take on, and it's also not things that we hide away. We're not like, ooh, this person has said this, quick, hide it. It's like, no, we're happy to kind of share that and be like, yeah, we could be better. Because, I mean, if we thought we were the best, then we would definitely not be.
Yeah. I think any brand that tells you that they're perfect or sustainable is lying to you, because the most sustainable thing we could do is stop. Like when you are producing an item, like you are leaving the world worse off than when it started. So it's around this idea of like, if we live in a society where we consume things, how can we be better? You know, and kind of off the back of that, we have this thing around cancel culture where brands and individuals are being, I guess, pulled down on social, and influencers are really being, they have to be way more accountable, and they are now being asked what they care about and what their values are. And in many ways, I think this is really good for the industry, but I think there needs to be a compromise on nuance, and that consumers need to understand the full picture of what they are asking or demanding of brands. Like, it's great that we want everyone to be better, but we also need to understand what it takes to be better, which is why what Ellen said, I think, is really important around this idea of being open and transparent, being vulnerable enough as a brand and a company, as a founder, as an employee, to say, this is where we want to be. We're not there yet, but we're showing you the roadmap and we are committed to getting there. And hopefully then you'll be able to develop this sort of empathy with your customers, and where they will be, I don't know if forgiving is the right word, but there'll be more understanding of the time that it takes to get there. And again, this is all like so much more laborious and emotionally time intensive, but we feel that this is the way that brands need to go. And from an individual, like personal level, it's so much more fulfilling.
There's one here that I think we can both speak to too, that says, how do you define your brand and stories and keep it authentic when social media trends are changing and saturated with paid advertisement? So I mean,
another struggle.
Yeah, we could also go on about this for a solid 10 hours, but I think it's probably one of our biggest challenges, and something that honestly we just have to check in with each other and our customers as often as we can. And again, it's not something we're always going to get right. I think there's been times where we've posted something and been like, why did we post that? But it's like, we're getting better at knowing for us what feels really good when we put it up, and being like, we know that that's a good post, and also knowing what defines a good post for us. And for us, it's not like that was a good post and a good post is 1,000 likes or whatever it is. For us, it's like, we know that that felt really true to us and really true to Fluff.
Yeah.
And we felt really happy with it, whether it gets 5 or 1,000. And then we also know there's another version of a good post, which might be a really heavily like product-based post, but we still feel okay about that. And I think that's kind of the balance we've been trying to find, is how do we feel okay about a more producty thing and not feel like we're oversaturating people's feeds with just kind of flogging them with fluff? And also, how do we then post these really obscure kind of things and know that that will also still be kind of consumed well?
Yeah, it's sort of this, I think it's a dilemma for the publishing industry in general, whether it's print or digital, in that, you know, this is the clickbait kind of argument. Do you just give consumers what they're clicking on, or do you say, this is what I want you to click on? And you maybe sacrifice the readership and the views and your advertising because you're producing content that you value and has integrity. But we have to be able to put those different opinions out there and those different types of content for people to then feel empowered to make those choices about what they consume. And that's where, like, we really try and stand by this idea of, like, Fluff is entitled to an opinion about the beauty industry. Ours is that it's a bit bullshit. You don't have to agree. You can have your own, but we will find our kind of community of people who want more from the industry. Which is kind of sort of leads on to a question here that it says, like, what steps are we taking to move forward and take our brand to the next level, to be more conscious and to be your own activist? Like, how can you make Fluff better? Which is like what I ask myself every single day, to be honest. And I want Fluff's brand to be an influencer, not a person. And that's really interesting. And so for us, it's about just constantly having these conversations. And that's the battle, because sort of with our stats or the feedback we would get as a beauty brand is that consumers previously didn't really want you to have an opinion. Now they are asking for it more, so it's good, but it's still, if you go too deep or if you say things that are too outside of, like, the commonly held opinions, you do get a bit berated for it, or you do get weird looks, or you do get uncomfortable silences. And so we have to be sort of stand by that and be like, we're going to keep having these conversations. Every time we have the opportunity to do a product, I could release 10 different lipsticks tomorrow if I wanted to, made of crap, stopping and being like, this isn't on our pipeline. This isn't the vision of Fluff. We want to have less, and we want to really always come back to, how does our content make people feel? And when we get feedback from customers, not just saying, like, thanks, we're taking it on board, but, like, actually taking it on board and showing, I guess, the process or the commitment and the time it's going to take. Like, being honest that it might take longer than overnight, or it might be something we're going to implement in 2 years. And that's something we're trying to do on our social and through our emails, through my own personal, like, social profiles. And what we're sort of looking at going forward with the brand is actually publishing our sort of, like, tree of, like, the future of Fluff and what it is that we are committing to and doing, so that our stakeholders and our consumers can follow that journey and keep us accountable. And then if we don't hit our timeline, we'll be able to explain why or update it, and you guys can be along that journey with us.
Yeah, and I suppose, like, to be a bit more granular there, like, an example would be, so we've had people messaging us, our current bronzer compact comes in this plastic sleeve. And so people were messaging being like, you know, why does it come in that, you know, asking for us to be better, which is great, and we love that. And the transparency that we could give there was like, we have these already in stock that we ordered how many years ago? 4 years ago. And for us to switch over right now to a different sort of packaging would mean literally throwing those away, which is just, to us, seems like a bit silly. So it's like, we are switching over. We've got them sitting here ready to go with a better packaging code. But it's like, we need to get through these ones that we have before we just put more waste out there for the sake of, I guess, looking better. And that's the kind of thing. It's like, we would rather make these decisions that are actually better than just kind of a knee-jerk reaction so that we look better straight away.
I think someone has asked, like, what does being better look like to us, and like, should the industry have stronger regulations around ingredients and production? And I don't think that we should have to wait for the industry to regulate to be better, because there's so much knowledge out there, and it is possible to make better products. So for me, it's like, maybe I will believe that my job is done, or that Fluff stops when, like, a big thing that's come up for us is that most or majority of brands are creating refillable products. That's something that we sort of wasn't in our initial pipeline, but we sort of came about along the way, and it's become, like, such a fundamental part of our brand. The fact that I can have, like, one lip oil compact now for the rest of my life means that maybe I'm sparing the world like 30 extra additional tubes of plastic. And when you multiply that by how many people are in the world, or even just in Australia, like that's where individual impact makes a difference. I think being better for me is like regulation around influencers and the type of products they promote and the messages that they put around beauty and diet culture. I think really needs to be regulated. We obviously, again, as I mentioned earlier, like aren't aware yet of the full consequences of the content that we've been putting out for the last 5 years. And that was one of the reasons why I started. I was really worried about the 30-year-olds that my young cousins at the time were going to be and become, because we all have our own insecurities from consuming content. I think the messaging of brands, that's how I want the industry to be better, for consumers to know who started brands, to know where they bought their products from, to know where the ingredients are sourced. Again, to understand the nuances and to be able to hold that space for brands to have that conversation and to just consume, I guess, more consciously, like make the decisions like, this is why I own that toothbrush. This is where it's from. This is why I buy this shirt. I like it from here. Or I know who the designer is. Like that's for me, the industry taking a few small steps to be better. I think the other thing is that beauty, very similarly to the fashion industry, is tied to seasonality and releasing lots of products on certain points of time. And we are feeding that demand from consumers and only encouraging them to want new instead of having less. And for a while, what we saw was it was quite a sort of a status of, I guess, or a social status to have a cabinet full of products and have them color coordinated. And it was like, look how amazing this is. Now there's actually a lot of shame around that. It's like, look how much of a waste this is. I do not need 10 cleansers. I need one. 5 of those 10 cleansers will expire before I can finish one of them. That awareness and that sort of, I guess, understanding that that product is not going to make you really happy, like it's just not the right thing to do.
I think as well we've said that, you know, we would love people to not speak about like it's what's happening now and it's fine, but it's like we would love that there was a time where being vegan and not having palm oil in your products wasn't anything
that you deserved a medal for.
Yeah.
It was like, just like that's just how we produce products.
That
now
should be the standard, and we're sort of looking forward to that day where someone comes along and does it even better, and then they're the next kind of standard, and it's like everyone's trying to kind of get there. But yeah, I don't feel like, you know, vegan products or having content that doesn't make you feel like shit should be something that we should be congratulated for. I would love for that to just be the standard.
Yeah. Someone has asked that, Erica, you founded another beauty brand. How is the influencer strategy different? And I mean, hopefully this whole talk will have illustrated that, but we don't send out 5,000 units of product every month. We are very selective to who we gift to. We don't pay for influencer posts, and we aren't, when we're looking for activists, looking for people necessarily with a certain amount of followers or aesthetic. Like usually it's like they are having conversations and talking about them. And then we start not by saying, hey, we want to send you product. We're like, hey, we want to talk. What do you care about? Like, we have issues with the beauty industry. Do you? Is there any alignment? And then we build a relationship with them over time. We will send them product if they're interested, without any expectation of posting, see how they feel, maybe pick the conversation up later. But first and foremost, we ask them to contribute to our issues page. And we just want like good people having our product out there. If we believe that they care about things like refillable beauty, if we think that they are backing brands that are cruelty-free and vegan, sure. Like, so we're just like, have Fluff. It seems like it'll suit you.
And it can also be people who we think are creating cool art too. There's a lot of people who have just really interesting photos of things we haven't seen. And for us, it's also like, hey, you know, we think you could create something really beautiful with this.
We are like influenced outside of the beauty industry. Like we're influenced by a lot of skate culture, music culture, and like art culture. Like that's, we always want our content to make people feel something, because the people we're drawn to have made us feel something other than just being like, this fits into the beauty industry.
Yeah.
And someone has asked a great question where they've said, I don't really know what I stand for yet, but I have Fluff. Can I still be an influencer for Fluff? And I would say you are an influencer for Fluff already, or you're an activist. Like, you have your certain group of friends. When you go out for dinner with them, and if this lip oil is on the table and they ask you what it is, you can tell them what Fluff stands for. And if it's what you stand for too, like, that's you opening up a conversation. If you end up influencing one of your friends to buy Fluff, like, you have done your job. That is your influence. I take great pride in that. It's like, if I can just influence one person in my life to be better or to think differently about themselves, like, that's my job done. So that is really our strategy around individuals and the influence that they can have, not this sort of mainstream generic idea of a traditional social media influencer.
And I would argue on that one as well, that when they said, I don't really know what I stand for, I feel like in even just purchasing the product, you obviously do stand for something, because there's a reason you chose to buy this over another product. So there's got to be something sort of there where you already, you know, as we said, are that kind of activist mind state.
And that was what we sort of had when we were thinking about tying up our talk around what advice we would actually give to you guys if you're unsure of what you stand for, or whether you work for another company and you want to see change, or if you want to start your own business. I have done this exercise many times. I do it again because your ideas are going to change over the years as you grow. But to like start by writing down what you care about. It could be so simple. It could be friends, family. It could be self-care. There's so many things. Then write down what you're good and you're bad at in life, what you feel like you could improve, what could be better, or what you think you're doing really well at. I would suggest to write down a list of all the brands that you care about or purchase from, and ask yourself why you purchase from them and what do they have in common. Then you'll start getting this idea of like who you gravitate towards. Like, do they all care about cruelty-free products? Do they all care about this message around inclusivity? This is where you start to build this idea of yourself. And to take a look at like all the products in your house, or all the clothes in your wardrobe, your toothbrush, the food items you consume. Where are they coming from? What does the box say? Who started it? Like, is that from Australia or is it from overseas? Does it matter if it's from overseas? What do you know about that brand? Like, can that be an extension of you, or does it not need to be an extension of you? And then sort of asking, like, could they be better? What decisions have they made? Was it necessary for them to put that product out there, or is it not? You know, even if it's plastic, is it still something that means something to you and connects with you? This is where you sort of start really breaking down like the nuances of brands and consumption, and can formulate an opinion of your own.
And I would add to that as well, writing down what you're good and bad at. But I also think a really useful exercise is writing down, which is something we do as a part of our performance reviews here, is what am I good at that I like doing, and what am I good at that I don't like doing, and what am I like bad at that I like doing that I'd like to be better at too. I think that's a really valuable exercise in kind of thinking where you would want to sort of grow your strengths. And also I just think, one of the most valuable things I kind of did amongst this process was also, as I said earlier, writing down all the things, even about your worst job that you've had, and it could have been a casual job like a friggin' paper run on a Sunday, and it's like, what about it though did I like? What was the one thing that I kind of got out of that was still valuable to me? And I think that is really what steered me in a path, because I felt like I didn't have heaps of career experience in like an office, but it was like, what are all the other little bits that I've learned from anything that I've done that could lead me into the kind of place that I want to go?
And I would view it what you found your influence is around your like connection to customers and your understanding of how they think and your empathy with them, and then how you can communicate. So there's two really interesting questions here. One is, what are your opinions on collaborating with other brands that carry similar values? And I would say, great, do it. Like, we do it. We're really selective, and I try and obviously have conversations or know the brands, because this is a way where you can probably find similar audiences to reach and share. So we have done sort of like giveaways. You want it to have heart though. Like, it's very easy to do a typical just post them like this and whatever, but you also have the opportunity to tell a story with your collaboration with another brand. So again, just think about, what do I like about them? What are they offering? What will our consumers get out of it? you know, is there longevity in this? And try and keep it ongoing. Like, we don't really like one-off things either. I would much rather develop an ongoing, strong partnership with someone.
And also for us, I think, you know, we always say it's interesting that people would view other brands in similar spaces as competition. And we're kind of like, if we have the opportunity to talk to someone who's in a similar position to us doing something similar, that's a learning experience for us too. And even that conversation of whether we end up collaborating with them or not, but even just reaching out to them and being like, hey, we think we care about the same things. We're kind of working in the same areas. Let's just have a wine and chat.
Yeah,
and
what would a collaboration look like? And then like, deciding to pursue it or not.
I think it's such an exciting thing. And it's always, even if we just take one little bit of information from it or one thing that's helpful or vice versa, we think that's amazing.
Yeah. And so if you are going to reach out to like-minded brands, like, do that, and it's putting yourself out there. But if you don't ask, the answer might be no. But I think it's not just saying let's collaborate or do a giveaway. It's like, first just have a connection with them, talk about what you love about them, talk about what you love about your own brand, give them ideas, like, start the conversation. There's one final question and that I do really want to answer because it's amazing. And it said, what do I study at uni to be an influencer? Do I need training? My personal opinion that I'm just going to say is, like, don't be an influencer. And I don't have any, or don't be a traditional social media influencer. And I don't think it's something that you can be taught. You kind of have inherent leadership qualities about you, and that's what I would say is an influential person. I don't know whether uni has courses like this. It's been a while since I've been at uni. I know we had a youth media elective, but there was nothing around influencing. Of course, there are social media strategies and around finding what your vibe and aesthetic is. You can take the easy, quick, lazy way of just doing what other influencers are doing that you know works, but I feel like that won't give you fulfillment in the long term. So your training is just your practice in life around having conversations with people, really discovering what you love, what you care about, and then naturally you should want to tell other people what you care about. And that's where you will find your influence. Again, your influence doesn't equal 100,000 followers. Your influence can equal 1,000 followers. It can equal 5 friends. But you need to start there, like, really on the intention. And because when your, like, heart is in it, like, you will naturally gain a following. So I guess I would say to you, if you want to have 100,000 followers in a month, I am the wrong person to talk to. Like, I can't give you advice. There are courses that you can do to do that, but I think that they are full of shit. And I would definitely encourage you to seek a more fulfilling or intentional career. And again, I'm not saying that I think being an influential person is bad. I look up to people, but it's like, find what your version of influential is and find what you care about and then share that with other people. That's our end of our rant.
Guys, honestly, it was so popular, and I think, you know, it's just going back to, like, literally the whole last 45 minutes is just such an important lesson that I think that a lot of people are sort of taking from you guys, is that the conversation that you actually drive, you know, really is just something that not many people can actually get at this point in time. And, you know, even just completely dissecting, you know, even your Instagram account yourself, like, it is, you know, offering another conversation. And I think that's the reason why it's so popular, is because, you know, people are, like, especially girls, you know, and guys, like, they're just really thirsty for that kind of discussion. I think that, you know, according to the chat box, you could have kept on going for another couple of hours, but unfortunately we had to kind of to wrap you up. But I did want to just let everyone know that, you know, please jump over to their guys' website and Instagram. It's just such a beacon of information. Join in on the conversations. You know, be a part of the whole movement, and, you know, and of course, like, if you want to buy product, but, you know, it's more important just to, you know, be involved in the conversation and working out what it is that you stand for. And we're super pumped that that the girls have actually given us some really cool goodies that will be in your virtual goodie bag that you'll get after the event. So, I mean, guys, did you have anything that you wanted to say just to wrap up? Because it was just amazing. Thank you for your time.
There is just one thing I'd love to say is if you are on our website or our Instagram and there's any other questions you had or you wanted to keep chatting, feel free to email us or DM us. You will literally be speaking to one of us, like we're two people. And we also run at the moment, it's a digital internship program. We're sort of halfway through one at the moment. But that's something also that we're obviously kind of the audience would be the kind of people who would be interested in something like that. So yeah, if you head to our website, the email address is bunnies@itsallfluff.com, or you can just DM us and we can move you to email from there as well. So yeah, we'd love to keep talking to people. I mean, like we said, we could talk forever.
Oh, awesome. Well, Erica and Alan, thank you very much for your time, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. And guys, you know, we will also be sending all the registrants all of their details as well, so you can continue on with the conversation if you, you know, didn't get what Alan just said then about the Bunnies address. So don't worry, we'll be sending you everything that you need to continue on the conversation with the guys. And you know, Alan and Erica, thank you so much for your time again. It was just awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. See ya.
Bye.
Bye. Hey guys, and welcome back. We are super pumped to bring you this next conversation and masterclass with the incredible Odette Berry. Now, Odette is someone, if you don't know who she is, then you literally have to discover her and gobble up any communication that you can read, listen, see about her. She is an incredible PR manager. As I mentioned before, this is a masterclass on what redefining what the future of PR looks like. But before we go into that, I just wanted to give you an introduction to Odette, so you know a little bit about her background and where she's actually worked. So as I mentioned before, she is a storyteller who loves nothing more than helping businesses share their stories through traditional media. Odette is also a publicist. She's a PR mentor. She's the founder of Odette & Co., which is actually a micro PR agency based out of Byron Bay. So Odette's joining us from Byron Bay today. Her career spans marketing and communications for brands like Westpac, you know, the Australians Physiotherapy Association, Cait, New South Wales, you know, Women's Fitness Magazine, and I mean, literally, we could go on and on and on. If you think of a brand or think of something in the news, no doubt she's touched this. That incredible. You know, Odette is also a headline-winning PR mentor, and she has designed and teaches the popular Hack Your Own PR program. She's also a podcaster and an editor, and she's an editor of actually one of my favorite brands and favorite Instagram accounts to follow at the moment, which is Future Dreamers. I am terribly excited to welcome Odette to CareerCon. Make sure that you get your pens and paper ready, because this masterclass is going to be amazing if you want to get into the PR industry. So Odette, I'm going to throw it over to you. Welcome to CareerCon.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. What an epic introduction. It doesn't seem to matter how many of these like public speaking gigs that I do, I'm still like shaking like a leaf and always nervous as all hell. But thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to not just talk about PR, but also talk about finding your path, and hopefully, you know, through today's session we'll be able to share a bit of light for people that need it.
Yeah, cool. Now, I just wanted to, just before you started it, I just want to let everyone know that, you know, if you have any questions in regards to, you know, PR as a career, university choices, you know, maybe you even work within the industry, make sure that you just put them in the Q&A box, and about 10 minutes until the end, we'll jump back and ask Odette those questions. So thank you. I'll hand it over to you.
Awesome. Wow. Thanks so much for having me. Just a little bit nervous. So to begin, I just want to give you a bit of an overview. Today, I really want to talk about why school doesn't matter, and why being a wreck is absolutely okay. And this is not necessarily a message for everyone, but for the couple of people that this is meaningful for, I hope you hear this and it gives you a little ray of light. And we're going to talk about a little bit about what PR is, because PR has an awful PR problem in that so many people don't really understand what our industry is. Then I'm going to help explain a little bit about understanding how you can tell whether PR is going to be a great career for you. Talk a little bit about media within 2020, because there's been some pretty significant changes that are going to affect all of our careers of the future. And then we'll talk a little bit about the future of PR and what I anticipate some of the key changes will be, and talking a little bit about designing your life around joy. So I'm Odette. I grew up in Melbourne and have lived here in Byron Bay for 5 years. And I'm the founder of Odette & Co, publicist, PR mentor and editor of Future Dreamers, like Cora said. So Future Dreamers is a sex, pleasure, identity online magazine that's created for young women growing up in this wild world. So if you're interested in getting to know yourself on a deeper level and talking about some of the topics that are probably a little bit taboo, got a bit of stigma related to them, come and check us out. But by the end of this session today, I hope that you'll feel a little bit more confident that you understand what PR is, what's happening in the landscape. But I also really hope that you walk away sharing my vision of hope and optimism for our industry, because I'm really excited about what's ahead for us. But more than anything, I really, really hope that you know that no matter how you feel right now about the world and the chaos that we're experiencing, the challenges that 2020 has presented us, I hope that you know that you are absolutely golden. Your future is bright. Our collective futures are bright. And what happens with your end of school results actually doesn't matter at all. I know right now all of these decisions can feel enormous and they can feel like they're going to define your future. But if we're really honest, they might define the next 5 years of your life. But please know, that you can reinvent yourself 10 times over in your career. And the current data at the moment, it shows that Australian workers will, on average, have between 5 and 7 career changes in their lifetime. And I am a testament to that. Your path will bend and twist, and sometimes it'll feel like you're swimming up against the current. Sometimes it'll probably feel like you're being dumped by a tidal wave and things will feel totally out of control. But there will be other times in your life where you will experience divine flow and you will love every single minute of every day. So just know you can reinvent yourself. You can dabble in different careers through your lifetime and you can explore the beautiful wonders of this universe. You don't have to follow any preordained societal script that you feel like the school system might be portraying in front of you or the university system is presenting to you. You can make your own path and you can learn to follow your intuition rather than just the systems. For me, I followed my own path and I got married at the age of 21 and had a baby at 22. Because that was what my calling was. I really desperately wanted to become a young mum and it was all I wanted. And I guess, you know, the way I would describe that is really the greatest gift I could have ever received. I've had a chance to not only be a young mum that I wanted to be, but I've also been able to grow and develop my career while my son has watched me go from strength to strength in my career. So this message here is not for everyone, as I said. If you know where you're headed, if you're crystal clear on your vision, if you're inspired, motivated, disciplined, and checking off that to-do list, I absolutely salute you. You are amazing. You are a sparkly being, and you have so much light and joy ahead of you. And for those of you that are feeling a little lost, confused, or stuck in the decisions of where you should go in your career, or feeling the pressure of exams or the pressure of the big decisions that are looming in front of you, if you're feeling unable to focus or study at the moment, or you're feeling nervous that you might fall short of your dreams, know this: you are an amazing sparkly being, and you have so much light and joy ahead of you as well. So I wanted to share with you a little poem that I read recently that when I heard it, I thought to myself, I have to share this with CareerCon because it really, really stuck with me. Because you see, when I was in high school, I didn't feel like I belonged, and I didn't know anyone who wasn't motivated and who wasn't striving towards a clearly defined dream. I felt like a wreck, and this section of this poem made me feel so unbelievably seen. I just want to share this little part of it. I like wrecks. I like ex-junkies. I like flunks and ex-flunkies. I like the way the careerless career. I like flat beer. I like people who tell half stories and forget the rest. I like people who make doodles in important written tests. I like being late. I like fate, and I like the way teeth grate. I honestly just love this poem because it just made me feel so seen. I love Rex too. I love the careerless, and I love ex-junkies. No matter how it looks from the outside, we are all messy, flawed, and imperfect beings, and we all deserve love and forgiveness for not being society's idea of perfection. In school, I was a complete ratbag. I had a big mouth, a lot of attitude. I was a pain in the ass for all of my teachers, but I was a wildling trying to fit into a strict private school education, and I wasn't cut out for that world. And as a result of that, I felt completely out of step with society and school and the expectations around me because I didn't know what I wanted to be, and I didn't know who I was because I had no drive and I had no desire to do well in school. But on the side, I was working at Boost Juice 30 hours a week, and that was late nights, it was all weekend, and I absolutely loved my job. I worked harder than anyone on my shifts, and I was the shift manager at 16, running shifts for people 10 years older than me at $6.05 an hour. And it was amazing. But fast forward 17 years, and I have to tell you, I had the calculator out last night trying to double check the numbers, but it's actually been 17 years. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm so proud of myself. I'm proud of my career, my achievements, and my messy and chaotic and wildly fulfilling path. I nearly dropped out of high school, but in the end I stuck it out, and I obtained a dazzling 56 on my enter score, which is really hard to say out loud, especially in the shadow of both my sisters achieving 96.55. And at the time, part of me was crippled with embarrassment in my sense of failure, while a tiny little voice in my head believed that I knew what I was doing, and I trusted, but I was also pretty afraid. I refused to go to university at that point. I refused to go until I was 100% sure I knew what I wanted to do. And in the end, I did go to uni. I got into my first choice when I was 26 years old. I studied strategic communications, majoring in public relations and journalism. And the funny thing is, when you apply to uni as a mature age student, your finishing score doesn't mean anything. No one asks for it. You don't even need one. But before I'd completed my studies, I hadn't had the absolute pleasure of working in corporate communications for one of Australia's largest financial institutions in Westpac and in Australia's governing body for physio. So I'd even had an opportunity to try my hand in fashion retail. But upon graduating, nothing really changed in my career thanks to that piece of paper. The only change was in my head. Instead, I suddenly felt validated by the system. Since then, I've worked in major media mastheads within Women's Fitness magazine, and there was no piece of paper required for that. I work for Future Dreamers as the editor. I've written for Mamma Mia, Kidspot, Mumbrella, and in the last 5 years, I've set up a thriving PR agency that I love with my entire heart. And I've had absolutely no cause to have a degree through this period. So for any of you that need to hear this message, please remember you are an amazing sparkly being and you have so much light ahead of you. So let's get into the nuts and bolts of this. What is PR? So I'm a publicist, and as I mentioned, pretty much no one I speak to knows what that is. And it's pretty ironic because the PR industry's job is to improve the reputation and help our clients become known. And we haven't really been able to manage that for ourselves. It's our job to help our clients shine in the most positive light possible. And I constantly am explaining to people what PR is. And the reason that is that often we are the hidden lever of power that sits behind a kick-ass media win. So often people won't mention that they hustled with a publicist to secure a coverage because it's kind of like showing inside the sausage factory. So anywhere between 50 and 80% of media coverage occurs from pitches. So that's when a publicist will get in touch with an outlet, with an editor, a producer, a chief of staff, someone within a media outlet, and pitch a story. So our job is to help our clients get coverage across TV, radio, print, online, podcasts, TikTok, social media collaborations. And we do this via developing strategy and then pitching those stories. So PR, I honestly haven't seen the inside of every single communications field, but I don't think there's anything more exciting in the communications disciplines than publicity. On any given day, you can be sitting across strategy, event planning, influencer marketing, risk mitigation, crisis management, and it's really diverse. And it's super exciting when your clients succeed. And we have so much power in our hands when we work with amazing collaborators. We create thought leaders, create celebrities, orchestrate endorsements, and we fuel amazing communications. A typical day might include anything from when you're starting out, from researching media outlets, pitching stories, building lists of influencers and collaborators, planning events, managing activations, helping out on shoots. There's so many cool things that you get to do, and you really get to flex everything from creativity to storytelling to strategic mindsets. So it is honestly so much fun. So how do you know if PR is a good career for you? Well, some of the things that I think are essential to have in your core skill set, but I also think that so many people from different walks of life would be amazing for PR. But some of the key things: you want to be creative, you want to love writing, you want to love telling stories, you love talking shit, you like roller coasters, you like fun, you don't mind a bit of chaos, you love meeting new people, you probably love the thrill of the chase, you love social media, you love everything new, and you're probably a bit of adrenaline junkie. Because in PR, things move fast. We are constantly thinking on our feet. We're forever meeting new people, building strategic communications. And generally speaking, I find that PRs are early adopters. We love being across the latest trends and hyper now conversations. It truly is one of the most exciting industries, but it is also laden with fatigue. And also we do have some new risks involved in the industry with what's happening in the media industry. So I think it would be pretty irresponsible if I didn't talk about the elephant in the room, which is what's happening within the media landscape. So social media has been stealing advertising budgets from traditional media for over a decade. And so there's decreased numbers of staff in media, decreased budget, inboxes are overflowing with invites, pitches, media releases, and the deadlines are very, very real. There's some pretty serious ego in the industry, but there's also now a lot of fear for the security of people's jobs. So before COVID, Australia's media market had been shrinking for a really long time, but COVID has definitely accelerated its decline. There's no lying about that. You can see the headlines here that there's just been so many outlets that are being closed in the last few months that have suffered the blow of limited advertising budgets that have been available. For PR professionals, that has a pretty significant impact. How do you build relationships with journalists and outlets when they're constantly closing and changing? You know, for eons, PR has been reliant on newspapers and TV programs to survive. But as things have changed with digital, it's meant that publicists have changed with it. We're agile. We are content creators. We're data aggregators. We're integrated and channel agile storytellers. Our roles are now so much more varied, and they're going to become more varied. As these mastheads close, there's definitely been some heaviness in the industry, but there's also been some light. So PR is definitely nimble, and unlike some of the journalists that are single channel, we are multidisciplinary news creators, and we're agile. We're able to adapt to the new technologies because we're hungry for understanding what the emerging mediums are. So definitely news is still going to be an essential part of our high functioning democracy, but it'll just be new platforms, and where new platforms emerge, publicists will definitely be there. Thanks to the rise of digital, almost everyone can be a publisher these days, creating their own digital outlet. You know, podcasts, TikTok, they've been rapidly expanding their influence. And where there's influence, there will always be opportunities for brands to get in front of new audiences. So it's absolutely been a challenging time for the media landscape, but it has also had some amazing great results for outlets like the New York Times, who have had the highest number of subscribers ever through the pandemic. And niche publications are absolutely thriving as they, are speaking to their niche audiences, and they know exactly what they're about. So it's not all doom and gloom. The top 10 Australian news outlets have had some of the highest traffic ever through COVID. So the function of news is still very much needed. It's just that it's changing. Publicists will continue to be necessary. We will always need to find places for our clients to create impact, and brands will still need ways to grow their reputation and build influence. So the future is bright. So what is the future of PR? Well, I believe we will always need to communicate with our public about things that matter. We will always need communicators. The message may change, the medium may change, but the need will absolutely remain. So I believe that the industry will adapt and change with a focus on innovation, paid media, creativity, data, and definitely resilience. When it comes to innovation, like, we will not solve any problems if we think in a traditional mindset. So people that work in PR are going to have to be innovative in their soul, to the very core of their soul. You always have to move at speed, be creative, and be innovative. We always will have to think outside the box, and I think that's going to be demanded of us more and more in the future of PR. Currently, PR is considered earned media, which means that it's unpaid and it's one based on your knowledge, your expertise, your skills, your celebrity. But I think future PR will have probably a bit of a mixed bag of paid and owned media types. So whilst PR will still be in the game of creating impact and changing the way people think and feel about things, I think there will be more use of mixed media where PRs will be working more closely and more integrated with advertising and marketing functions to really create that change. I think the future of PR will be deeply creative. I think as storytellers and content creators, it will continue to be our job to get the message out there. It will just be that it'll be different forums and mediums that we're doing it. You know, maybe it's beaming up intergalactic conversations to aliens. Whatever the medium is, we're still going to need to converse. And I think our creativity will be what will be front and center of everything we do in the future. There's no doubt that data is going to play a big role in the future of PR. So publicists of the future will absolutely need to be data oriented. They'll need to be confident, understanding consumer insights, as you know, and being as confident in analytics and understanding performance as our peers in the advertising and marketing domain are expected to be. But mostly, more than anything, and I think this is the case in every single career domain, we will need to be resilient. In the future of PR, we will need to be adaptive, we'll need to embrace ambiguity, and we will need to be open to collaboration. And I had a boss when I worked at Westpac, and she told me that if you want to earn good corporate money in finance, you have to become great at dealing with change. But I think that applies absolutely everywhere. So, in summary, I think the future is super, super bright for PR. The medium may be unknown, but the need to communicate will never, ever go away. I honestly think if you're feeling unsure, if you don't feel 100% aligned to a particular path that you're currently forging, or you're worried that you might not want to be a publicist or a lawyer or a marketer or a vet or an analyst forever, just remember that the data says that Australians will have between 5 and 7 career changes in your lifetime. So there's space to reinvent yourself, dabble in those different careers, and explore the wonders of this beautiful planet. Remember, you don't have to follow anyone's script. You can create your own path. And I really hope that you can learn to hear and trust your intuition. Learn to chase joy, chase a lifestyle, invest in time in nature, invest in friendships and connection, invest in adventure, in yourself, invest in your personal development as much as your professional development, and stay open and curious. Be kind to yourself. Celebrate you even when you feel like a careerless flunky. You are all amazing, sparkly beings, and you have so much light ahead of you. So that's a wrap from me. If you have any questions, Cora maybe might flick them across, I think. But if you have any questions and want to know any more about PR and how to navigate the domain, I have a little podcast called Hack Your Own PR, and you're welcome to jump over there and check it out and DM me any questions on Instagram.
Odette, that was sensational. Thank you so much for doing that. We do have a couple of questions that have come through, and we'll just shoot through maybe just one or two, just while we've got you here on the call. And I think the majority of us really, really want a copy of that poem. So there's been a couple of questions in the box about that. So flick it through to me, and then I can distribute it to all of the people that have registered for the call as well. The first tip is any tips on gaining internships within PR, and do you believe that they are useful?
Yeah, I think they're so freaking useful. Like, I just feel like try and do as many internships as you possibly can and do more than are required of you in your degree, because the more of those relationships you establish, the better it's going to be. The one thing that I would say is that you can easily set yourself apart from the pack with internships by showing up and being punctual, by having great communication, by being curious and getting things done. I have inquiries from, people that want to do internships all the time. And, I would say 1 in 10 are people that actually reply to the email that I get back to them on.
Yeah, right. Wow.
People are flaky.
Yeah. Geez, in every industry, but yeah, that's right. Just show up. So another really quick question that I think is a really important one is that where is the PR industry heading since COVID? It seems like agencies aren't hiring anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the industry is in absolute shock, definitely. Yeah. But I think there's also like a recalibration, because we still need to create influence. We still need to create opportunities for brands to become known, for these conversations to be had. It's just that I think some of the bigger agencies are carrying huge overheads that they can't justify anymore. So I think there's a quietening period, and then I think it's going to ramp up again, because there's so many niche outlets, so many niche publications that are absolutely thriving, and digital is presenting so many cool opportunities. Like, we're still pitching to people that are influencers on TikTok. So, there's plenty of opportunities for publicists.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, this question here that's just popped through isn't particularly a career-related, PR question, but I think it's still really newsworthy in this current climate as well, is that you're an inspiration, Odette. What do you think about Facebook looking to block news in Australia?
Oh, well, I mean, it's very PR. I think this is a really, really tricky conversation. I really do think that Facebook and Google should be paying news providers for the content that's being created. I really hope that both Facebook and Google can come to a really comfortable space with the industry that is respectful of everyone's work.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, totally agree. Well, I think that's all we've got time for today, which is such a shame. But thank you again for all of that PR goodness and for unpacking the industry for us, and in particular in this current climate as well. And I'm sure that there's so many students out there that just got so much from your talk. If anyone wants to continue the conversation with you, I know that you mentioned before that students can reach out to you. Is that's
yeah, DM me. And if you're struggling, if you fucking hate school like I did, then please DM me. And there's light. There's so much light for you ahead.
Oh, so refreshing to hear someone say that.
Probably not meant to say that.
That's okay. We'll beep you out next time, Odette. No, thank you very much for your time again, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you for joining us at CareerCon.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks. guys, and welcome back to our next session, which is actually a really exciting masterclass delivered by the amazing Ruby. So I'm going to dive in and tell you a little bit about her background before we get started. But I think that this masterclass is actually really timely, just following on from Odette's, because it's really all about LinkedIn and owning your own story and bringing that whole PR notion on yourself in order to sort of get ahead in your career. So just a little bit about Ruby. So Ruby Lee is, she is a sought after business coach. So anyone that works within the business industry will know Ruby. She has helped guide many, many brands that I'm sure that you see regularly and live and breathe in your day-to-day lives. She is a digital nomad, which is something that I find truly inspiring myself. I think that being able to live and work and do what you want to do, no matter where you are in the world, is such a thing that I think we all aspire to. So we're really going to unpack that with Ruby today. But she's also the founder of Own Your Own Hustle movement, which is, you know, as I mentioned before, it's just a massive a movement that so many business owners are a part of. But her stories and also her advice is really, really topical and perfect for all of you guys, no matter if you're studying, taking a gap year, or even you're in university yourself. So I'm going to hand it over to Ruby. So welcome to CareerCon, Ruby. Thanks for joining us.
Hey guys, hey Kira, thank you so much for having me. This is such an absolute pleasure. And I get to speak about one of my favorite topics, which is using LinkedIn as an opportunities platform. And this is one of the things I really want you to walk away with today out of this session, is exactly how Kira's just said it. You really have such an incredible platform available to you, not just from a career perspective, but from an entrepreneurial perspective. If some of you out there are watching on thinking, God, I'd love to start my own business, or maybe you already have, how you can really utilize this platform to raise your visibility and to be seen by a whole new market that you would never have thought you could reach. So let's jump into it, shall we, Kira?
Yeah, no, and please, guys, you know, ask Ruby any questions that you have in the Q&A box, and we'll pop back in a little bit later and get those questions answered. So over to you, Ruby. Let's learn all about LinkedIn.
Okay, amazing. So as also some further context, before I started my business, which was going all in around 2.5 years ago, I actually was in HR as a recruiter, working in graduate recruitment in particular. So I've seen some really interesting profiles on LinkedIn. I've seen some really interesting ways that, you know, grads or students have really positioned themselves on the platform to get that little bit further. As well as that, I use LinkedIn as a platform to foster my side hustle. So I had a full-time job in HR and also balanced my side hustle, which was in career coaching and resume building, all those fun things. So I had that dual sort of positioning on LinkedIn. One thing I will say is LinkedIn truly is a platform where you can expect the unexpected. I can go into so many different stories, and I want to share 3 different stories that's within my network and my client group of those who are aged between 17, actually even 16 through to 21, and how they've used LinkedIn as a way to invite those unexpected opportunities their way. One of the things that I love about LinkedIn is its algorithm by far is superior to most of your social media platforms that you would see out there today. So Facebook had its day in 2012. You know, you could post whatever you wanted to on there and you would be seen by most people, if not all, in your Facebook network. We now know things are very different on the Facebook platform. Obviously, and a connection to Facebook owned by the same company as Instagram. If you've tried to grow on Instagram, it can be pretty difficult at the start, especially if you're wanting to grow your business, your personal brand. There's a lot that you need to get started in order to grow fast. LinkedIn has a lot of similarities to that of Twitter, actually. So when you start on LinkedIn as a personal brand, what you may find is your video gets hundreds, if not thousands of views within the first day. Now, when I say video, LinkedIn's best way for you to get in front of your platform and in front of your audience is to use video. So, exactly how you would do an Instagram story, for example. Anything that's under a minute does really, really well on the LinkedIn platform. Now, there's over 185 million users on LinkedIn, but only 1% of these users actually use it as a content creation platform. Isn't that just so amazing to think about it that way? The way I see it is it's not a bad opportunity to start creating your future, to really be seen, to have a voice, and to start your brand. So it's not just in terms of getting potentially noticed by employers. Of course, that would be amazing, as you're thinking about perhaps internships, graduate positions, junior roles that you can step into organizations, but also being noticed by potentially investors. So if you are an entrepreneur and you're thinking, God, I would love some funding for this really cool app or this great idea I have, investors are on LinkedIn, and also brands. Influencer marketing is becoming more and more popular on LinkedIn. So if you are heading towards, potentially starting an influencer-based brand or business, it's also a really, really enriched place to begin. So there's a couple examples I want to give you. One is one of the girls in my network. She's a 21-year-old fresh grad. She's just, finished off in economics and business. And she was so keen to start her own business. She was like, I'm not really set for that traditional pathway of going into a grad role. She wanted to really kickstart her own brand. And she started to make videos on LinkedIn, documenting her process of burning that midnight oil, of, starting her own website, how she was, going to position herself for her audience, and from time to time pitching her services and her products on LinkedIn. Not long after this, she actually had a little email hit her DM, or a DM hit her LinkedIn inbox, saying that there was a potential investor who was interested to find out more about her brand and to take her business to that next level. It's so interesting. They ended up having many chats. She lives in the US. They had many chats, was even flown to Sunnyvale in San Francisco to have more of a discussion, which was just absolutely incredible. And from there, her network just blew up and expanded like nothing else, just from showing up on LinkedIn videos and getting seen and heard and putting herself out there, which is so incredible. Another 18-year-old that I'm aware of became a viral blogger on LinkedIn. Who would have thought? And he was a really, really already quite, affluent writer. He loved writing, and he loved, assessing what was going on in the industry. And he would sort of put out these little blogs. LinkedIn has a blogging arm to their business called LinkedIn Pulse. So Pulse reached out to him and said, hey, dude, we're really, really keen on your voice, your tone. It's so perfect for the next generation of users on LinkedIn. Would you want to come onto our platform and be a guest blogger? He wrote his piece and it went viral. It had over 1 million views on LinkedIn Pulse, and he was able to then reach up to 500,000 followers on LinkedIn pretty much within 2 weeks of his article going viral. Absolutely amazing. And then from there, he's been invited to speak on TED and TEDx stages all around the world, just using his skill set in writing. So I think that was really amazing. The third example I have is a 19-year-old was really thinking to herself, she's not really had, a lot of luck with her grades at school. And she wasn't someone who would do a lot of extracurricular work. Her resume basically looked a little bit boring and a little bit dead. She's like, how am I going to stand out online? There are so many people out there who are going to look better than me on paper, but I know that I'm actually the person for this company. And she had this huge crush on this company she wanted to work for. And she started to use LinkedIn as a personal branding platform to position herself to work at this company. Now, there's no other social media platform out there where you literally can reach out to the head of HR of your perfect company, of the brand that you want to work for. There is no other platform that you can type into the search recruitment manager at dream company and you can message them directly. A lot of HR hiring managers, recruitment teams will have their LinkedIn messages directly linked to their inboxes. So what this means is when you're messaging them on LinkedIn, it directly hits their inbox. If you are applying for a job on platforms such as Indeed or Seek or other platforms like that, it goes through a big machine. It goes through what we call an applicant tracking system, and it just runs the algorithm for keywords and all those things that you hear. So LinkedIn is such a beautiful way to get in front of the right people, or at least just increase your chances to be seen amongst the thousands of resumes that that one job that you might be going for. So in this case, this particular student went for it, used LinkedIn, and she was able to land her dream internship. The hiring manager noticed her name as it came up in the shortlist and correlated that with the message that she had written, went and had a stalk of her LinkedIn profile, got a feel for her brand, her voice, her blogs, her videos, and brought her in for an interview. And in the interview, she did the rest. So with all of that being said, I have a couple of to-dos for you as we wrap up today's mini masterclass. The first one is, if you haven't already got a LinkedIn profile, I would highly recommend that you start one. It's super easy. You could do it within 20 minutes, get yourself a photo that doesn't need to be necessarily super professional. It could literally be you up against a blank wall like I am, and just be you. LinkedIn loves authenticity, so you don't need to pretend to be somebody else or something that you're not. Be you. Number 2, get super clear about your goal on LinkedIn. Are you wanting an internship? Are you wanting a grad role? Are you wanting to reach the attention of potential investors? Are you just wanting to use it as a platform where you can go viral and be seen and heard for your own voice? Okay, so get super clear on that, because this is really going to help you in number 3, which is creating videos, creating posts, and being consistent. Just like with any other social media platform, you can't expect to just post one day a week and have it work for you. You're essentially only saying to LinkedIn, I'll have you work 10% of the time for me instead of at 150%. So for many content creators, we're posting 2 to 3 times a day on LinkedIn, and we're seeing incredible results. Now, with those 2 to 3 times a day, it could be 15 minutes, 20 minutes in total, but you're just dipping in and out of the platform, maybe, in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening, where you might be just posting a quote, a video, and a post of yourself. So without feeling overly overwhelmed by all that I've said, I'll open up to Q&A in just a second. Be consistent, know exactly who this platform, who you want to reach on this platform, and just, know that you absolutely have incredible unexpected opportunities waiting for you on the other side.
Oh, that was such a fast and furious and informative masterclass, Ruby. Thank you. We actually
I'm so glad.
We have some really great questions that have come through. So I'm going to just smash them through to you, and we'll see how many that we can get through, but they're awesome. The first one comes from Zoe, and she's asked, what are your tips and advice for reaching out to industry professionals on LinkedIn and personalizing invites?
Yes, so exactly that, Zoe. Make sure it's personalized. So if you've got a little script that you're copying and pasting to every single person in the industry, it's felt like, it's all an energy. When you reach out to somebody, just put in some extra little pieces of information that feels just so made for them. If you're reaching out to Kura, for example, you might want to find out a little bit more about Kura's story and why she started her brand and her business. So with any organization, it would be the same. So, the ethos or the philosophy of that organization, maybe a recent article that was published about them. Maybe it's about a certain leader in the leadership team that you really look up to, or that you would love to be mentored by when you are hired for the organization. So just making it that little bit more personalized will actually go a lot further.
Yeah, awesome. Great tip. I think this might actually lead in nicely to the next one, Ruby, which is, if I'm starting a blog, how do I brand myself on LinkedIn?
Oh my gosh, yes. So There's a couple of ways we can do this, but if you do have a blog that's sitting on your Squarespace or your WordPress, whatever site you've got your blog hosted on, one of the things that I will definitely advise you to do is LinkedIn has an articles feature. I love the articles feature because it truly is such an evergreen source for people to find out about you without your content being lost in the feed. So it's very much like Twitter. You might post something and then you think half an hour later, where did it go? It's just somewhere in the feed, but don't worry, it's doing its job. The articles section is different. So people can hit your profile and immediately see the articles that you've written. So rather than duplicating the whole process of writing a blog on your website provider, on your platform and then sending it across to LinkedIn, what you can do is just copy the first 1 to 2 paragraphs of your blog, create a LinkedIn article about it, and then just one sentence to say, if you're enjoying this article, click here to read more, and you can hyperlink it out to your platform. So this way you're driving traffic to your own personal website without people just needing to stay on the platform on LinkedIn. Because I'm guessing if you've got a blog, potentially down the track, you've got some other services or some other, programs that you might offer your ideal clients. So that is what I would do. Make it look a little bit pretty with some photos and maybe just some pop-ups and whatnot, but get them to come across to your main blogging platform.
Oh, that is a good one. I've got the pen here. I think I might write that one down myself. So thanks, Ruby. There's such it's a great time at the moment when, you can potentially, build your own personal brand and literally, manage it from, all of these free platforms. So it's all your tips is just so awesome. I think that's, there's a question that's come through about should you have a LinkedIn profile in year 12? And
oh my gosh.
Yeah. Just to elaborate on that too, should students have a LinkedIn profile? I mean, they're told to get their resume done and to have, a cover letter, but should they have a LinkedIn profile as well?
I love this question. Oh my gosh, who asked this question?
It's anonymous, unfortunately.
Anonymous. Okay, anonymous. Such a good question. I'm so glad you asked it. So I will just say a few things. If I could do it all over again at this time, I was back in year 12, or in VCE, I would absolutely use LinkedIn. When I was in year 12, I wanted to start a YouTube channel, and back then the algorithm was so different and I so wish I did it, but I was just too scared. But now I would definitely use LinkedIn, not necessarily just to find jobs and to use it as a resume platform, but to connect with people early. It always is like, that saying, your net worth is your network, and LinkedIn is your network. You have every single person out there who's on LinkedIn, who's willing to watch your videos. I swear you guys would absolutely blow LinkedIn up, because there's not that many in the next generation that really use the platform effectively. So here's what I'll say. When you are, let's say, looking for even work experience, or you're looking for that first job and you are interested to work with some dream brands, what we do as recruiters, so now I've got my recruitment hat on, is if we got a resume for a graduate role, and I don't want to scare you guys, there are thousands of resumes that do come to us. So it's the reason why we need a big applicant tracking platform. Otherwise, it just goes into the ether and it gets lost. So there is merits to the platform, so you get the response and you get to be seen. But let's say your resume comes through to me as the recruiter and I see your shortlist. Guess what the first thing is I'd be doing? I'd be checking out LinkedIn. I want to see, it goes hand in hand. Resume comes in and I'm going to see, is Sarah Taylor on LinkedIn? And if she is, I want to find out a little bit more about her, what's not on the resume, and a little bit more in the sense of what lights you up? What is it that makes you different from one candidate to another? What are you volunteering in? What sports do you play? What inspires you to show up? And what made you take this line of study? Why do you want to work with us? Your philosophy, does it match with our company values? So if you don't have a LinkedIn profile, I wouldn't go as far to say that it's a disadvantage, but it would potentially raise the awareness a little bit more around who you are. So one more thing I will say about this is LinkedIn is run by Microsoft. It has a really strong SEO, really strong. So for most of us, if you're typing in Kura's name into Google, one of the first things you will see is Kura's LinkedIn profile, without a doubt. It just happens. It wouldn't happen for Facebook. It wouldn't necessarily happen for Instagram. With LinkedIn, yes, yes, yes. So if you type in Ruby Lee, it's likely going to be the first hit on Google. It's amazing. So I would say go for it. Year 12s, do it.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Awesome. And, it's, I think too, you made a great point. Like, you think of all of the people that graduate from a particular class. So, just say you're at Melbourne Uni and you're studying a science degree, and, there's probably around 300 to 400 students, and all trying to get a job within the industry as soon as that's over. And I mean, LinkedIn just sounds like it's one of the most perfect tools just to keep a little bit ahead of the next person within that, course, just to get ahead. So that's just such an awesome tip. And it kind of leads into the next one, is that someone said, can you give us some tips in regards to the algorithm? And I'm just sort of elaborating on their question, but what kind of things would get them, pushed forward? I'm just thinking in terms of like video content, or what works best.
Yeah, okay, so cool. There's many different answers to this because, as you know, with algorithms, it moves around all the time. Like every other month, who knows what they're doing in the background. They're just pulling all these levers. I picture these little, robots just going, no, we're going to turn that one off and turn this one up. But as of now, video is still going to get you the widest reach. They love video on the LinkedIn platform. The other thing I would say is LinkedIn uses hashtags. So it's very simple. We're not going to go in with, how on Instagram, for those of you that use it, if you hashtagged, like business coach or, student, you would just get lost on Instagram. On LinkedIn, you would actually get found. So make sure your hashtags are simple and they're easy and they're categorized. So use your hashtags, use video. And the other thing you can start doing is, as you're building out your network, you can actually start to tag a few people. So for example, you can just go @RubyLee. So if you're here and you want to take a photo and you're on LinkedIn, you can tag me. I will see your tag and then I'll repost it. So then this makes sure that your post goes out to everyone in my network. So I currently have 42,000 followers on LinkedIn. So if you do that and I reshare you, your profile will go out to my 42,000. So it's a really beautiful sort of webbed effect of how your profile can be seen. So tagging absolutely works as well.
Oh, wow. Tagging videos. That's awesome. I'm just going to keep on charging you through these, Ruby, because the answers are just so good. We'll try to get through as many as we can. So someone named Cait. So Cait's actually asked, who is doing a good job at growing their personal brand on LinkedIn so I can follow them?
Oh my gosh. Okay. So many followers.
Other than yourself.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right. So let me open up my app and I'll tell you who's just like doing an amazing job, especially when it comes to, I'm trying to think about some that you guys might really love to follow. Okay. So Natalie Rizzo would be a really great one for you to follow. Riso is how you spell her surname. Someone else that you might love is Swish Goswami. So SwishGoswami.
Anyone that you mention, we will actually put, we will actually email out to everyone as well. So.
Yeah, amazing. I would start with these two. They just are so dynamic on the platform. They just really use it. How I was saying, post consistently. Both Natalie and Swish do it really well, where they have a mixture of what they're sharing and what's going on. And I believe they're both under 20 years old. So it's a really great, you'll feel really, you can relate to them. And then Quentin Allums is another that I absolutely love. So I'll send across their links to Kura.
Oh, that is, and you know, Ruby, if anyone has any questions in regards to LinkedIn, because we haven't got through all the questions, but there are some really good ones in the chat box, and I think it'd be really helpful in terms of this kind of, you know, uncertain kind of world that we're living in at the moment. You know, any little step above someone or any way that you can actually learn more about ways to amplify your own brand, you know, is really, really helpful. So can the guys reach out to you via your website or?
Yeah, well, if you're game, you can reach out to me on LinkedIn. So definitely find me and send me through a DM on LinkedIn. Well, there's a challenge. And actually, for those of you that do, what I will do is I'll send you through a sort of 1 hour masterclass all about LinkedIn. I think that'll really help you. So, but the condition is that you have to start a LinkedIn profile and find me. And then I will send you through that link. So I've got a masterclass called How to Be Unapologetically You on LinkedIn. You will love it. So send me through a DM.
Oh, Ruby, that is amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for your time. That was such an awesome session. And I think that lots of people get loads from that. So thanks for joining us at CareerCon and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. It was so much fun. Thank you, Kura. This is such an amazing conference. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Oh, awesome. Thanks, Ruby. Woohoo! I am so excited for this next session. It's actually going to, you know, it's awesome being able to sort of see into people's lives and where they are at home. And I'm literally so pumped to see, for you guys to see where Maddy is joining us is from. But just before we actually go into that, I'd love to give you an introduction about our next session. So Maddy is actually, this is a mentor session actually. So Maddy is going to be going through which skills you need if you want to work in the advertising industry. So just a little bit about Maddy before we go. You know, with over the last 10 years, Maddy has been working in the advertising industry within creative and media agencies. In her current role as the Content and Partnerships Director at MediaCom, Maddy has project-led content strategy, production, distribution for her clients, as well as brand partnerships. And, you know, getting under the skin of brands like KFC, eBay, Uber, like who hasn't heard of Uber? Maddy is proud of the relationships that she's built with her clients and was rewarded for her business results as she won the 2017 B&T 30 Under 30 Awards, which is insane. So outside of the office, though, Maddy is super passionate about film and fitness and food, and is currently obsessed with loads of podcasts and loads of support that she'll be able to share with you guys today. So Maddy, welcome to CareerCon. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. I'm so excited. I was such a warm welcome. Thank you.
Oh no, you're welcome. You're welcome. We'll just get started into this awesome Q&A because we have some great questions to ask you. In particular, you know, how you got to where you got to, but also to sort of do a deep dive into the industry that you're in. cast your mind back, a couple of years to your time at high school, and can you just give us a bit of foundation for this talk? Tell us a little bit about yourself, where you went to school, where you studied, and how that got you onto the course that you're on now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think after 12 years, I think any memories that I had of, stressful exams and assignments have slowly disappeared. And I think, I only remember the good people that I've met, and some of which are still my best friends today, which is really nice. So I think it was really interesting to reflect on this. And I think that what shaped me the most was actually some of the fierce female leaders that I had at school. And, just having that strong influence from such a young age was really beneficial for me. So, yeah, and, that included, our principal. She kind of started the school from scratch. So, I spent my grade 1 in the back of the horse stable until she kind of set up the school. So, that was pretty amazing. Yeah, it kind of evolved over the years to be an amazing campus now. But, going through that journey to have her up by my side was amazing. And we also had a really great grade 4 teacher as well. She taught us things that were outside our curriculum. So, advanced algebra and memorizing Shakespeare and crazy stuff you would never expect year 4s to do. But I think we absolutely loved it as kids. And, it was not only great learning those skills, but I think what I took from her is never underestimating our ability. And, she saw out the potential that we couldn't see in ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what you sort of went through in high school, kind of, it was perfect lead into our next question, which is all about universities. So I know that you did actually go to uni. So can you sort of take us through that time? What made you actually pick what you picked? And do you think it's actually relevant to study further education to get into the industry that you're in?
Yeah, it's funny. I was listening to Annalise from Facebook earlier in the day, and I completely agree with her. I think in our industry, you don't necessarily need a degree to succeed. And interestingly, what I've noticed is more and more companies are encouraging, not to have a degree as a mandatory, as a requirement to apply for a job. And it's great because we're just, encouraging diversity and understanding that not everyone has that opportunity to go to the university. So I think my personal experience studying marketing gave me a really solid foundation in advertising. So I think for me, it worked out really well. And from that point of view, I'd highly recommend, if you want to get into marketing advertising, having some sort of tertiary education really can set you up for success. But also not just from what you learn there, it's more so the experiences that it affords you. I think one thing that I didn't know about going into the course that I did when I studied business marketing was in my final year. We actually there was an internship elective, so you could actually use one of your electives to go out and intern and get some experience in the industry that you wanted to pursue. So they do really encourage you to do that and really reflect on what you learn from working in the industry. And through that, I actually got my first job. So that really helped me. And I think the second thing that I didn't know going into uni was all the additional, that the universities have great connections globally. I was really lucky enough to go on exchange to Norway in my final year and for a few months over summer, and it was just incredible, to kind of experience different culture and really, to be honest, I came back to Australia and it really pushed me to move out of home and move down to Sydney and start my career here from Brisbane. So and it's been my home ever since. So I think my advice there going to uni is just, it's really up to you to kind of go and seek those opportunities out that the university has to offer. Not only, obviously it's a bit tricky to travel at the moment, but they offer a lot of extracurricular, activities and clubs you can join that can really help you build relationships with, people in the industry as well.
Yeah, awesome. No, that's great. I mean, it must have been a bit daunting, moving from another state to another state that you've never been in. Yeah, that's awesome. So Just a quick question in regards to your time at high school. So when you were there, did you actually know that you wanted to work within the industry that you're in now?
Absolutely not. It was actually, I definitely wasn't the type of person growing up to listen to my parents. Like I was always trying to carve my own course. But it was funny enough, it was actually Dad's influence. Like he said to me, here's a food technologist randomly. And he said, oh, it's always the marketing team that are always having the fun. And he's like, I think you'd be really good at that, because I had no idea what I wanted to do. Like, I was considering being like a psychologist or a teacher, or there's a million things I wanted to do, and it's if you feel like you have the world on your shoulders, a lot of pressure to decide. And I think, the one good decision was listening to the advice of people that, that were in my life around me and can kind of identify what my skills were and where they think I should be based on their own experiences. So I think it's just, not only your family, but go out and talk to people and get second opinions on where you think, where they see you, because I think, it can be quite overwhelming. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that kind of leads into, our next question, because I guess, sometimes when you're in the thick of it and you are a student and you are trying to get, you're trying to nail your exams, even in this current climate, you're trying to work out what the hell you want to do when you cannot go anywhere. And I think sometimes asking an independent person what they believe you're good at is, like what your dad did is, it's really helpful, because sometimes you can't see it yourself,
Yeah, absolutely.
So our next question, a big part of this event is to really discuss skills and, the skills that you kind of need, to do what you want to do, but also skills that can kind of take you from one career choice and one job to another. Because let's be honest, the straight linear path is bullshit. Like, it's not around anymore. It's not what we aspire to have. So, can you take us through some skills that you think that students need to get into your industry? And then I would love to know what you think your best skill is too.
Awesome. Yeah, I was really excited to answer this one, because I think it was advice that I wish I had at the time. And I think it's only things that I've learned from working, essentially, that along the way. So I think what I've become to understand is, there's so many different facets and sectors within advertising. Like, you have your creative agencies, you've got media, PR, production, events, clients. The list goes on. So, within these different sectors, there's lots of different types of roles and skill sets across the sectors, and a lot that people, wouldn't necessarily see as being in advertising, which is quite interesting. And I think growing up, like at school and uni, I always felt that my best skill set was more in project management, and I did want to do something a bit more creative, but it was more so in that sort of like organisation and working with people that I felt like I really was a natural skill set that came to me at the time. And I think that's only got developed over the years, because I've been fortunate enough to work in a few different sectors within the industry, and in my current role managing a lot of stakeholders, I think having that empathy and with the other stakeholders that I work with, because I've walked in their shoes, really helps with the project management side of things as well. And I think across the industry, there's so many transferable skills. Like myself, I've come from, I did an internship in client side and then went to create a few creative agencies, and now I've been in media the last 5 years. The agencies do quite different things, but because of those transferable skills that I've managed to get, you can move to different areas to really find, where you feel like your passion points are. And I think, in terms of actual skills, so I think interestingly, if we're just to focus on a creative agency, for example, if you're a really good project manager, you can look to apply for roles like account service or a producer, which deals with production and suppliers. If you're a really good researcher, and problem solver, there's strategy roles that you could apply for, and you learn a lot of those skills at uni, to how to research really well. And then from a creative point of view, you know, like I myself never thought I was that creative, like in terms of coming up with ideas. So you don't necessarily have to be good at doing that to get in the industry, because there's, you know, there's roles like I'm in more of a project management role, for example, but also usually in the creative agencies, they pair art directors and copywriters up together. So if you're really good at design, you could, you know, look for art director or designer roles, or copywriter. You could, you know, if you're good with words, there's those sort of roles for you as well. So yeah, lots of stuff that, you know, I didn't really know until I started working in agencies.
Well, so let's sort of dive into now, like your current role, because, you know, I think too, one of the trickiest things is that we have so many people. There's so many people that want to work within this kind of creative industry, advertising, marketing, PR. You know, what exactly does your title mean? Like, can you unpack that for us and maybe like give us an example of like what you do in your day-to-day job?
Yeah, absolutely. So my actual title is Content Partnerships Director. I work for a company called MediaCom. And essentially, like traditionally, media agencies buy and plan media for brands, essentially. So, but I'm a little bit more like in the sponsorship space, essentially. So yeah, I think like the company itself, like there's an office in Sydney, Melbourne, and Brisbane, but it's a global company. There's 125 offices globally. But yeah, I'm actually in a similar space to Michelle, who is from Medibank, that was speaking up first thing this morning. But yeah, from a different perspective, like she works client side, but I work at the agency. So it was super interesting listening to her. And yeah, what it's like on the other side of the coin. But yeah, I guess the main difference is, so say if Michelle, was my client, she would brief me on executing a sponsorship. So whether it's like a sponsorship of like a TV show, for example, like one of our clients is KFC, and they sponsor a lot of sport like cricket and, entertainment shows like Big Brother. So, it's my responsibility to work with my internal teams to execute that. But we also do like a lot of brand funded content, which is really fun. So, I think one of my most favourite projects is when we produced a TV show for Westpac. It was called Air Rescue, and went for 5 series, and it was like a documentary style drama. But it was really cool because, not only because I got to travel around, Australia and go up in helicopters and meet all the crew, but it was also just a really fulfilling project because we were, promoting a really good service and got to meet all the servicemen and women that, work as part of the helicopter crew and, tell their stories and encourage donations to them. So I think more and more within my job, I find fulfillment out of those sort of projects. And like we're working on like a project for a government client at the moment, just around promoting awareness and education around mental well-being. So even though within the job, within the job, like you do get some perks, but like at the end of the day, like the ones that are most fulfilling are the kind of jobs that have like social impact. So I think, my advice there is like, if you can't get those sort of jobs and whatever, particularly when you're starting out, is always, you can always, pitch for that sort of work and, include it in a side hustle or something, outside of work.
So do you have to, Maddy, do you have to like manage staff at your level? Like, is that, is that part of it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yes. We've got, it was essentially like a content team in the media agency. So yeah, we've got like, I've got like a creative that I manage and a partnerships manager. And then we've also got like a social arm of our team and an SEO, it's a search engine optimization. So yeah, we're kind of it's sort of like a mini creative agency within a media agency. Yeah.
Oh man, well, I mean, it kind of it's just such an ecosystem, right? So all of these kind of industries work really well together, and I guess it sounds like you're the glue that kind of brings things together and brings your clients' objectives to life. That's just from what I took. So if we've got anyone that's sort of listening to this session today and they are, they're like, right, after listening to Maddy speak, I definitely know that I want to get into the advertising, industry. what do you think, what's one thing that they can do right now, like knowing that they've had no job experience, what's one thing that they can do to sort of, to improve their chances of getting a job or getting hired after school?
It is really competitive, and a lot of people will say, it's all about who you know and you've got to get experience. But I think the main difference in advertising it is really thinking about what your personal brand is, and really being prepared in interviews and packaging up your portfolio, your CV in a certain way to really sell yourself. And I think and I think like particularly for entry level positions, like, it's very competitive. We get lots of applications, but I think, if you're lucky enough to get to interview stage, most of the time, like half the things that anyone in a hiring position is looking for is your character at that level. And I think if you can really sell yourself and, understand who you are, what your values are, why you want to get into advertising, it's a really good help to kind of sell yourself as a good cultural fit to the company, because often that's really important. So I guess a key bit of advice, sometimes it's good, like if you're looking at apply to a few companies, have a look at their, social channels and get an understanding of, is it the right sort of cultural fit for you? And if it is, then that's something you kind of talk to in your interviews and, really position yourself as a good cultural fit. Yeah.
Yeah, so it sounds like there's lots that we can all be doing to sort of, improve your chances at, getting hired, all the way along your career. There's always opportunities to do that. So yeah, thanks for that. Well, I'm going to throw you some questions that I've got in the quick Q&A box. Starting with the first one from Cait, who Cait has said, how has your industry changed since COVID? It looks like that you're working from home. In the treetops.
I love this question, and it's a great opportunity to show off, because I used to live in a 1-bedroom apartment and I've just moved to this amazing location. I don't know if you guys can see.
Oh,
yeah, I've just moved to an island. But yeah, it's a great question. I think even before COVID, like I think companies are sort of being under more and more pressure to kind of communicate what their competitive advantages are to work at those companies. And flexibility is a huge advantage. Like if you could find a company that is supportive of you working from home and allows you to work the hours that you essentially want to work. I was fortunate enough, after having a lot of jobs where I was working very long hours and experiencing a lot of burnout, came to realise that no matter what projects I was working on, I really wanted to prioritise my lifestyle and mental health and well-being. So, I was lucky enough, like in this job, like we had a lot of flexibility already. Like I think we could work from home a couple of days a week, and I used to go into the office at like 7 a.m. and leave at 4. COVID's proved that even more. Like our team's talking about working from home permanently, even when restrictions do ease up a little bit. And I'm finding that's really consistent across the industry because of COVID. I think companies have set up the right tech to allow people to do that, and they're realizing the cost savings that they're having, like particularly in advertising. You get like expenses from taking clients out to lunch, travel expenses, go to their offices, lease. So companies are realizing, the benefits, and obviously to everyone's mental health as well, and giving them a little bit more freedom in their lifestyle. So I think COVID's had a huge positive impact on our industry from a working from home point of view.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. And I know that it's a crazy time at the moment, and perhaps a lot of our viewers can't see COVID as an opportunity at the moment, but really when you think about it, it's kind of like leveled the playing field. Like we're all just kind of in this new normal, and what's to say that you may be living in Melbourne but you actually want to study at the Uni of Sydney? Who's to say that you can't do that, or that you could actually apply for a job at a media agency based in WA? Like
absolutely.
It's awesome. It's really. Yeah, it's definitely a sad and difficult time, but you know, there is so many more opportunities that can come out of this stuff, you know, when you're actually forced to make a change and to just go, do you know what is it that I actually really want to do? Like, why don't I just try to do that regardless of where you are? So thanks for that, Maddy. Another question is, I'm looking at studying at Bond Uni. Is that where you studied your degree?
I considered Bond. It's a beautiful campus. I ended up going to QUT because it was closer to home. So, and they offered like a business marketing course there. And yeah, I mean, that was a while ago now. So, you know, it'd definitely be good to like, you know, speak to the unis and understand what's a better fit for you, like versus like those two unis. But I do have a few friends that went to Bond and loved it. So, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. No, thank you for that. And you know, our final question just before we hit your last question is that I'm nearly finished my degree. How can I actually get a job?
It's scary. It's honestly so. Yeah, look, it's tough, and it's a tough time. I think my advice, like in advertising, so it's not all bad at the moment because of COVID. Like there's clients that are actually doing better than ever. So one of our clients is eBay, and every day for them it's like Christmas like in deliveries. So the volume that they can usually get ordered through that platform is like every day for them at the moment. So you know, there are particular industries that are doing really well, and I think you know, understanding who they are and kind of targeting those sort of companies and the advertising agencies that work for those companies is really helpful. Also reaching out direct to agencies as well, because often, you know, there's always opportunities coming up in terms of jobs that they haven't necessarily got around to advertise yet because, you know, things are busy and everything. So I think the more that you can kind of build up relationships, even if they're not openly advertising. That's what I did. I kind of just reached out to a lot of people. But yeah, I think, you know, in terms of industries, like if you, you know, we have tech clients that are doing really well at the moment. Anyone in the food industry is doing really well. Entertainment clients are doing really well. So yeah, I think maybe just focus on those ones because they're not the ones that are going to have, you know, job cuts like across the board. So
Oh, awesome. Oh, thank you for that, Maddy. And I think, you know, just before we let you go, I mean, I'm really, really interested in this question, which is something that we're asking a lot of our Q&As and a lot of our experts, such as yourself, is, you know, if you could sort of, you know, rewind the clock and give Maddy, you know, 17, 18, 19-year-old Maddy just one bit of advice in regards to, you know, the career that she would have, what would that piece of advice be?
I think one thing that I learnt recently was, you know, there was a study that Princeton University did that proved that happiness does increase by the more money that you earn, but it does peak at $75,000 a year. So no matter how much more people make than $75,000 a year, it actually doesn't affect their happiness at all. So, you know, I think my advice to myself and to anyone else, you know, figuring out what they want to do is don't make a decision based on money. I think, you know, at the end of the day, like you want to be brave and kind of follow what you're passionate about. Like I said, you know, I think right now I really appreciate the flexibility that I have through my job, and it's given me the lifestyle that I want. And over the years, I've realised that's the most important thing to me. And I was, you know, and still am really ambitious with my career and throw way too much of myself into it. But, you know, I think once you've gone through a bit of burnout a few times and burn the candle, you know, on both ends, you do appreciate that a little bit more. So, yeah, I think pursue a career that gives you the lifestyle you want and follow your passions.
Oh, amen. That's awesome. What a way to finish, Maddy. That was That was so fabulous. Thank you, because not only did you sort of touch on the advertising industry, but you really kind of explained the eco structure within, you know, where you work. And I think that's really important to give students visibility that they can, you know, do a skill and potentially transfer over. And thank you so much for joining us at CareerCon, and for all of your help leading Odette. You're just an absolute superstar, and cannot wait to hear what happens to Maddy next in the next stage of her career. So thank you so much.
And thank you, Kira. This event wouldn't exist without you. And I think it's an amazing initiative. And yeah, I'm on LinkedIn. So if anyone wants to reach out on any questions, just let me know. I'm more than happy to give some advice. But yeah, Kira, you're amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Yeah.
Hello, hi everyone, and welcome back. Oh, wow. I cannot even describe how excited I am for this next session, and particularly the topics that we're going to cover. Most of you will know who Melissa Leong is, but I'm actually going to do an introduction just to tell you a little bit more about her illustrious career, where she has spanned multiple different disciplines, but enabled her to create a beautiful career doing lots of different things that she loves. She has literally the best advice. Mel, ask all the questions that you want, because from my experience, Melissa answers them. She goes through them in perfect detail and gives plenty of examples. So please, guys, make sure that you put all of your questions in the Q&A box. So let me give you a bit of an intro into Mel. So she is a freelance food and travel writer. She is a food media consultant, a radio broadcaster, a television presenter, an MC, a cookbook editor, and most of you will probably know her because she has been the co-host and judge on MasterChef Australia. I mean, get a load of that. Melissa is actually a first-generation Singaporean, Australian, and basically she isn't afraid to consume anything at least once. She is a woman after my own heart. Melissa went to high school at the Inabora School, which is a media specialist school in the northern suburbs of Sydney. Now, Mel, if I haven't pronounced that correctly, please let me know. While she was there, she held a regional school music scholarship and was on track to attend the Conservatorium of Music as a concert pianist. Like, what hasn't she done, honestly? In the end, Mel decided to go to Sydney Uni and study economics, and she's ended up graduating with a double degree in economics and social sciences. So, Mel, without further ado, welcome to CareerCon. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh,
that's quite the rap sheet.
Actually, I was like scrolling. It still goes. Oh, thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
I think we're so blessed to have you here because you, as I mentioned before, you can actually, you're really forthright and forthcoming with your responses, and it's just been so helpful even for me in my own career. So without further ado, I would love it if you could explain just a little bit about where you grew up and how that kind of, made you fall into the career that you did and the choices that you did post high school.
Sure. Okay. Well, I went to the Inabora School, and it's actually in the Shire in Sydney, and I'm very proud to say that I was born there and I was raised there as well. And I guess growing up in the Shire, in the southern suburbs of Sydney, in the 80s and the early 90s, it was a place where not a lot of people looked like me. So my parents came from Singapore in the 70s, and we sort of had a reasonably close-knit community of sort of friends and family about the place. But in terms of going to school, it was a reasonably sort of homogenous place that didn't involve people who looked like me. So it was an interesting way to grow up. I kind of just threw myself in, as all kids do, into doing what all the other kids do. And I did nippers, and I did little athletics, and I did piano, and I did comin mathematics, and all of the different things that both I think as regular Australian kids do, and then a lot of kids with an Asian background also do as well. So I always felt like I had a bit of a split between what my friends did at school and the expectations of my parents, and I don't think that those two things sort of met harmoniously all of the time. But I think looking back, that really gave me the extra impetus to learn to be understood by everybody, and that's something that I've carried throughout my career and into what I do today.
Oh, wow. I think, I've grown up not in Sydney, obviously, but in Victoria, and, it's something similar. Like, I remember even being in high school and not seeing many different ethnicities, until now I go back to the suburb and, it's a complete multicultural playground and it's amazing. But, So, I know that you did go to university. Like, can you sort of, head into that next sort of stage and tell us what you studied and why you chose to study that?
Yeah, so I guess just to recap the back end of high school, I was on track to go to the conservatorium. All I wanted to do when I was a kid was to be a concert pianist. And unfortunately, around sort of the age of 14 or 15, I developed RSI in my right posterior capsule. And that meant a chronic amount of pain that I still, carry with me today when I'm on the laptop too much. And that can sort of trigger that particular injury. So my teachers basically said, look, if you go into the conservatorium, then you have to treat this like an elite athlete deals with a sporting injury, and you will have to play through the pain literally and figuratively as well. So at that point, I was a bit of a crossroad because I hadn't really thought about what else I might want to study. And so I chose an economics degree, and initially it was just a straight economics degree because I thought, well, business and economics would be something that was flexible and broad enough to be able to give me the opportunity to feel out which particular area I might be interested in and I would like to focus on. And I think by the end of the first year, I think I decided to augment that because I wasn't quite finding that the range of subjects available to me in a singular degree was sort of giving me the full university experience, so to speak. So I wanted to study things like Asian studies and anthropology and political science. And so to be able to augment my degree allowed me to be able to investigate some of those. And I feel like that gave me a much more well-rounded undergrad experience. And I'm very grateful for it.
Yeah. So if you, this is just a bit of a side note question, but if you sort of had your time again and you could be a pianist, would you be?
Oh, look, I don't believe in looking back. I think life deals you whatever cards you're dealt, and rather than regret or think what could have been, I like to just focus on moving forward. And I think one thing that my very piecemeal career has taught me is that you have infinite capacity to continue to evolve. Just because you think you want to be a lawyer or a doctor and you succeed and then you go, now what? That doesn't mean you're cemented into that particular career or that particular vocation for life. You can change, you can augment, you can be so many other things other than and what you decide as you are today. Tomorrow you can be a new person. And I think that's a really wonderful, resilient thing to remember about humanity.
Yeah, and I think I'm so thankful that you actually mentioned that, because we are in a time when a lot of students are excuse the French, but they're shitting themselves. They're like, what's happening? I mean, I can't even go to school to finish, particularly in Melbourne. I can't even get back into school in order to actually talk one-on-one with my teacher. And what was it? What do you think that it is about you that actually decides okay, let's move, let's go in another direction? How can students identify that? Because it's so important to know that.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know is the answer. I feel like a big part of my life has been just saying yes to opportunities, not knowing how they will end up, because you never know how a choice will end up manifesting itself. But if something excites you, if there's a gut feeling that says, yes, I want to do this, or I want to try this out, then go and do it. And what is the worst that can happen? The worst that can happen is you go, I don't really like that. I don't think that that's for me. And you move on. And I think failure is one of the best lessons that you can learn, because I don't really see it as failure so much as, life telling you maybe this particular thing isn't for you, or maybe it makes you even more committed to wanting to dominate that thing that is stopping you from achieving what you want. So I think hard feelings, negative feelings, as well as positive feelings, they can help you navigate and create a structure that you can sort of move around. So I was talking to a chef friend of mine just before this call, actually. I was interviewing him for a story, and he is just this most amazing, inspirational, very articulate guy. And we were talking about how the pandemic has affected hospitality, and it's heartbreaking. It's a really terrible time for hospitality and many other industries, obviously, as well. But we were talking about the idea of a couple of years ago, I saw my friend speak. She's an artist, and the panel was about creative limitations. So whether or not it's time, it's the brief, it's budget, you will always come up against a challenge. And rather than seeing it as a barrier and a negative thing, it's if you can see it as a way to build your work around it, and in that particular capacity we were talking about creativity, but in Nick's case we were talking about it being, well, okay, hospitality is the way it is. How does he as a business owner augment and pivot his business in order to deal with what he can't change, which is this pandemic situation? And I think that that's a very similar sort of lesson that a lot of high school leavers can take on right now, is we can't change what is going on in the world. It is regrettable, honestly, to you guys. I really feel for you that you are not having the end of high school experience that you expected and you'd hoped and you dreamed about for years. And that's a sad thing. And I know that you will still, you guys will still find a way to connect with each other, regardless of the fact that you can't be physically around each other right now. But this is still a moment in time. These are your cards currently. And I would invite you to, to be brave and to think about, what can you do? What is this time in the world giving you that other people would not have normally?
Yeah, no, that's amazing advice, because I mean, you think of all of the, most of the students that are watching, their first job is potentially, or is in the industry that you're talking about. So it's in the sort of the services industry and hospitality, and you're right, it is a year that none of us really expected, but that's just fantastic advice. And it leads perfectly into the next question that we really would love to, get your sort of take on, is in regards to skills, because, and you're the perfect example. You've done so many different things. There's so many things that you've, and it's just amazing, because it's just like, I can only imagine just stepping into your career. It'd just be such a fulfilling, amazing thing. But I mean, that we really sort of focus on this whole sort of transferable skills, I guess you could say section, because when it comes to applying a skill for an industry, we actually find that sometimes, you realize that your skill that you actually thought that you had can actually transfer against a couple of different industries. And that's something that we'd really love to focus on, because we believe that it's, one of the things that students need to do in order to succeed in this thing that we call like the future of work. So what do you think some skills are that students should acquire or realize that they're really great at if they want to get into any one of the things that you've done? And then what do you think your best skill is? I'd love to know what you think your best skill is.
Okay, well, firstly, I will be really clear and really honest with all of you guys listening out there. Make no bones about it. I did not know what I was doing at any stage in the game. I did not. I still don't know what I'm doing. And that's half the beauty of being human, is learning. Yep. So when I finished university and I thought, well, now what? And I was looking at internships. I had also been working, as a makeup artist on the side at Cunich and Mac and things like that. And I was like, well, what do I do now? And I was being offered more money doing hair and makeup on music videos and doing ads and things like that than I ever would have earned as a first year intern or something like that. So I just sort of said yes to those opportunities. And I thought after that, after a couple of years, and then I'm like, I have all of these makeup skills and an economics degree. What do I do now? And I was speaking to a friend. She worked as a copywriter at Singleton Ogilvy. She said, you know what, you're a really great project manager. Like, you know how to manage people, you know how to do all of these other things. You have that systematic sort of experience from understanding process through doing your degree. Why don't you come and learn how to be a producer? And so I went and studied, I went and became a producer at Singleton Ogilvy Interactive. And from there, I learned even more project management skills. And I also found out that I could write and I could communicate. And then I was started to be offered copywriting work as well as production work. So, I think for me, the biggest skill that you can learn is just to go with your gut and say yes to opportunities to learn. Learning is never a negative. Learning anything is never a negative. And there are so many skills that I've picked up along the way and all of the different things that I've done, and they made no sense at the time, But now in my current job, I think about what I draw on in order to be me and to be successful in this job. And I'm referring to sort of the food judging, presenting sort of side of my career at the moment. And I use every single skill that I have picked up along the way. So even in the depth of things, that things might not make sense as to why you want to learn how to speak Arabic or how to macrame something, or, you know, whatever it happens to be. But somehow I really believe a lot of those skills can actually magnetize and come together, and they are tantamount to you being flexible, creative, adaptable, multifaceted, and all of those things stand you in good stead regardless of what career you end up choosing.
Amazing. Wow. I mean, I would love to keep on going with some questions that we sent through to you, Mel, but there is a Q&A box that is lit up like Christmas. Ooh. So I think let's just dive into some of these student questions because they're unreal.
Sure.
The first one that I mean, before we go on, I'm hoping that you're coming through with the goods here, but show me the ring bling, because one of the things that I'm obsessed with.
No. Today. I only have, this is a pinky ring that has a little diamond in it, that when anyone who owns a pet, you always have one pet that's like the love of your life. And when he died a couple of years ago in a farming accident, really tragically, my mother bought me a necklace with a diamond in it, and it was sort of very tight and very high. And so I ended up popping out the diamond and putting it into this ring. And so I wear that every single day, and that's, you know, his little soul with me all the time, which I really like, and it's really nice and heavy, so it's kind of something reassuring to have. And then I just sort of have my wedding bands on today, so I'm not too much bling today. We're in ISO, so I'm sort of paring it down a little bit.
No, fair enough. The amount of screenshots that I've actually taken of you when you're on MasterChef, like quickly, like all of the rings and jewelry. I'm a massive jewelry fan. So anyway, completely digress. Let's get into these questions now.
So am I. I love a good accessory. You know that about me, Cora.
So our first question's coming through from Anonymous, but it's a greatie. It's a good one. It's, what challenges, if any, did you find being the first female judge on MasterChef?
I'm asked a lot of questions about, you know, the first female judge, judge of Asian background in this particular position. And to be really honest with you, when I was asked to do the job, my first priority was thinking about whether I could do the job. I wasn't thinking about, you know, what genitalia I have or what cultural background I have. It was more about whether or not I could do the job. Now that the first season has gone to air and I've seen how it's resonated with people, it does make me extremely proud to be in a position that no one else has been in that particular role on a much loved show that is aired globally. And I guess what is most resonant with me is what it means in terms of giving people, you know, inspiration and the idea that they can be the first. There are a billion firsts that can happen in the world. So why not you? You know, Honestly, I remember thinking about, you know, different jobs at different times in my life and thinking, well, why not me? You know, just because I haven't seen someone like me do it before doesn't mean that it can't be done. So just go and do it.
Yeah. And I guess you're right, heading into the role within MasterChef, you know, you're probably just thinking more along the lines of, you know, I'm the best person for this job, so let me just get this job done. But you probably, I'm not too sure if you're aware of, you know, you were a first. So being a first, you know, you actually have given so many people, you know, hope and potential, especially girls, you've given them so much more to sort of strive for because they're seeing more representations in the media. And I think that's so important. Yeah, it's awesome.
Thank you. I mean, I think Poe and I were having a conversation about it kind of early on, and she said to me, you know, I'm really good friends with the former judges, and I wasn't ready to have you be in this role. And she said, but the second you walked into the room and the way you are with people, I realised the value of the power of femininity and the value of what women bring to every room they walk into. And that's coming from a woman, that's coming from another strong, inspirational woman who others, really have been inspired by as well. I'm inspired by Poe. I think she's incredible. And for her to be that vulnerable and that honest in her, I guess, initial judgment of the change that had come, within her sort of experience within the show. I thought that was really inspiring, and that's something that's really stuck with me, is that women bring things to the table and to every room we walk into that men couldn't possibly. And we should never forget that.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, that's like the chord, Mel. It's just like, it's so true. And thank you for going there. And I think too, you did add a level of kind of grace, not even grace. It was like this powerful kind of like, I am here. It was the most incredible season. I'm not even going to go into it because I'm obsessed with MasterChef.
Can I tell you that walk on the first episode, walking into the room and having Gordon Ramsay basically introduce me to the world was the longest walk of my life. But I kind of figured, if I'm going to walk in the door, how am I going to do that? And so I pushed open those doors and I just gave it my best strut. And I thought, no, I'm here and this is mine and I'm going to claim this space. And I think women, there are lots of discussions about sort of the way that we sometimes apologise, not all the time, we sometimes sort of apologise for the space that we take up. And we should never apologise for that. So I feel like if that gives any girl or woman out there, the permission to really own who they are and really take up the space and voice their opinion and be more assertive, then that's a win. I could stop right there with this job and that would be enough. I think that would be really cool. So it's a really nice thing to hear. So thank you.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. Another question that's come through that's had a couple of ticks actually next to it. So you seem to have skills in many areas. How do you bring that together into meaningful work, especially trying to be yourself online?
Yeah, I think that, it's a double-edged sword. If you have many skills, there is that sort of adage of, a jack of all trades and a master of none. And there is some truth to it on one level and a fallacy, on the other hand as well. I feel like being multi-skilled is really important. If you think about what's going on in the world right now, this is something that we never saw coming. We can't control the way that it's affected everyone. And so to be multifaceted means that you can draw on skills across, many, many different things. And that may give you a little bit of extra kind of resilience in order to get through tough times. And so each thing that I've learned, I've made sure that I have spent enough time focusing on it in order to be competent. No, I may not be a master at it, but at the same time, I have spent enough hours. It's that whole Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hours thing. I've committed enough time to really having a solid grounding in it to the point where my peers within that particular area deem me accepted as part of that. So I feel like in sort of generations past me now, there's been sort of a trend towards, okay, well, social media is really immediate. That means I'm really successful. I've done this for 5 minutes. Now give me all the cash or give me all the accolades. And I think that there's, you need to put in the work. And that was something that I sort of said, quite early on. And there was an infamous sort of 8-year-old tweet about, me apparently throwing shade on MasterChef. And the quote was, if you want to be a chef, don't go on MasterChef. And everyone was like, ooh, that's bitchy. I'm like, that's not what I meant at all. What I meant was, if you want to be a chef and you truly want to be a chef, not a TV personality or a TV cook or something like that, go and get an apprenticeship, put in the 100 hours a week for many years and do the work. And it doesn't matter what job it is. If you do the work, you put in the hours, you commit, and you feel like you've achieved some sense of mastery over it, that's what you're aiming for. And that's what I aim for in every single skill that I've learned.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's fabulous. I mean, it just brings it back to the whole point of just showing up, it's fair enough to say that you want to be a chef, but actually you're right. Just let's just get down to it and do it. And I mean, it leads us into one of the next questions actually that's come through. And I'd love to get your take on this actually. It's by, so the question is from Maggie, and she has asked, how has being an East Asian media personality in Australia affected your career opportunities and experience within the industry?
Well, it's funny, sort of this tag of, being a personality. I'm just me as a freelancer of over a decade trying to stay employed. That's the way that I look at it. I say yes to opportunities. I do the work. I am inspired by the people that I get to work with. And yes, of course, my culture comes into it because I am a sum of my family history as well as my experience of being Australian and growing up in this country. And there are perspectives that I will have that other people won't have. And that's the beauty of diversity, and that's the beauty and the importance of inclusivity. In every room that makes a decision, I think it's really important to have people of all abilities, cultures, choices, because what that ends up helping to make is a much more robust way forward, I think. And so for me, there have been times where creative choices have been made, and I will say, well, you know what that means, or what that signifies in Singaporean culture and Asian culture is bad fortune or whatever it happens to be, or it can be construed that if you speak in other isms, then you alienate people. And sometimes, when you're in a homogenous group of people, it isn't out of malice that people otherize. It's just that you need to have inclusivity in order for people to really remember that and to embrace it and make it part of their practice. I think it's a muscle you need to practice, and you need to exercise every single day to consider others. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Wow, Mel. We're kind of just like, wow, just no words to come out of my mouth. But we are kind of nearing time, but there are some more. Yeah. All right. Have another 5 hours because we can just take this. But there is a question in the chat box that I'd love to just to ask you before we finish with our last question. It does apply to journalism, as a career choice. So how did you get into journalism, and any tips and tricks into breaking into the industry?
The answer is, like everything in my career, accidentally. So I started off in journalism sort of through a back entry from advertising. So I was working in advertising, I guess this is showing my age now, at the dawn of social media. So, MySpace was going on and Twitter had just launched, and no one was using it in Australia. And working at Singleton Ogilvy Interactive, we were asked to start social media accounts. I know that's very different now. They're asking you not to be on them. But we were asked to have a voice on each of those platforms and to choose a subject that we felt reasonably passionate about in order to engage with those communities and then go back to our clients. And I was working for clients like Coca-Cola and Nokia and LG to be able to say, well, this is how you converse with your customers on those platforms. And so I chose food because my parents are Singaporean. Food is part of the DNA. It's part of our love language, the way that we sort of communicate with each other. And so I thought, well, I know enough about food that I could kind of integrate myself into the community. And as it turns out, a friend of a friend was an editor for some street press in New South Wales. And they said, hey, you're writing about food and, you obviously are passionate about it. You know a bit about it. Would you like to start writing a column for us? And I said yes. And looking back on that, it's amazing. You just have to keep going. You just have to start. You know, it was horrific. You know, it was absolutely horrific. But from there, I continued to write. I had a blog for a couple of years. And then when Time Out Sydney started, I thought, well, I loved Time Out. I loved Time Out when I was in London because it was such a guide for, okay, if you've just dropped into the country, which I had, where do you go? What do you do? And what are the fun things? And so I thought, well, I love this publication, so I would love to write for them. And I wrote to the editor and I said, I've been writing for the Street Press. I have a blog. At that time, blogs were cool. And I said, could I write for you? And she said, sure, here's an assignment. She'd read a couple of pieces of my work and she gave me an assignment, and I drove all the way out to Parramatta from where I lived, which was reasonably far at that time. And I was so nervous that I forgot to get the receipt. And I drove all the way back to where I lived. And I did not want to fail at this. So I called the restaurant and I drove all the way back out there to get the receipt.
Oh my God.
It was, I wanted to do things properly, and I was really lucky. I had an editor who is not only smart, but was also really generous with what she knew. And she was a great editor, not just a great writer, and she is a great writer, but a great editor. And so she was able to teach me what to do and what not to do. And as I said yes to more opportunities to write for different publications, and it really is a networking thing. So you get to know one editor. The best way to be referred is to do good work. So work really hard, listen to what you're being told, deliver on expectations, meet your deadlines before they're due, offer ideas, and if you get knocked back, be resilient about rejection. Rejection is not about you, it's about whether or not the idea is commercially relevant to the publication, whether or not it's too similar to something else that's come out. So learn how to deal with rejection, listen to the people that are teaching you, and ask a lot of questions, but also just, again, it comes back to competence. That's a huge theme for me, is do the job, do it well, and people will speak of you. There was a really lovely quote that I read recently, which is, people are speaking of you in rooms you haven't even walked into yet.
Yeah,
which is quite emotional and quite enigmatic, but it's true. You are being spoken about in places that you have no idea about just yet. And the way that happens is by doing good work and by being a good person and by being able to show that you are someone worth working with.
Yeah. Wow. I think, Mel, I don't even think that we can continue on. I think that was the perfect way to end this. Because it's just, wow, just the information that you've been able to share with us, and taking us a couple of steps behind into the industries and the multiple industries, but also just being able to sort of give your own personal opinion is so awesome to hear. And I truly cannot even thank you enough for joining us today. Honestly, I could just jump through this camera and give you a massive big hug, because I know that the rest of the people that are watching this as well really are resonating with so much stuff that you're doing, and we cannot thank you enough for standing up and just being you within this industry. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me. Kura, I always say to you, offline, I wish I'd had a resource like this when I was in high school, because I never knew what I wanted to really do, as we have quite adequately covered. And to know that doesn't really matter, and you're really just building yourself, your character, who you are as a human being, and that will help you dictate where you want to go and what you want to do. You're giving people courage out there to be brave and to not worry about sticking to a script. There is life outside of the lines, and so to be able to draw your own path is pretty exciting, and it's absolutely possible too.
Oh, Mel, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Lucky there's a lot of light in this room because I'm blushing at the moment, but thank you. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and thank you for being on CareerCon. So pumped to have you here. So thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for asking me.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome back to CareerCon. Thank you for joining us, and apologies for being a little bit behind, but you know, with such great conversations going on, I think it's important that we just let our presenters go for it. And that's why I'm so excited to welcome you to this next session and introduce you to our guest, because Chris Gibbons is someone with a rap sheet that you will not believe. So I'm going to see if I can do him justice by introducing him, and bear with me, because he has done so many amazing things and worked with so many incredible brands. So after discovering skateboarding and art as a teenager, Chris began a lifelong passion in graphic design, art and fashion. This passion influenced his decision to pursue a career in design upon completion of his VCE. Chris is enrolled and what was accepted into a Bachelor of Communication and Design course at the esteemed National School of Design at Swinburne University in Melbourne. During his tertiary education, Chris landed an industry placement with UK branding agency Blue Marlin and was asked to continue his employment with them post the completion of his design degree. However, Chris always knew that he wanted to pursue a career in fashion and graphic design, and through his industry contacts, Chris was offered a summer freelance gig that would change his life forever and his career trajectory in a dramatic way. Starting as a freelancer at Globe International and then later becoming an integral part of the product team for the Southern Hemisphere, this experience exposed Chris to the world of action sports, marketing, and what he now knows as streetwear fashion, sorry. Using this as his foray into the Australian fashion industry, Chris has continued to work for many Australian wholesale and retail businesses, often travelling internationally as part of his various roles. His past clients today have been AFL Women's, Vic Roads, Netflix, McDonald's, Australia, Ansell, Movember Foundation, the Dwindle Distribution, General Pants Group, Lee Denim, Deodora, like I could go on. He's also been, and his most recent role before the one that he's in now was as the Global Creative Director and Marketing and Ecom for Cotton On Group Australia. But these days, Chris is actually as the head of men's and youth fashion, so head of menswear and youth at Santa Cruz Skateboards Australia. And whoa, was that a mouthful? But Chris, I just wanted to welcome you to the CareerCon stage. I'm so pumped for this chat.
Thanks, Kira. That's an amazing introduction. Thank you. I'm a bit shy, actually.
No, go for it.
That's amazing. Thank you. I think it's a pretty hefty introduction. I'm humbled.
Oh, no, you're welcome. And we're going to get straight into the questions because I know that we're going to cover quite a lot in this chat. But, I mean, I guess, you know, I've given the guys a bit of a broad range introduction about yourself, but can you just take us back to your time at high school and maybe just explain a little bit about what your passions were and why you kind of decided to get into where you were, go to school and further education and then, you know, onto your career?
Yeah, look, I suppose I was going through my notes last night actually and just did some bullet points, and look, a career like mine back when I was in high school, I didn't really know what it was. So it's a really sort of funny 360 moment today talking to students around Australia because, you know, I was interested in graphics and things like that and art and stuff like that, but didn't really know what it was or you could actually do it as a job. You know, all the speakers that came to high schools back in the late 90s, early noughties were footballers, etc. You know, you didn't really hear from the guys, you know, creating graphics on skateboards or, you know, doing T-shirt graphics or, you know, people working in the fashion industry. There's a bit of mystery around that whole industry for me. And I suppose, you know, for high school, I'm going to be really honest now with the students. I wasn't the best student, to be honest. You know, probably lacked a bit of application. But that also to do with, I think, maturity when you're a boy as well, when you're a male, and everyone finds their road at different times as well. But I had a couple of really good teachers. I went to a public school, didn't go to a private school. I had a couple of really good teachers that encouraged me and sort of saw probably a little bit of, I don't know if it was talent back then, but interest, and sort of, you know, gave me a bit of, you know, gave me a bit of a push along the way, which was good. And some of those teachers are still at those schools and stuff like that. So, yeah, that was really important, I think, you know, and as you sort of go along, you sort of learn, you know, what this thing is we actually do for a job. And I suppose after that, I sort of did TAFE. I did sort of I suppose it's a diploma in graphic art. And I was just going through my notes today and I thought, yeah, TAFE and higher ed, for me, it's really getting the tech skills, which gave me a TAFE. And then really higher ed for me, going to design school like Swinburne, was they teach you how to think. So you've got those two, you sort of become this sort of, you know, you've got this two-pronged attack. You know, and TAFE was important for me as well because I sort of grew up in that time as well. Understood, worked out what I wanted to do, and then, you know, went to Swinburne and then sort of went from there.
Oh, unreal. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that course, that design course that you've done at Swinburne, was that seen as a, you know, really reputable course in the industry?
Yeah, look, it was. You know, long story short was after high school, I didn't get into the courses I wanted. So I went back, grew up a little, you know, did all that stuff and then was later accepted. So I suppose the moral of the story is don't give up. Keep on trying, you know, use the harass technique and just hassle and keep on going. Don't be put off by, you know, a few failures along the way. And I ended up going to second year at Swinburne, so skipped the first. And then did industry-based learning, which is still part of what they do out there today. They're now based at Hawthorn. But the industry-based learning for me was sort of critical. Working in a UK agency, I learned so much from those guys. They allowed me to sort of, I was 21 at the time, and they allowed me to work on, clients like CUB and stuff like that, and, big blue chip brands. So it's different to what I'm doing now, but it's still, really, I've still got some of those skills I use today. It's all those foundation years are really important later on in your career.
Yeah, I mean, that just leads perfectly into the question that we ask all of our speakers at CareerCon, and that's in regards to skills, because skill-based learning is so important, and even just being able to look at yourself and objectively saying, I'm actually good at that, and noting what you're actually good at, and working and navigating that. So in your industry, and I know we'll go into it a little bit later as to what actually you do, because I know that you study graphic design, but in order to get into the graphic design industry, do you think that you need to have formal training, like further education training?
Oh, look, I was writing this down this morning. I think it's a combination of things. I think some people have a really good eye, and a lot of it's intuitive, and you need to know the rules to break them, in a way. And that's where that, going back to that whole thing with tape was really good for me. I'd never used a Mac before in my life. I didn't know what Illustrator was or anything, and that gave me that technical basis, because at the end of the day, it's just that it's a tool, right? So it's you still got to have the ideas beforehand. It's just a tool. It's like all these digital platforms today. They're just tools for expressing an idea, essentially. So I think that answers your question.
Yeah, no, it does. Yeah, no, that's awesome. I mean, expressing the idea is just such a perfect way to explain it, because I know that in an industry like yours, and working with so many different brands that all of us will know about, can you actually unpack what your job title is and kind of explain to us what it is that you actually do? Like, maybe give us an example of a day in your life.
Yeah, okay. Currently with Santa Cruz, I suppose my role involves I manage menswear and youth categories for Santa Cruz, Australia and New Zealand, so sort of Southern Hemisphere. So we deliver 4 ranges a year. So obviously summer, spring, autumn, winter. In between that, we also have things called SMU ranges for our major retailers like City Beach. Everyone's probably heard of them. Surf Stitch, other things like that. My day-to-day is probably emails first thing in the morning. We work very closely with our suppliers. We're always designing the next range as well. So at the same time that that's happening, we're designing a year out. So we've already designed, summer for next year, for example. So looking at colours, fabrics, trends, all that sort of stuff globally. And also working very closely with internal teams as well. So like sales team, they give us the data back, what's worked, what hasn't. I think like we said the other day when we chatted, it's got a fun exterior of the brand, but underneath it's got a serious economic engine, which drives the whole business. And we don't just create, sell apparel, we sell hard goods as well. So everyone would know the skateboards, the wheels, the trucks, and all those other categories as well. So we sell all those things in Australia too. But yeah, I suppose the day in the life is, is building new ranges, looking at upcoming trends, working with our parent company in the US very closely. They keep us in check about what we can and can't do with the brands, but they're very good. They understand that the Australian market's different. And for me, it's always good to see, what the guys are doing in the UK, or the other day, we were having a look at what Argentina was doing for Santa Cruz, or even Japan. It's, the guys are doing some really interesting stuff with the brand. So it's very collaborative in terms of the day-to-day. And it's a very, very tight-knit team. It's not like a big organisation like where I used to work at Cotton On. It's a very tight, small team. Not hundreds of people, we're talking, 20s and 50s. So, and look, I think the thing is too, it's, as you get more senior, I think, there's a tendency to offload a lot of work, but I still am in the trenches doing a lot of the day-to-day as well. That's just me. I'm probably a bit of a control freak, but I think, it's important. as well.
Yeah.
And with a brand like Santa Cruz as well, it's iconic. It's been around since 1974. Everybody knows it. So if something is bad or something doesn't sell or looks terrible in the market, you definitely hear about it. So there's a lot of custodianship that goes with, working on a brand like Santa Cruz. Any of those brands like Vans or any of those international brands. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just by looking at, where you've worked in the past, you have spent a good portion of your career to date at the Cotton On Group, where you worked before Santa Cruz. Can you kind of, I guess there are, lots of potential students that want to get into your industry. And, I think that sometimes what you actually don't see looking from the outset, looking in, is that you can work for, a brand itself. Like Cotton On, you were kind of, working in the midst of an Australian brand. But then with Santa Cruz, you're kind of working within a brand, but you're sort of classified as a distributor, kind of managing the brand. Right. So how does it sort of differ?
Yeah, look, I suppose with Cotton On, it's on a much larger scale. We've got 1,500, we had 1,500 stores worldwide, 17 countries. So sitting in a creative director seat, it's a whole different beast. In terms of creative solutions, you've got to think about how things work in different countries. It's not just what works in Australia. It's like, is this going to work in the US? There's a whole set of different restrictions, circumstances, challenges with that. And I suppose the speed, I was writing some notes earlier, and it's probably the speed to market and the amount of content we generate. We were generating a Cotton On Group. It's probably a little bit slower at Santa Cruz. So just to do compare and contrast, we work it like a year out. We still do quick to market ranges, but because we haven't got our own retail stores, we're still predominantly a wholesaler and also selling online to that channel. Different sort of scale. And I suppose, it's just a totally different beast in a way. But I've taken a lot of the things I learned at Cotton On Group to Santa Cruz as well. One of the great processes they have there in terms of, doing stuff at a global level. It's a unique company in Australia. It's not many people have done what they've done. So it was a great learning experience for me. Yeah.
Yeah. So with, being a creative director and working with a brand that has such history, like I think you're saying to me that it's one of the first, is it the first skating brand,
Yeah. I wish I could sort of share some of the brand, storytelling on this presentation, but that's for next time. But I think, look, it's the longest continually run skateboard brand in the world. So initially started in 1974 in Northern California. And look, they were sort of, internally we say at Santa Cruz, that's sort of the birth of the industry over there. That's where it all sort of started. A lot of the graphics sort of, created the look of skateboarding in the 80s and 90s. Which is, everyone's tried to rip it off. It's, it's been, I won't go into it now, but, it's been copied and things like that over the years as well, and it's the best form of flattery, but it's been around for such a long time. And I think we spoke the other day, I think now it's going through another phase, especially in Australia, where it's, the kids that grew up with it, in the 80s and 90s, they've got kids now. So the kids are discovering the brand through their dads or, their uncles and stuff like that. And it's got that generational thing. Same with Vans and a few other brands have got.
Yeah, cool. I mean, I'm going to head into some of these questions, Chris, because they are unreal. and I think, we could sit there and literally talk about the brand history and stuff for so long, because you're right, it does have it resonates with so many different demographics, not even just in the space that you work in, which is men's and youth, but I mean, I have younger nephews and I know that they are all obsessed with the Santa Cruz brand. So like sort of as a creative director, I know that and do you call it the screaming hand? I know that the screaming hand is kind of synonymous with, Santa Cruz, but how do you, as a creative director, take a brand and then, evolve it? So then you are kind of, reaching new target markets, but still being really respective to the brand and the history and the heritage. Like, how do you do that?
Yeah, look, it's tricky. I wrote some notes about the Screaming Ham, which are relevant to our audience today too. I think, look, it was originally, it first sort of came about in 1985. So Jim Phillips, who did all the original artwork for Santa Cruz and created the dot logo, he created it in 1985. And it's funny, the first iterations of the Screaming Ham were sketched when he was in high school. So there's a connection back to our audience today.
Yeah, cool.
And originally when it was presented to the owners of the company, they actually didn't like it. So there's another little lesson in there for everyone as well. And because imagine it's a Screaming Ham, it's been cut off. Everyone's like, what are you thinking? But that became synonymous with the industry. Basically, everybody knows it. So yeah, I think in reference to your question about how do you sort of keep it true to the brand and keep it relevant to the market, it's always tricky. We're always, we do a part of our collection which really pays homage to that section of the artwork, or it's, the old school part of the business, the brand. And then we've got our seasonal updates on things which are more relevant to the contemporary market, I suppose, and probably in line with a lot of our competitors in Australia. But we're always looking to evolve it and do new things with it. And they've been pretty good with us with what we can do with the brand as well. There's a bit of leeway there, but we also have parameters about how far we can take it as well, because they just want to protect it because it's, it is the brand basically.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm going to get into some of these questions, Chris. Now, the first one, I'm actually going to duck down a couple and address Mia's question because she's asked, she goes, I'm really clueless. I'm sure you're not Mia, but I'm really clueless, but I do know that I want to get into graphic design. How would I actually get into something like that? She says that she would like to get into graphic design in design or fashion, but she wants to know how would she actually get into something like that?
Well, look, I think the first thing to do is to, put some sort of a folio together. I think, put a folio together, even though you don't have to study a course or anything yet, put some of your ideas down, sketches, drawings, anything. And, I'd try and get involved in a course. It can even be a short course, and then you can step into a more advanced course. So it's all little baby steps and just learning along the way. But I think, start putting your stuff into sort of some sort of format or, storytelling of your work as well. It doesn't really require any training. And I think the lesson also is to bring your own perspective to things, have a point of view as well. Even when you're young, you can do that. It makes you stand out. So whether you're applying for a job or a fashion or design course, they'll look for that. Try not to be like everybody else. Hope that answers the question.
No, that's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I think a folio is a great step, even just to show your ideas and your train of thought and what you're thinking about and you're into. And it's kind of like an open door into someone's mind, really. So that's great tip. Great tip. So the next question that we've got is, what do you think the male customer is looking for right now versus the female customer?
Oh, good question. I knew there was it's a really funny moment in sort of streetwear fashion and the categories we work in. I think because of COVID as well, everything's very comfort driven as well. We sell a lot of fleece, a lot of things like that. Lots of t-shirts. They're our core products. And it's really twists on those classics as well. Different washes, different techniques that work for us. And we also try to push it a little bit as well. So, in the Australian market, a lot of our great brands have gone overseas and, they're now influencing the UK market, where it used to be, buyers would go on trips to Europe and bring back ideas. Look, brands like Topshop and a few others are coming to Australia. We've got a great coastal lifestyle. We did pre-COVID. And, there's been some great brands that are very Australian as well. So, in terms of what the customer's looking for, it's always hard. You've got to try and, I suppose part of my job is trying to anticipate the market and it's tricky. You know, it's part sales, analytics, part, you know, what worked last season, what's coming, what's relevant to our consumer. And with certain brands, you can't do certain things. You know, it just won't work. You can try it season on season, and the customers will vote with their feet. Like a certain colour just does not work. So you're always looking for the next thing or the next category.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it depends. You know, for us, a lot of our dark colours are working really well in the market.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, we just need to try and do variations and build on that. So, you know, other...
Yeah. I mean, just the question in regards to male and female, you know, I think too there is such a resurgence on this whole kind of like androgynous kind of style where, you know, like girls are reaching for their boyfriend shirts, and, you know, it's kind of like, yeah. So I think, you know, in most of the cases, I know that even if I, you know, when I was allowed to leave my house, when I would go shopping, and especially with my partner, I would kind of be looking at the same things, you know. So
yeah, that's right, and it's getting closer together as well. It's definitely merging. There's not really the thing of that's a female centric color, or I think that's been the great thing about the last 10 years. I think it's merging, and, you know, the sort of rules are gone a little bit. There's not that sort of that's male, that's female. So it opens up to a whole different way of interpreting trends and colours and fabrics and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, this question isn't on the board, but I'm going to slot it in there because I'm really keen to know that to brands like yourself, like, so do you actually accept work experience, you know, students or students that kind of want to, you know, come into the back end and see how the industry works?
Yeah, look, we do. We had a really good sort of work experience program at Cotton On. We do a little bit here, but at my current role. But I suppose the thing is too, COVID's thrown up a whole heap of other challenges as well. But yeah, I think they're always, you know, I think for every business and every brand, they always have an intern program or work experience. It's really important, I think, because, you know, everybody started, you know, not started at the bottom, but everyone was at that stage in their career at some point. You know, you don't just go in as the brand manager or the creative director. You know, everyone's had to have that first initial step and gone, you know, I'm looking for some work experience. Can I, you know, do this for a few weeks or do that? So I think it's important. And look, a lot of brands are trying to do that and give back as well, because there's a lot of talented people around as well. So
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, our final question that we have here, which is a real goodie, you know, it comes from Anonymous, but I think that it's a perfect way to kind of end our discussion, because he or she is saying that when should you start trying to get internships with companies as a student? Is my final year of my course too late?
No, I don't think it's too late. I think I don't think it's ever too late. I would just make the first step and make contact with them. You know, I think it's just be bold and have confidence, and you know, send a few emails out, you know, send your folio, and you know, a few will reply, some won't. But I think you just got to give it a crack, have a go. You'll be amazed. A lot of companies will get back to you as well. So, you know, you might get a few you know, ignore letters, but you know, I think most of the places will get back to you.
Yeah, right. So I'm welcome to share your email address with all the thousands of people that are on this call that are still asking.
Thousands of emails.
But on a serious note though, Chris, we do have you know, some really great questions that are still in the Q&A box that we just unfortunately can't get to. But is there a way that, you know, potentially some of these guys could reach out to and ask some questions?
Yeah, look, for sure. I think I'm happy to answer questions
on
anytime.
LinkedIn
yeah, on LinkedIn, on Insta, anything. I'll make my Instagram available and stuff like that, just for everyone to have a look at what I'm doing. I'm pretty new to Instagram myself, but I'm happy to share that with everybody. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, thank you so much. I feel like that, a lot of the questions that are coming through are, about, Cotton On and some of the brands that you've worked at in terms of, entry into those brands. So, any advice that you could give these guys would be awesome. And, I sincerely would love to thank you for joining us at CareerCon, because you are a silent assassin. You don't talk about everything that you do so much,
right.
but, no, and I'm sure that you've got lots of stuff to get back to. So thank you for your time, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you for being on CareerCon.
I had one little thing I need to give some people with some advice. This is my little.
Great.
I was just writing this morning to go, what would I like to hear? And I think the thing is to be confident, stay humble, and true to yourself as well. For all the kids out there, so ignore the naysayers. They're haters in 2020. So don't be afraid to take risks and have fun along the way. That's probably my best bit of advice I could give everybody out there today.
Oh, that's so good. Have fun. Have fun. Jeez.
Exactly.
That's awesome.
Take some risks along the way. Yeah. Awesome.
Oh, thank you
Kira.
so much, Chris. No, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. Bye.
Hello and welcome back, guys. Welcome to the last session of the day. This is amazing that we've made it in to the end of such amazing speakers and chats. But, I'm not going to say that we've left the best to last, but I mean, this session is going to be unreal. So I'm actually going to introduce you to the amazing Jack Jones. Now, the title of this session is actually From Elite Sport to Passion and Purpose. And I really couldn't think of a better person to actually take us through a journey and unpack this topic, because Jack Jones is from the Banksia project and he has had the most amazing career to date. I'm going to take you through his bio. So just to give you some context, Jack was a strapping, or I might say is still a strapping, well-educated male who played elite sport with supportive friends and family. But when he went through tough times with severe depression and even suicide, he realized that he didn't know how to deal with his emotions. Jack has undergone multiple university degrees while pursuing sport, as well as embracing life. In his short career, he has worked in operating theatres, carrying around some limbs. He has worked in medical centres. He has mentored Indigenous students in Sydney and remote Indigenous communities in the Northern Territory. And he has helped start mental health charity, the Banksia Project. The Banksia Project trains community members to support each other by providing the skills and framework to do so, while giving them access to qualified mental health professionals should they be required. It really focuses on the peer-based intervention and upskilling, aiming to prevent crisis, and is underpinned by so many of the factors that so many people like Jack need to manage mental health and wellbeing proactively and consistently. I am going to throw to a quick video now that will take you behind the scenes of the Banksia project and explain its relevance and why it's such an important project to be a part of. And then we'll get Jack back to have our Q&A. So let's throw to the video now.
Life is tough. Life is hard more often than it is easy.
Everything was very good. I found myself on the couch, kind of, in tears every morning.
I got a lot of hate. There was a page on Facebook at one point that was just like, said Alex Hayes should go kill himself.
And it was a sense of pride for me to say I was a signed artist, this and that in music. And so when that was taken away from me, it was, am I enough now? You know what I mean? What does this mean?
You come home, you feel like you've failed so many situations, and you feel like shit.
So what the Banksia project tries to do is really emphasise that it's to get mentally fit and healthy so that when things occur, you've got the skills to deal with it safely.
Stepping into a growth room is a massive step emotionally, psychologically, but the benefit of doing that is massive.
It's really hard to reveal that you're struggling. But if your mate says, look, hey, I'm going through these things in my life, this is not easy for me at the moment, sometimes it opens up the conversation where they feel comfortable to talk about how they're struggling at the moment too.
It's a really amazing thing to witness in these growth rooms that participants come there and they share instantly. They feel safe, they feel supported, and it's almost a sacred space, which is quite special to witness.
Mates talking to mates is really what appeals to me about the Banksia project.
It's super important to surround yourself with people that support you and want to see you succeed and want to see you do better and be happy.
I am not the best right now. And learning that that's okay to be like that.
Take off the mask and stop pretending.
Everyone's doing it tough, just different degrees of tough all the time.
It's giving us the platforms and giving us the tools and the connections to be resilient in the toughest times.
Wow, how incredible is that? So without further ado, I'd love to welcome you guys, welcome you, Jack, to CareerCon. So thank you for being here. I'm glad that everyone got to hear that incredible video and your welcome as well, because you've got such an incredible career journey, and I know that I'm so excited to unpack that today. So thank you for joining us. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks for having me, Kura.
So we're just going to get cracking into, just dissecting your career and finding all the good bits and pieces that most of the students need to hear about right now. So can you just take us back to the very start? Tell us about young Jack growing up and why he decided to, go down the path that he did. Maybe explain a little bit about the sporting industry and how that kind of works as well, because it's a theme that we haven't discussed here yet on CareerCon. So really excited to hear your take on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think one thing that probably summarises young Jack is that school wasn't for him. Unfortunately, I found it boring. And I'm sure there are a lot of people listening that can probably relate to that in some way. It wasn't that I was disrespectful or anything like that. I just wasn't engaged. I didn't feel like there was anything that I was learning that I was really passionate about. I never fell in love with that thing, which I think, particularly when you're at that school leaving age, everyone's saying, look for the thing, look for that thing that you fall in love with. And I think it's really hard. And there are people that find that, which is great, but I didn't have it. The only thing that I did have that I was in love with was sport. And, pursuing rugby for me was something that was always the way to something else. That was always the goal, the next step. And I happened to be okay at it, which was good, and saw some success there. And I got a lot of good feedback from, parents, friends, coaches, even school staff, that school was able to be put on the back burner because I was always good at sport. And look, I know, I understand that's a complete privilege, but what that meant I did is I went and pursued, playing at a more elite level when I finished school. So that was heading up to Sydney University Rugby Club. I was from Canberra, moving up to Sydney University Rugby Club. And the best thing about that club is they said, look, we can offer you a few things, but most importantly, we can help you get a degree. We can help you with, tailored study programs and things like that to actually help you pass your university degree. So at the time, I was sort of going into the health field, and and I thought I was going to be a practitioner of some sort, you know, they were a physio or even looking at medicine and things like that. But, you know, I hadn't found that love. So I went up and started playing some footy up there, and also did my undergrad degree of health science. And then I also went and did a master's degree after that. But I think one of the things that was really interesting is sport can't be the be all and end all. You know, for me, it was at that point. And I went through some really tough injuries, found it really hard to stay on the field and perform at that top level. And what that made really clear to me is that sport can't be the only avenue. It was really important that while I was pursuing that sport, and that was a great thing and something I was really passionate about, it was really important that I gave myself some other skills so that when at some point that sport came to a closure or I couldn't keep playing for whatever reason, that I had other avenues or other options to pursue. Now, for most people that might come at 30, even later, you know, that elite sport environment. For me, it came at about 24, 25 where I had to give it up. And so I was really lucky that I had some other skills and some other passions that I could pursue after that.
Yeah, right. Wow. Such a, you know, I'd love for you to sort of dive a little bit deeper, because I didn't actually realise that you were from Canberra. And, you know, how was it moving from, you know, Canberra to Sydney at such a young age? You know, what was the support network like, and how did you do that? Like, how did it actually go?
Look, I think at first it was obviously quite an intimidating thing. You know, you're taking a huge change. Canberra was what I knew, and the comparison between Canberra and Sydney, Sydney's a big wide world, and so it was a big change for me. But it was something that I went, you know, here's an opportunity. I think I had nothing else, you know, as a 17, 18-year-old, you have nothing else tying you down. I was lucky enough, and I understand that's a very privileged position to come from, but I was lucky enough that I could pursue that. What I found once I moved to Sydney was that there are so many people who have done that exact same transition before me, whether it's from Canberra, any other town. So the more that you actually utilise those people, and you know, there are people out there who their whole career is even helping people with that transition. So the more you can lean on others who have actually undergone that transition, because those people have been in that position before. They know what it's like moving up particularly from a small town or from Canberra to Sydney, and they know how daunting it can be as a 17, 18, 19-year-old. So I think it's really important that making that transition or making that leap will seem intimidating, and it might seem a little bit scary, but most importantly, there are so many people that when you make that leap that will be on the other side, and it might take a little bit of work as an individual to find those people. They might not be right in front of you, but once you do, I can promise that they will be there for that support.
Oh, awesome. No, that's great, because, you know, I think the current world that we live in, you know, and with restrictions and travel restrictions, it's given, you know, students kind of a great opportunity where they can potentially study at a different uni online to, you know, wherever they are and whatever state they live in. And on the other flip side, they can actually apply for jobs in areas that they probably wouldn't be able to. So it's kind of, it's great to hear, you know, the way that you sort of settled into a new town and really sort of, you know, grabbed the bull by the horns, kind of say, and, you know, really got the most out of that. You know, is 25, is that old in terms of sporting career and, you know, for it to be ending? Is that, you know, or, you know, if you didn't have your injury, would you still have been on that path?
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think 25 is quite a young age for someone in rugby, or even in the position that I played, to be having to give it up. And I think that is something that you can't control. But there are also people who are forced to give it up much younger. You know, and I think I was lucky. Again, it's a very privileged position to be able to play something that's a hobby and pursue it at an elite level, but have enough support around me that I could still work and I could still pursue study at the same time. But I also think it's important for me to touch on, Kura, that I know I mentioned how good that transition was and you know, things just worked out, but I think it's important that it wasn't always easy. There was periods of time where I was working 40-hour weeks, studying full time and training for about 20, 25 hours a week. So while trying to be an 18, 19, 20-year-old and maintain a social life and friendships and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's really important that if that is something that someone listening is keen to pursue, it's not just going to roll out in front of you. It does take a lot of hard work and commitment, but at the same time, if you can find things that you're committed to at that time, and for me, sport, as I said, it was a hobby, so it wasn't hard for me to invest into that. The study that I did, I was actually really engaged with, and I actually really enjoyed my part-time work as well. So if you can find things that you're passionate about, as they say, you never work a day in your life.
Yeah, God, I love that saying. I don't know if I've truly found it myself yet, but I think there's also a difference between passion and purpose. And I think sometimes, like, I think about it, like, I am truly passionate about getting up in my lounge room and having a boogie every day. But no, my purpose is definitely not to be in a Beyonce video. So, it's kind of like working those two out. But I think that leads perfectly into our next kind of discussion about skills, because, obviously you and the people around you worked out from an early age that your skill set was, really great with sport, and your kind of opportunities sort of came from there. But, in the industry that you're in now, and being a part of the Banksia project, can you kind of explain how the skills that you learned back then are transferable and are helping you do what you do now?
Absolutely. I think there's a whole range of things to touch on there. And I know one of the skills that, we sort of spoke about prior to this career was particularly, pursuing more skills, and whether that's higher education or after school. I really want to emphasize, I don't think that's the be all and end all. For me, university was something that was achievable. It was an option, but for some people it might not be, or they may not want to go there. So I think there are, but I think it's really important for anyone listening that there are education options available that aren't university. There are so many other options, and I do really think that learning skills, adding to your, I guess, portfolio, adding to your toolkit of the skills you have, gives you more options. You might not know which option you're going to take, but the more study and the more skills that you have under your belt, the more options you have to choose from. So for me, I guess it was really valuable. I guess the whole team sport aspect, I don't think you can shy away from how much that teaches in terms of interacting with others, learning to work with a team, learning to guide teams. And I think that's really useful, whether you're in a workplace, whether you're in a friendship group. All that stuff is just social interaction and social learning. But one of the things I think I then pursued, as I said, alongside my sport was my undergrad of health science. And that was a really generic, broad degree. I could have channeled it further, and I was intending to. But I think when I got to that degree, I went, if I was going to become a physio, so to speak, I would be in a box 2x2 or 4x4 dealing with 10 to 12 patients a day. And the practicality, that's amazing. That's a really exciting thing. But for me, I looked at it and I said, I want to think bigger. I want to understand, well, how can I make a bigger impact across a wider range? And so I went and pursued my master's degree in health management and project management. And by this point, that undergrad degree was something, I think if you haven't heard it yet and you are heading to uni, you will understand the term P's get degrees. I think, uni, undergrad, I wasn't as engaged as I should have been. And again, as I said, school wasn't always for me. But by the time I got to my master's, I really got to go, this is what I want to learn about. This is what I'm passionate about. And I gave everything to it. And then by doing that, I actually got so much in return. So combining, I guess, my study, my formal study, as well as my sport, as well as my work experience that I had up until this point. And when I was doing my degrees, I wasn't, making coffees or pulling beers like a lot of 18, 19, 20-year-olds find themselves doing. I was actually working at RPA Hospital in operating theatres. And so combining all of the knowledge that I'd had across the whole period really made it, I guess it made perfect sense to get into the environment I have. And I was always sort of looking into that social justice and helping others space, which as you read out, that began as working in Indigenous communities based in Redfern, but in the Northern Territory quite regularly as well. And then through my own personal experiences relating to the Banksia project, I ended up here. So as I said, just the more experiences and exposure, the more options I had available for me.
Yeah. And it sounds like that you did say yes to a lot of things as well, like, you know, putting your hand up. And I guess a question that I have in regards to your career is that, you know, and maybe you aren't even aware of this, but as you talk about it, it just sounds like amazing opportunity after amazing opportunity. You've been able to move and pivot. But, I mean, you openly talk about the fact that, you know, you sort of struggled with finding your self-worth at school, and, you know, you did have situations of depression, and, you know, I find it interesting that, you know, all of these opportunities came to you. What did you do when you were finding yourself in those situations? Like, how did you actually pull yourself out to go on to achieve so many awesome things?
Look, I think it's really important that these things were, you know, they were available to me, and I think what I tried to do is seize them with both hands. You know, I think, you know, both of my serious professional jobs at the moment, or since, you know, working with Indigenous communities as well as with the Banksia project, started as volunteering. So I was working full-time elsewhere, and I actually volunteered my time. And I think it's really important that if you are trying to choose a career, and you know, this might be it for now, but I'm sure I'll you know, potentially get itchy feet and change down the track, but it's almost a try before you buy. I volunteered for both of those places, the organisations, but also the work that I was doing, and I said, I love it. And if you can turn something that you're that passionate about, that you're willing to give your spare time to, that you then start getting paid for it, it is phenomenal. And I'm not saying it's always going to work out that way, but the only way you can do it is by putting your hand up and saying, yep, I'm going to try and give that a go. For me, with the challenges that I faced, they weren't easy. And I was lucky that I had some really great people around me. But I think my mental health challenges didn't always present like the common mental health challenge. I was the person who did too much. I was the person who filled my schedule from beginning to end because I didn't want to face the emotions behind it. I was that sort of, on the outside, it looked like I was ticking all the boxes. And I think that's really important to identify if we're talking about mental health, that, you know, you can't stereotype what it's going to look, sound, or feel like for yourself or for someone around you, which is why it's so important that we need to check in with everyone and make sure everyone's okay. I guess how I tried to deal with those challenges was just focus on what I could control. It took a lot of time of self-reflection and you know, working on myself and how I feel, but really trying to focus on what I could control in my circumstances and take hold of that as proactively as I could.
Yeah, wow, that's so much great advice as well. And I guess it's kind of, you know, understanding and knowing who to reach out to when you kind of do need a little bit of help as well. I would love to sort of take a bit of a pivot now, and you know, really sort of hone into, you know, your role within the Banksia project, because there is such we're in you know, really quite an incredible time at the moment, especially in regards to, you know, all the young people that are emerging. You know, everyone's into, you know, people are into their causes, and they are openly pumped to actually talk about them, and they're educated, and everyone has an opinion, and it's really incredible just to see, you know, just so many amazing young people actually, you know, standing up for what they believe in. Because I know even when I was at high school that, you know, I don't even think that I'd formed an opinion on anything yet, you know. So it's, you know, it's amazing just seeing all these people that have come through. But what do you actually do in your day-to-day job at the Banksia project? Can you sort of explain that to us?
Look, it's been an interesting journey. I've been the only full-time staff member for over 2 years. We now have a few more staff members on board. So I'm the garbage man. I'm the accountant. I'm the IT guy. I'm also the I guess sales, so to speak, you know, presenting what we're doing. We have got some amazing people on board who I do need to give credit to, but to begin with, I didn't have a choice. It was whatever came across our organisation's desk I was dealing with. On a day-to-day basis now, it's a little bit more refined, but basically I spend a lot of time trying to design, well, what does the perfect program look like? I look at evidence. I think I'm really lucky that I can look at a journal, out finding or best practice research, and a week later I can actually be teaching that to a workplace or a group of people. But one thing I think that's really important to touch on as well, Kura, that you sort of brought up when you were asking me the question is, people in particularly young people today, they have these ideas or standpoints. I think the biggest thing that I think is that I learned is there are other people who feel the same as you. And I think we're at an age where we can connect with those people so easily, whether it's finding them on social media or even LinkedIn is a great resource, or just websites. There are meetups or virtual meetups now that probably when I was 17 or 18, I didn't have the courage to go, yes, this is what I'm actually really passionate about and I want to pursue. But I think if people do have something that they're like, you know what, this really gets me going, it makes me really excited, go and find people who are already really excited about that and connect with them. And that'll be the best learning you can find. You can find people they can stimulate your learning in that space, and they can also provide you with more options. And if they don't have a direct opportunity for you, whether it's volunteering, professional, even just learning and development, they'll probably know someone who does. And so I think that's really important to do your research and say, well, who's someone who's already thought about this before? Where's an organisation who's already trying to do this work? And how can I get connected with that organisation?
Brilliant advice. I reckon we'll keep this advice coming, Jack, and I'm going to ask you some questions now from the Q&A box, because there's some really great ones coming through. The first one that's sort of jumped out at me is, thank you for being here. It's by Anonymous, so thank you for being here. I'm really unsure what to do after school. What should I focus on instead?
I think focus on you. Focus on, great question. Focus on you, and focus on, you don't have to have the answer of what I want to do right now, but you can say, well, I'm developing myself, and that might be your understanding of your own well-being and sort of what makes you tick and what your values are and what's important to you. And then also focus on, well, is there something that you can get involved in while you may have some spare time? You can get involved in an industry and you can sort of go, well, yeah, I really love that industry. For me, it was health. And I said, yeah, health's where I want to be. But it could have been something else. And, you might get a job in hospitality and you might decide, I want to start a restaurant, or I want to go into hospitality. But the only way that you're really going to know if that industry is for you is if you try it. And so I think focus on exposure to as many different things as possible, but have a think about you and your values, and then try and align how you can pursue them.
Yeah, great tip. Whoa, love that. So the next question, sorry. Well, the next question that we've got in the chat box is, how can I find sport courses that will help me get into uni, sort of similar to what you've done?
Look, I think it's really important to identify there are some amazing programs available. I think the Sydney Uni Sport and Fitness program, for one, I'm really, really lucky that I had an opportunity there. They not only take you on as an athlete, but a student most importantly, and they help you develop there. So there's a quick plug for them, but I do have a soft spot for them. But most universities do have a sporting faculty, and they have a sporting avenue that if it's something that you're passionate about, you've got some proven results in that sport, it is something that, there are really good options available. But I also think, they're not always going to align. There are people that, don't go to uni and do really well at sport. And there are also people that, they go to uni and they play sport somewhere completely different. So I don't think you need to align the two. I was lucky enough that I could, and I was, but I think what's really important is that you are passionate about sport, I would really emphasize that, and I'm sure you've heard it from your parents or your teachers, and I'm just going to be another one repeating it to you, but there's nothing more important than making sure that you've got diverse options, because, sport, particularly if it's a physical sport, can be over in a second. And so you've got to make sure that you've got other passions and interests that you're excited to pursue if you get the opportunity.
Oh, I mean, you're just going to absolutely love this next question then, because it leads in perfectly to what you said.
Right.
It's from Emily, and she's asking, what advice do you have for someone who tries to take on everything, just like yourself? How do you deal with the feeling of not being enough or not doing enough?
Look, that is a really great question, and I wish there was a perfect answer for you, Emily. It's a tough one. I think it's something that I still work with today, and it's focusing on, probably again when I said focusing on what you can control, and just being really forgiving of yourself. I think we so often compare to, whether it's social media or to other people, or even to myself, I'm comparing to other people in the industry, and we get so caught up in, I need to compete with them. And I think we really need to remove that and just go, well, what's the best that I can do today? What can I control today? And what can I achieve today that will hopefully play a bigger role? And if we can take some time to self-reflect and go, well, where do I want to be in 12 months? And then break that down and say, well, what do I need to do every 6 months to make sure I get there? What do I need to do every 3 months? And then hopefully you can focus on that in a daily achievement. But I also think it's okay if you have a day where you're like, you know what, I'm not going to do it today. I'm going to go and watch Netflix, or I'm going to go hang out with my mates. I think it's really important that I'm only 27. And hopefully most of the people that are listening to this are still in high school, or still early uni, or even just out of school. You don't have to have all the answers, because I don't have all the answers. And, the people that I work with don't have all the answers. We're all still working it out too. So just do something that you enjoy and keep doing it until you don't enjoy it anymore, and then look for something else. I think that's really, really important. You don't have to have it all sorted right now. But particularly for Emily's question, I think you need to have a good awareness of your capacity. And if you're starting to feel really stressed or overwhelmed, you need to take notice of that, and you need to work out strategies that you can manage your workload before you get to breaking point. Because unfortunately, and as you touched on, Kura, I learned the hard way. I let myself get to breaking point, probably because I had too much going on, and then I had to work my way back. Whereas if you can take that self-awareness early on in the piece, and you can work out, okay, well, how do I feel, and how do I start reacting when I'm starting to feel really overwhelmed? Hopefully you can pick up the warning signs early and start pulling back on a few commitments so that you can manage everything safely.
Yeah, great. I just love that. I think too, we have so many students that are involved in, in year 12, or even in uni, or even, even those, like, let's be honest, like, even those that actually have no idea what they want to do and aren't in either of those situations. I think the stuff that you've mentioned today is just so applicable to anyone at any stage in their young life, because there are some people out there are some guys that are currently in year 12 at the moment that are like, you know what, I actually have no idea what I want to do. I can't go on a gap year at the moment. What are my options? And, it's easy to sort of, feel, I'm not going to say the word depressed, but it's easy to feel like, oh, what is going on? Like this heaviness. Yeah. So, Jack, if anyone watching this call now, or even at a later date, if anyone wants to reach out to you and potentially ask you more questions, or even get some help, do you have any resources, or can they reach out to you specifically?
Yeah. There's a few things that I will touch on that. Kura, one thing I was thinking of while you were speaking is, particularly when you ask the question of pursuing more study, and are there skills, or are there things that we can do now? I'll never forget growing up watching my mum. She was I lived at home, just her and I, and she went back and studied while working full time and trying to raise probably not the most well-behaved teenager. So while getting me to all my sport and everything like that. And I remember watching how hard that was for her, but the passion she had for it. And I went, you know what, I want to get my study out of the way as soon as I can, because I have no other baggage. I don't have kids to worry about. I don't have a mortgage. I don't have any of that stuff. If I want to, I can manage my work hours so they're less. So the more skills you can pursue as early on, while there are no other commitments, I would really encourage you to do that, so that the options are available later, because you see it You know, you see it now from people who are my age all the way up to their 40s, 50s, 60s, where they go, oh, I wish I did that degree, and they go back and do it. And it's so much harder for them to do then than it is when they have less commitments. So get those skills. But absolutely, I'm really passionate about trying to help other people who are just looking for a little bit of guidance or support, because it's not easy to find your way. And I wouldn't say I've got it sorted out either, but I think it's really important that you have people around you who can guide or mentor you. There's a few different ways to get in contact. I think first and foremost, I'd say for everyone out there who's listening, go and follow the Banksia project on Instagram. We try to be as active as possible, but also my own personal page, which is you'll be able to find it through that Instagram, and just reach out. I'm really open to that, but also shoot me an email. I'm not sure if my email has been made available, but I am happy for people to shoot me an email. And look, I may not be able to get to everyone in the next day or two, but I will do my best to actually respond to all of you individually. And I might not have the answers, but again, I might know someone who does.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, thank you very much, Jack. No, I will. We will be sharing the details, Jack's details, but also all the information, and we'll be circulating the video of the Banksia project as well, either this afternoon or tomorrow. So you guys, you can continue on the conversation with Jack at a later stage. But Jack, thank you so much for joining us. I think we could, keep on going until like 10 o'clock tonight, but as the powers that be, we actually have to end it. So thank you so much for being here and sharing all your advice and tips. It's been amazing. Thank you.
No, you're welcome. And one thing I just want to add, and I won't take long, the Banksia project, we didn't go too much into it, but it's a mental health charity. We provide free programs for connection and support. So I understand right now is a tough time for everyone. Our programs are for 18 plus. So I'm sorry if you're under that age bracket, but anyone who's above the age of 18, we have programs that are mixed genders, so both men and women, but also male only programs. If you're a young person who just needs a little bit of direction, a little bit of connection or support, we have people in these programs that are here for you to connect you, to support you and guide you through what you might be going through, because there's a good chance they've gone through it before. So please, and they're entirely free as well. So if you need a little bit of extra connection and support right now, which I think we all do, jump on our website and look into our growth room programs. But most importantly, I really just hope that, this CareerCon has given you some amazing options available and some passion and some energy to pursue something in what is a difficult time.
Oh, Jack, that was that was amazing. That was the perfect ending. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time, and have a good afternoon, and get ready for the onslaught of questions that are coming through.
Sounds great. Thanks for having me, Kura. Bye, everyone. Thanks for listening.
You're welcome. Thanks, Jack. Okay, guys. Well, that's a wrap for day one of CareerCon. I cannot thank you enough for joining us over the course of, today. We've gone through quite a lot of content, met plenty of speakers. You've had the opportunity to ask your questions, but don't worry, because it's not over yet. Tomorrow we have a massive day planned. We will be chatting with some past, present students at the Untitled Wellness College, which would be incredible. We'll also be going through some STEM-related careers for any of you guys that want, a career in regards to science or technology. We'll be chatting with a couple of my favourite people, including Amy Clark, who is the editor at Adore Beauty. And we'll be really giving you guys the opportunity to ask your questions for a plethora of different industries. But before we go today, I would love to, we have a winner for our daily winner. So just a reminder that if you take a snap of yourself at CareerCon, whether it's at home, on the beach, even at school, and you post it to your Instagram and you let us know via our hashtag, which is CareerCon 2020, but also through our tag, which is @TheCoolCareer, then you go into the draw to win a prize. Now, we haven't told you guys what the prize is. but I am going to announce the winner today. So the first winner of day one is Aussie Holly. So Aussie Holly has taken a snap of herself, and I think she was involved in the, I think this was the Facebook chat that she's actually taken a picture of herself at. So Aussie Holly, thank you for being a part of CareerCon. You have actually won yourself a pretty nifty prize. It's a $500 joint voucher with some of the most incredible brands around. You've got some vouchers in there from Mecca, from Cotton On, from Frank Body. You can spoil yourself at Officeworks as well. So it's a total combined $500 prize. So if you want to reach out to us, we will get the details over to you as well, and we can claim your prize. Before I go today, guys, I really just want to send out a quick thanks to our event sponsors, the Business Chicks community, and also to the crew at AV 24/7, who have literally been a godsend over the past couple of weeks. We're very, very lucky to be surrounded by such incredible people that are willing to lift us up. So my message to you guys tonight is that I would really encourage you to actually sit by yourself, think about one thing that you really want to happen in your life right now, and just go for it. Just make that call, reach out on LinkedIn, send someone a message on Instagram, reach out to an AV company and say, hey guys, I need a bit of help. So whatever it is, reach out. There are so many people out there willing to help you. So again, thank you for joining us at CareerCon, and make sure that you tune in tomorrow for a big day too. Thanks guys, see you tomorrow.